So now Wild Turtle alone in mid, knocked up and flashes out. In the end, Chime gets rooted on the entry. The Arcane raining from above once again takes out Jensen, and TSM still standing strong with 3. They lose Wild Turtle, but this time around, they come out with more kills into their pocket, 2 at that, and push Dignitas back.
The ball is in Insanity's hands. If he lands enough poke, Dig have a hard time contesting.
Again, with the start of this, teleport coming in for Dignitas. Boogie ends up flashing away, still rooted, and escapes for the time being, but the flash follow-up. Santorum looking to knock him into the rest of the team. Rich gets the kill, and Dignitas now with no enemy jungler here to contest are on the Baron.
Huge pick for Dignitas. Boogie messing around too much in the river.
Riot of the Arcane already used to get a good chunk onto Tomo, who uses the Feather Storm to escape the rest of the damage, but boom, sandwich between Hanser and Wild Turtle, who ends up Killer Instinct into the back line, does pick up the kill onto Tomo, but answered as Jensen ventures forward. Chime now on the retreat with the knuckle down, and Hanser will have to escape with the flash over the back of the pit wall. It is Dignitas holding the Red Bull Baron buff.
We're gonna see an engage here out of Santorin.
Warren locks one. Insanity flashes over the wall, teleports from both sides, but Chime goes into the stasis. Boogie is targeted by Rich, but unstoppable into the back line. Chime has used a showstopper, and Rich trying to get back into the fight, but Hunter has targeted him. Xerath picking up the kill onto Rich. 3 fallen for TSM, 2 for Dignitas.
Instantly annihilated from how much damage this Gwen is doing. It's just gonna get harder and harder as she sticks more items into her inventory. Only at 3 right now.
Wild Turtle Killer Instincts towards Tomo, also setting up for that Riot of the Arcane. Tomo not dodging the first, but dodging the last. Then the attention spent onto Jensen. Boogie knocked up in the backline by Poom, but Chime is looking for someone to target, still has a showstopper available, and that's Baron going down for Dignitas to claim. Chime locking on one with a showstopper, but will give his life as a result as soon as Tomo comes into stasis. See if he can finish off multiple members of TSM. Wild Turtle locking on to Jensen, who goes into stasis and ends up punishing him for his crimes. Dignitas coming out with the Baron, and 2 eliminated on TSM side.
Now we're back into more action here. Hanser.
Teleport in for Dignitas. Hanser isolated, and TSM getting knocked down. You ain't got no damage with no Wild Turtle or Insanity, so Dignitas see the angle to open things up. They take out the inhibitor, and they are looking towards the Nexus. Still 45 seconds before Insanity spawns, and Dignitas committing to the play. Hanser putting his body in front of the rest of the team, and Pooh making sure to shield up as well. Dignitas Santorin taking some damage, but still locking on Nature's Grasp. Will be able to grab some, and Tomo kills him off. Dignitas, it's the last you'll see of TSM in 2023. Dig take the win.
Hello, I am here with Santorin and Jensen after I'd say a grueling best of 5. You guys both have a lot of experience in best of 5, so how would you rank the exhaustion from this one compared to some of your historic ones?
I mean, honestly, not as stressful as some of the other ones, because
Okay.
I honestly felt like we were just making way too many mistakes. It didn't feel like TSM was the reason why we were losing, it's ourselves. So compared to like some of the stressful ones where you get kind of getting destroyed and you're kind of like, oh, what do we do? I just felt like we just had to, control ourselves. So it didn't feel as stressful to me.
Okay. Would you agree, or?
Yeah, I mean, I felt fine. I think I felt more exhausted in the previous games than the last one. I don't know why, but I felt like more awake for the last one. Maybe I was like, I realized, okay, this is the one that really means everything. So maybe I just, I don't know, woke up.
We'll go back to game 4 for a minute, I think, because that was really brutal. And I did want to ask you guys, like, how did you recover from that loss? Because there were multiple breakpoints in that game where it did look like you were going to win.
I can go first. I mean, we felt like we had the game in control, and it's more so just us overextending or making big misplays than them like playing better than us. So I think, we realized we just need to work on the problems we have in the game and come into game 5 and hopefully play better.
Would you say you did? Yeah.
I'm not sure. I feel like game 4 we should have won, but I think TSM should have won game 5. So, I mean, yeah.
But at the same time, I think game 5 was a really hard draft for us to play. So given the coach gap, I think we did well.
Wow. I was going to say, you had to go up against the Xerath, which is something that I feel like a lot of people know is a really good counter to Azir, but not something we see a lot in pro play due to lack of mobility and a lot of other things that mids kind of cite as to why you wouldn't pick it in certain comps. How difficult was it going up against that counter pick?
I think it was mainly difficult because we don't really have any tanky champions. So as soon as someone gets hit by anything from Seraph, have to go back home. And I should just ban it. It's my bad.
So is it mid gap or is it coach gap?
Both.
Okay.
It's not entirely my fault. It's their fault too.
Well, you did receive Player of the Series for the series. So first of all, just congratulations.
Thank you.
Second of all, I know it's not a joke, but it also has become a big meme of how like you never miss Worlds. Jat was talking about how he ran into you in the hallway and being like, yeah, he's dialed in, he's like focused, he's ready to go. Just how much does winning the series mean to you guys, or is it just kind of like, okay, first hurdle over, you know, on to the next one?
I mean, to be honest, I thought today was going to be a lot easier than it was. So I was more thinking about like who we're going to face next. I mean, of course, I didn't like fully disrespect him by any means, but I just went into the series thinking like, there's no way we lose to these guys. But standing here now, I feel I'm happy that we were able to win because they put up a good fight.
And for you, Santorin?
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to win the split, there's another 4 best of 5s, I believe. So yeah, there's just a small hurdle we came over. There's so much more to go. And I mean, I think as long as we focus on ourselves, we'll do a lot better. Like, I think some of the games, we show how good we can be. And then some of the games, we're kind of like, well, this looks like a scrim, guys. Like, can we please focus up? So, you know, we went into game 5. It's a night block time. So we usually win night blocks.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
the peak.
Okay, so that's it. They just have to go to game 5.
Yeah.
And you guys will win. You're going to Worlds.
Exactly.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you so much to both of you for joining me. And we'll throw it to the lounge to close it out.
Thank you very much. And again, Wild Turtle Insanity, I really appreciate you taking the time to talk. That was an incredible series going all 5 games. But I also wanted to kind of ask both of you how the year has gone, because there were very low expectations for TSM, and I feel like you exceeded so many of them. So Insanity, just, I know it's really hard at the moment, but can you maybe reflect a little bit on some of the successes you had this year?
I don't really remember too many of the games, but I know a lot of the Kaisa games I played and LeBlanc games even, I don't know, they felt pretty easy to play and it felt like I was doing pretty well in those. I definitely had some bad moments too, especially after our 5-game win streak, it kind of went haywire, but I don't know, I also had some good moments in this game, or this series rather, and some bad moments too. But I don't know, I'm just glad I got another opportunity to show my worth.
Yeah, absolutely. The Xerath was a menace to deal with. Jensen was just talking about it on stage in the 5th game. And Wild Turtle as well. So many years in the LCS, also being back on TSM. What was the experience like this year, getting to kind of put on the jersey again and win more games in the LCS?
It was definitely a huge roller coaster. Like, we won a lot of games, we lost a lot of games, but even in our series, it kind of showed that we weren't as consistent as we wanted to be. Overall, I think I had like a great year. I had like the Jinx games where I was just like 8-0 every game, and David kept calling me Jinx from Arcane, so that
Wild
was really
Turtle
nice.
from Arcane.
Wild Turtle from Arcane.
That's amazing, Turtle. And I've just noticed, this could be wrong, but I feel like you two actually have a pretty good relationship. Is there anything you, I don't know, want to share about your time on TSM at the end of the split?
I think it was just good times. Like, we showed up every day to practice. Granted, we had some pretty bad practice weeks, but, you know, we always try to keep the mood a little light and, you know, try to have fun while we're there.
Yeah, and Insanity, you played the Xerath, you played the Lucian earlier, you're playing Graves mid. And also I heard you practice just an insane amount this split. Do you want to talk a little bit about how much work like you put in individually this year for TSM?
I think it wasn't just an individual thing. We pretty much every night double blocked, so it wasn't like I'm the one practicing the most or something like that. I definitely could have played a lot more solo queue even, but I think just every day that we had a chance to scrim double blocks, we would. And I don't know, I don't know. It just sucks.
We're just disappointed from losing.
Yeah, I mean, losing is incredibly hard. Thank you so much for taking the time to answer some questions and talk to the fans. Is there anything else you'd like to share at the end of the series?
Thank you for following our journeys, and we really appreciate you guys watching and following us. Granted, we couldn't go that far, but hopefully we can get a better showing next time.
All right, Insanity Turtle, congratulations again on a very strong year. I know it's very disappointing at the moment, but thank you so much for taking the time.
One of the things with this 4-range composition is basically range with...
Stunned up a boom! First blood drawn by Chime. Pressuring Santorin best he can, but Poom is trying to wrap around, sped up, charms one, knock up to follow, and Tomo's here to continue with the damage. Horn gonna be able to knock up two. Tomo going into the backline with the lightning crash, double kill for Tomo, looking for more. Santorin picks up the kill onto Hanser, and it's 3 down on the side of TSM.
Really watch out the positioning here.
Speaking of positioning, Poom trying to act aggressively against Boogie, and now Chime wants to find the angle onto Jensen. Nature's Grasp has been thrown out. Should be able to get the root onto one. Equalizer in response, but Chime too low on health. Eradicated in the fight. Insanity soon to follow. Jensen jumping forward to make sure he can get the double kill. And Dignitas officially stripping the gold lead in their favor. Wild Turtle flashing away and healing at that. Jensen feeling good to set it up for Tomo to knock down. Dignitas is getting fired up.
So Jensen really, if they're unable to get this magic engage and kill this Tristana, it's gonna be hard.
And here's the attempted start. Tomo, lightning crash activated. Poom looking for somebody that he can lock on to. Hanser gets rooted in the center of him, and Jensen has come to the party from mid lane. Finishes off Hanser. 2 already down for TSM. Santorin rooting on forward, and a double kill for Tomo. Don't need a cleanse to be able to get into this one. Insanity flashing away to make his way back to the fountain. Dignitas only losing 1 and getting so much in return.
I feel like someone who will need to step up if Dignitas want to make this kind of playoff push.
Equalizer here in response to the Nature's Grasp, but TSM not locked down by it yet. Showstopper into the backline and face breaker to follow up, but it's still all live standing. Poom effectively knocked out of the fight because of his low HP. Jensen going in with a rocket jump, wants to finish off Hanser. Eventually Tomo manages to do so, and Dignitas, they've already taken out 2 members of TSM. Chime marked down low, but Poom and Moore have to be careful because they did take a lot of damage. They'll be able to take the inhibitor here on the exit.
To take a slightly losing matchup to play something for the composition. And then for Dignitas as a whole, yeah, this totally throws a wrench in how TSM play the game.
Oh, Hanser caught out though here, which means TSM are already down 1 and should have more to fall into the grave to follow. Double kill set up for Jensen. Rich already burns though and eventually eliminated here by Insanity, but Insanity mark it out, but Jensen is just too much damage for him to handle. Tomo looking to get the lightning into the veins of Wild Turtle, and eventually a double kill and ace for Dignitas here, ending game number 1 with a statement from mid and beyond. Dignitas are ready to take on playoffs in stride.
There's no chance.
Chime and Turtle rotating up. Santorin goes in, ends up flashing for it, and Tomo comes over the wall. Insanity focusing onto Jensen, but it's Boogie securing the dragon. Stun up onto Chime. Should be able to draw first blood. It's Tomo that grabs it on the side of Dignitas. TSM have made their way towards the river, and Boogie going in for the play. Teleport from Dignitas. Double stun. Poom and Jensen having to make their way out of it. Chime flashes out of the way. Rich has already drawn the Ornhorn, and look at Tomo locking onto Boogie. Takes a lot of damage as a result, but still able to follow up with the autos, taking down Boogie. Tomo is now fallen. Equalizer, good on drop by Hanser, trying to turn the pressure onto Rich that has nowhere he can go, nowhere to hide, but Roots followed by Santorin with the Nature's Grasp. Jensen poking all he can, but also getting some time bought as Santorin goes in. Now TSM tracking the enemy jungler to make sure he is nowhere near this objective. Just want to try and get one last land. Cannot connect with the shock blast, but Santorin, where are you gonna go, my friend? Maybe just take some turret shots on the escape. He just deny it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they can do something here, but TSM's so slow to react to these engages. They really need to just pull their own trigger.
And it's all on Rich to create the space. Santorin making the turn alongside the rest of TSM. Jensen knocking down Chime, but it's answered with some insanity.
They did it!
The ace from TSM to turn it around at Baron.
But the rest of TSM were backing off. Just him and Hanser harassing and trying to keep them at bay while the rest of the team goes for the soul. They're just trying to stop backs to buy time for the rest of the team to get the soul. They can get kills.
Santorin is low. Q's out of it. Rich.
2v5.
Hanser takes him
They could just win right here.
Insanity's going for more. Santorin ults in response, and Jensen ends up getting popped. Boogie out on top. The biggest nuggy, a big bully Boogie.
Mid trying to burn them down.
Rich and Santorin activating the ults, and Boogie finding one equalizer drawn. Jensen goes into stasis. Santorin re-entering the fight, but Hanser has already taken down Jensen. The GAB and pop. Santorin has fallen. Double kill for Hanser in the top side. A veteran that continues to evolve throughout this game and offer much for TSM to follow up upon. Ace for TSM as they venture towards the base.
Own jungle. It starts to show itself in less farm for Boogie, you know, possible picks.
Santorin's a searching, Poom walked by his side. Chime has the ult to try to disengage, but Jensen making sure rocket jump over the wall. Teleport coming in for Dignitas. Insanity gets a Q from mid, but Boogie has fallen. Jensen now 2 kills into the pocket and going for more as Rich has made his way to the play. Wild Turtle cannot escape. No flash, no arcane chip, nothing to save him now. Turtle's shell has been cracked, and Dignitas not letting anyone out of it.
Because this game, he's got the freedom to do it, and now he's going for Insanity.
In with the quickness,
No
charmed up. Jensen rocketing on in to make sure he gets another kill for himself. And Dignitas keeping their eyes on Boogie, retreating towards the turret. Chime has to flash away, but cannot outrange what Jensen has to offer. Double kill for the mid laner, and following up for more. Hanser setting himself into the grave soon enough, seeing if he can bring someone down with him, but that is not the case. Sending a teleport with Rich down bot to push that way forward.
Yeah, and up top, Insanity teleports in. It's a double teleport, triple teleport, counting both teams now.
3 from TSM to face off against Jensen, and Tomo Jensen flashing forward for the kill. Does take some damage, but has an easy retreat path here across the river. So close to getting triple inhibitors right now, which will do so much in terms of the push, but here we go. There's Tomo picking up the kill onto Boogie. 2 still gone for TSM, and Chime stunned up. Jensen able to do so much damage from range. He and Tomo with all of these bodies before them to keep them protected, focused on the objectives, and big old waves of minions coming on in. That's Nexus turret number 2. 3 standing for TSM as the keeper's verdict sends 1 away. There's already some early celebration.
Don't drop the confetti yet.
They're holding on to it. Dignitas now calling for the confetti in game number 3.
You are pretty happy to sit around, though. Now it's Boogie's turn to gank again.
Well, Chime double knockup. Battle dances back towards Turtle, who gets hooked. Boogie's coming from Try and should be able to collapse while Turtle flashing away. Santorin is on the way, same pathing that Boogie just took. But Tomo continuing slapped upon by Boogie. First blood drawn by Wild Turtle. Boom getting the kill for Chime to go down. But it's still action in the bot side, just junglers lurking around. Good plays and good scrap.
Because this is a game that could very easily snowball out of control.
Oh, Rich sees a lot of red health bars, manages to sidestep the ult from Boogie, who's under the turret, returns towards his fellow teammates. Rich, flash expelled, but still up here top. Rift Herald dropped down. These will be plates given over to TSM. Chime looking for the angle, enters with the quickness, manages to flash to get the lock. And TSM make a play up top. Boogie kill credit onto Rich. And punishing for sure.
Definitely punish him. He went greedy there, W'd forward to get 1 more proc of Static Shiv on the wave, and in doing so, gave Chime the angle to ult on top of him. They get that kill to punish him. Fortunately for Dignitas, reinforcements are already on the way. The bot laner Dig shows up to stop this entire turret from dropping, but another good play by TSM, up to 1,000 gold lead now. And where I was going was this comp out of Dignitas is probably not going to play that well from behind. Jace is the champion that can struggle.
Ooh. Boom, depth charge lands onto Turtle. Follow up with more from Santorin. Tomo getting the kill, and teleports will keep it going. Boogie flashes over the wall, but look how fast Rich is. Finally getting some action for the top laner that doesn't result in his own gray screen, and Dignitas managed to push one back. He's been around for quite some time since the early stages, and see if he can provide threat. Not in this time, though, as Jensen takes a lot off of the charm. But Santorin and the rest of Dignitas are answered by Haunter, who's looking to isolate one, but Chime getting the charm. And Wild Turtle, he's focused onto Tomo. Tomo being such a great expulsion of damage for Dignitas, who have already lost 2. So TSM, they create the space, and Baron is up.
That is exactly what TSM have to do if they want to keep their playoffs hopes alive. Their summer hopes alive, but Haunter's already dead.
Oh, Haunter's gone. Dignitas, they want more. Turtle, killer instinct out of it, flashes. And that just leaves Boogie at the center of too many members of Dignitas. And just like that, TSM losing multiple with this Baron buff. And Dig pressuring them on the map. Insanity making sure to get that push bot, but can only do so much. Rich picking it up onto Chime, and Jensen onto Wild Turtle. And as you mentioned, Mark, Haunter does have that teleport, will remain on the bot side for now. And in the center of it all, a teleport coming in is Wild Turtle, already marked so low, and Rich is looking for the final hit onto him. And with him eliminated, it's just the 1-for-2 trade, though, as Dignitas have lost the entirety of their bot lane and will lose more, as Santorin is a separated one this time around. Solo laners surviving it out for Dignitas, and 15 seconds before the Baron spawns.
So he's going to get that secondary turret, but TSM kind of opening mid.
Oh boy.
Teleport here for the sandwich. Chime is always by Boogie's side, and Santorin attempting to respond. Insanity going into the backline. Root onto Poom, who won't be lasting much longer. Jensen soon to follow him into the grave. 3 eliminated for Dignitas, and TSM follow up on Santorin's flash. Not quite able to connect with the charm, but they do still have the pursuit available to them as Boogie is wrapping around and flashing on forward to take out the enemy jungler. Blast cone over the wall, and Haunter still pushing on this top turret right outside the inhibitor. And now Dignitas, they're looking at the Elder, but so is TSM. Wild Turtle taking some poke, follows up with a killer instinct into the backline. Tomo goes into stasis, and is Wild Turtle taking down Poom. 2 eliminated for Dignitas, but it's the double kill for Turtle. The damage still followed up. Boogie will come out of stasis himself, but Wild Turtle collapsed upon by Santorin. Wants to follow up onto the kill, but a separation to the Tri-Brush means that Rich and Jensen are here to collapse upon Turtle and Boogie, who weren't able to finish up Santorin until the very end, but they do eventually find him. Lots of lives lost on both sides and no Elder taken. Still some supers to eventually spawn as a result, but now Santorin looking for the sidestep, gets a root onto Haunter, and that's a good burst onto Boogie, who's now taken out of it into the backline. Haunter goes, a GA popped in favor of Dignitas, but TSM are going deep. They lose 2 for 2 so far. Rich has finally spawned back into it, but Poom and Rich are so low and have to go back into the fountain just to be able to heal up. That's one of the Nexus turrets that TSM were able to take out.
This is crazy! Oh. They're not even done! Rich here with the Ocean Soul, Poke LeBlanc harassing them!
Nice and healthy, Haunter and Chime, not so much, but Rich, see if he can get some chains onto someone.
Keep going, keep going! Get Insanity's flash at least! Time over the wall. Oh my goodness. This game is insane. They're teleporting back topside. They want to get the inhibitor at least.
TSM continuing to commit 2 teleports up top, and Rich and Poom are still waiting at least 15 seconds for some sort of assistance.
Oh, the charm!
Charm onto Rich, but he dashes on back. Insanity gets the damage down. Poom swag walks it out the best he can with head held high as TSM tie up the series. We're going to game 5. Rich rotating towards Santorin. 2 members of Dignitas in Pixel, and Poom goes for the knockup. There's the first ult from Insanity, trying to land as much as he can, and Rich did take a lot of damage, but Santorin is the first to fall. Wild Turtle, killer instinct into the back line, manages to flash for flash, so Rich keeps his life, but loses one of his summoners.
Who wants the Herald
and
Eyeball?
the Herald Eye's just still big chillin'. Poom walking over to pick it up his way over.
Oh, they're going for the dive, though.
Back off. There's a Feather Storm from Tomo, should be able to blade call back. Turtle! Manages to sidestep it! Turtle! Double kill! Wild Turtle ain't flipping this one. He's got the play in the bot side. All right, so now Wild Turtle alone in mid, knocked up and flashes out. In the end, Chime gets rooted on the entry. The Arcane raining from above once again takes out Jensen, and TSM still standing strong with 3. They lose Wild Turtle, but this time around, they come out with more kills into their pocket, 2 at that, and push Dignitas back.
The ball is in Insanity's hands. If he lands enough poke, Dig have a hard time contesting.
Again, with the start of this, teleport coming in for Dignitas. Boogie ends up flashing away, still rooted, and escapes for the time being, but the flash follow-up, Santorum looking to knock him into the rest of the team. Rich gets the kill, and Dignitas now with no enemy jungler here to contest are on the Baron.
Huge pick for Dignitas. Boogie messing around too much in the river.
Riot of the Arcane already used to get a good chunk onto Tomo, who uses the Feather Storm to escape the rest of the damage, but boom, sandwiched between Hanser and Wild Turtle, who ends up Killer Instinct into the back line, does pick up the kill onto Tomo, but answered as Jensen ventures forward. Chime now on the retreat with the knuckle down, and Hanser will have to escape with the flash over the back of the pit wall. It is Dignitas holding the Red Bull Baron buff.
We're gonna see an engage here out of Santorin.
Santorin locks one. Insanity flashes over the wall, teleports from both sides, but Chime goes into the stasis. Boogie is targeted by Rich, but unstoppable into the back line. Chime has used a showstopper, and Rich trying to get back into the fight, but Hunter has targeted him. Xerath picking up the kill onto Rich. 3 fallen for TSM, 2 for Dignitas.
Instantly annihilated from how much damage this Gwen is doing. It's just gonna get harder and harder as she sticks more items into her inventory. Only at 3 right now.
Wild Turtle Killer Instincts towards Tomo, also setting up for that Riot of the Arcane. Tomo not dodging the first, but dodging the last. Then the attention spent onto Jensen. Boogie knocked up in the backline by Poom, but Chime is looking for someone to target, still has a showstopper available, and that's Baron going down for Dignitas to claim. Chime locking on one with a showstopper, but will give his life as a result as soon as Tomo comes into stasis. See if he can finish off multiple members of TSM. Wild Turtle locking on to Jensen, who goes into stasis and ends up punishing him for his crimes. Dignitas coming out with the Baron and 2 eliminated on TSM side.
Now we're back into more action here. Hanser
Teleport in for Dignitas. Hanser isolated, and TSM getting knocked down. You ain't got no damage with no Wild Turtle or Insanity, so Dignitas see the angle to open things up. They take out the inhibitor, and they are looking towards the Nexus. Still 45 seconds before Insanity spawns, and Dignitas committing to the play. Hanser putting his body in front of the rest of the team, and Poom making sure to shield up as well. Dignitas and Torin taking some damage, but still locking on Nature's Grasp. Will be able to grab some, and Tomo kills him off. Dignitas, it's the last you'll see of TSM in 2023. Dig take the win.
Hello, I am here with Santorin and Jensen after I'd say a grueling best of 5. You guys both have a lot of experience in best of 5, so how would you rank the exhaustion from this one compared to some of your historic ones?
I mean, honestly, not as stressful as some of the other ones, because
Okay.
I honestly felt like we were just making way too many mistakes. It didn't feel like TSM was the reason why we're losing, it's ourselves. So compared to like some of the stressful ones where you get kind of getting destroyed and you're kind of like, oh, what do we do? I just felt like we just had to, control ourselves. So it didn't feel as stressful to me.
Okay. Would you agree, or?
Yeah, I mean, I felt fine. I think I felt more exhausted in the previous games than the last one. I don't know why, but I felt like more awake for the last one. Maybe I was like, I realized, okay, this is the one that really means everything. So I don't know, woke up.
We'll go back to game 4 for a minute, I think, because that was really brutal. And I did want to ask you guys, like, how did you recover from that loss? Because there were multiple breakpoints in that game where it did look like you were going to win.
I can go first. I mean, we felt like we had the game in control, and it's more so just us overextending or making big misplays than them like playing better than us. So I think, we realized we just need to work on the problems we have in the game and come into game 5 and hopefully play better.
Would you say you did? Yeah.
I'm not sure. I feel like game 4 we should have won, but I think TSM should have won game 5. So, I mean, yeah.
But at the same time, I think game 5 was a really hard draft for us to play. So given the coach gap, I think we did well.
Wow. I was going to say, you had to go up against the Xerath, which is something that I feel like a lot of people know is a really good counter to Azir, but not something we see a lot in pro play due to lack of mobility and a lot of other things that mids kind of cite as to why you wouldn't pick it in certain comps. How difficult was it going up against that counter pick?
I think it was mainly difficult because we don't really have any tanky champions. So as soon as someone gets hit by anything from Seraph, have to go back home. And I should have just spanned it. It's my bad.
So is it mid gap or is it coach gap?
Both.
Okay.
It's not entirely my fault. It's their fault too.
Well, you did receive Player of the Series for the series. So first of all, just congratulations.
Thank you.
Second of all, I know it's not a joke, but it also has become a big meme of how like you never miss Worlds. Jat was talking about how he ran into you in the hallway and being like, yeah, he's dialed in, he's like focused, he's ready to go. Just how much does winning the series mean to you guys, or is it just kind of like, okay, first hurdle over, on to the next one?
I mean, to be honest, I thought today was going to be a lot easier than it was. So I was more thinking about like who we're going to face next. I mean, of course, I didn't like fully disrespect them by any means, but I just went into the series thinking like, there's no way we lose to these guys. But standing here now, I feel I'm happy that we were able to win because they put up a good fight.
And for you, Santorin?
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna win the split, there's another 4 best of 5s, I believe. So yeah, there's just a small hurdle we came over. There's so much more to go. And I mean, I think as long as we focus on ourselves, we'll do a lot better. Like, I think some of the games, we show how good we can be, and then some of the games, we're kind of like, well, this looks like a scrim, guys. Like, can we please focus up? So, we went into game 5. It's a night block time, so we usually win night blocks.
Yeah, that's
nice. Okay, so that's it. They just have to go to game 5, and you guys will win. You're going to Worlds.
Exactly.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you so much to both of you for joining me, and we'll throw it to the lounge to close it out.
Thank you very much. And again, Wild Turtle Insanity, I really appreciate you taking the time to talk. That was an incredible series going all 5 games. But I also wanted to kind of ask both of you how the year has gone, because there were very low expectations for TSM, and I feel like you exceeded so many of them. So Insanity, I know it's really hard at the moment, but can you maybe reflect a little bit on some of the successes you had this year?
I don't really remember too many of the games, but I know a lot of the Kaisa games I played and LeBlanc games even, I don't know, they felt pretty easy to play, and it felt like I was doing pretty well in those. I definitely had some bad moments too, especially after a 5-game win streak. It kind of went haywire, but I don't know. I also had some good moments in this game. This series rather, and some bad moments too. But I don't know. I'm just glad I got another opportunity to show my worth.
Yeah, absolutely. The Xerath was a menace to deal with. Jensen was just talking about it on stage in the 5th game, and Wild Turtle as well. So many years in the LCS, also being back on TSM. What was the experience like this year, getting to kind of put on the jersey again and win more games in the LCS?
It was definitely a huge roller coaster. Like, we won a lot of games, we lost a lot of games, but even in our series, it kind of showed that we weren't as consistent as we wanted to be. Overall, I think I had like a great year. I had like the Jinx games where I was just like 8-0 every game, and David kept calling me Jinx from Arcane, so that was really nice.
From Arcane.
Wild Turtle from Arcane.
That's amazing, Turtle. And I've just noticed, this could be wrong, but I feel like you two actually have a pretty good relationship. Is there anything you, want to share about your time on TSM at the end of the split?
I think it was just good times. Like, we showed up every day to practice. Granted, we had some pretty bad practice weeks, but, we always try to keep the mood a little light and, try to have fun while we're there.
Yeah, and Insanity, you played the Xerath, you played the Lucian earlier, playing Graves mid, and also I heard you practice just an insane amount this split. Do you want to talk a little bit about how much work you put in individually this year for TSM?
I think it wasn't just an individual thing. We pretty much every night double blocked, so it wasn't like I'm the one practicing the most or something like that. I definitely could have played a lot more solo queue even, but I think just every day that we had a chance to scrim double blocks, we would. And I don't know, it just sucks.
We're just disappointed from losing.
Yeah, I mean, losing is incredibly hard. Thank you so much for taking the time to answer some questions and talk to the fans. Is there anything else you'd like to share at the end of the series?
Thank you for following our journeys, and we really appreciate you guys watching and following us. Granted, we couldn't go that far, but hopefully we can get a better showing next time.
All right, Insanity Turtle, congratulations again on a very strong year. I know it's very disappointing at the moment, but thank you so much for taking the time.
One of the things with this 4-range composition is basically range with.
Stunned up a Poom. First blood drawn by Chime. Pressuring Santorin best he can, but Poom is trying to wrap around. Sped up, charms one, knock up to follow, and Tomo's here to continue with the damage. Horn gonna be able to knock up two. Tomo going into the backline with the lightning crash. Double kill for Tomo. Looking for more. Santorin picks up the kill onto Hanser, and it's 3 down on the side of TSM.
Really watch out the positioning here.
Speaking of positioning, Poom trying to act aggressively against Boogie, and now Chime wants to find the angle onto Jensen. Nature's Grasp has been thrown out. Should be able to get the root onto one. Equalizer in response, but Chime too low on health. Eradicated in the fight. Insanity soon to follow. Jensen jumping forward to make sure he can get the double kill. And Dignitas officially stripping the gold lead in their favor. Wild Turtle flashing away and healing at that. Jensen feeling good to set it up for Tomo to knock down. Dignitas is getting fired up.
So Jensen really, if they're unable to get this magic engage and kill this Tristana, it's gonna be hard.
And here's the attempted start. Tomo, lightning crash activated. Poom looking for somebody that he can lock on to. Hanser gets rooted in the center of him, and Jensen has come to the party from mid lane. Finishes off Hanser. 2 already down for TSM. Santorin rooting on forward, and a double kill for Tomo. Don't need a cleanse to be able to get into this one. Insanity flashing away to make his way back to the fountain. Dignitas only losing 1 and getting so much in return.
I feel like someone who will need to step up if Dignitas want to make this kind of playoff push.
Equalizer here in response to the Nature's Grasp, but TSM not locked down by it yet. Showstopper into the backline and face breaker to follow up, but it's still all live standing. Poom effectively knocked out of the fight because of his low HP. Jensen going in with the rocket jump, wants to finish off Hanser. Eventually Tomo manages to do so, and Dignitas, they've already taken out 2 members of TSM. Chime marked down low, but Poom and Moore have to be careful because they did take a lot of damage. They'll be able to take the inhibitor here on the exit.
To take a slightly losing matchup to play something for the composition. And then for Dignitas as a whole, yeah, this totally throws a wrench in how TSM play the game.
Oh, Hanser caught out though here, which means TSM are already down 1 and should have more to fall into the grave to follow. Double kill set up for Jensen. Rich already burns though and eventually eliminated here by Insanity, but Insanity mark it out, but Jensen is just too much damage for him to handle. Tomo looking to get the lightning into the veins of Wild Turtle, and eventually a double kill and ace for Dignitas here, ending game number 1 with a statement from mid and beyond. Dignitas are ready to take on playoffs in stride.
There's no chance.
Chime and Turtle rotating up. Santorin goes in, ends up flashing for it, and Tomo comes over the wall. Insanity focusing onto Jensen, but it's Boogie securing the dragon. Stun up onto Chime. Should be able to draw first blood. It's Tomo that grabs it on the side of Dignitas. TSM have made their way towards the river, and Boogie going in for the play. Teleport from Dignitas. Double stun. Poom and Jensen having to make their way out of it. Chime flashes out of the way. Rich has already drawn the Ornhorn, and look at Tomo locking onto Boogie. Takes a lot of damage as a result, but still able to follow up with the autos, taking down Boogie. Tomo is now fallen. Equalizer, good on drop by Hanser, trying to turn the pressure onto Rich that has nowhere he can go, nowhere to hide, but Roots followed by Santorin with the Nature's Grasp. Jensen poking all he can, but also getting some time bought as Santorin goes in. Now TSM tracking the enemy jungler to make sure he is nowhere near this objective. Just want to try and get one last land. Cannot connect with the shock blast, but Santorin, where are you gonna go, my friend? Maybe just take some turret shots on the escape. He just deny it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they can do something here, but TSM's so slow to react to these engages. They really need to just pull their own trigger.
And it's all on Rich to create the space. Santorin making the turn alongside the rest of TSM. Jensen knocking down Chime, but it's answered with some insanity.
They did it!
The ace from TSM to turn it around at Baron.
But the rest of TSM were backing off. Just him and Hanser harassing and trying to keep them at bay while the rest of the team goes for the soul. They're just trying to stop backs to buy time for the rest of the team to get the soul. They can get kills.
Santorin is low, Q's out of it. Rich
2v5!
Monster takes him!
They could just win right here.
Insanity's going for more. Santorin ults in response, and Jensen ends up getting popped. Boogie out on top. The biggest nugget, a big bully Boogie.
Mid trying to burn them down.
Rich and Santorin activating the ults, and Boogie finding one equalizer drawn. Jensen goes into stasis. Santorin re-entering the fight, but Hanser has already taken down Jensen. The GAB and pop. Santorin has fallen. Double kill for Hanser in the top side. A veteran that continues to evolve throughout this game and offer much for TSM to follow up upon. Ace for TSM as they venture towards the base.
Own jungle. It starts to show itself in less farm for Boogie, you know, possible picks.
Santorin's a searching. Poom walked by his side. Chime has the ult to try to disengage, but Jensen making sure rocket jump over the wall. Teleport coming in for Dignitas. Insanity gets a Q from mid, but Boogie has fallen. Jensen now 2 kills into the pocket and going for more as Rich has made his way to the play. Wild Turtle cannot escape. No flash, no arcane chip, nothing to save him now. Turtle's shell has been cracked, and Dignitas not letting anyone out of it.
Because this game, he's got the freedom to do it, and now he's going for Insanity.
In with the quickness,
No
charmed up. Jensen rocketing on in to make sure he gets another kill for himself. And Dignitas keeping their eyes on Boogie, retreating towards the turret. Chime has to flash away, but cannot outrange what Jensen has to offer. Double kill for the mid laner, and following up for more. Hanser setting himself into the grave soon enough, seeing if he can bring someone down with him, but that is not the case. Sending a teleport with Rich down bot to push that way forward.
Yeah, and up top, Insanity teleports in. It's a double teleport, triple teleport, counting both teams now.
3 from TSM to face off against Jensen, and Tomo Jensen flashing forward for the kill. Does take some damage, but has an easy retreat path here across the river. So close to getting triple inhibitors right now, which will do so much in terms of the push, but here we go. There's Tomo picking up the kill onto Boogie. 2 still gone for TSM, and Chime stunned up. Jensen able to do so much damage from range. He and Tomo with all of these bodies before them to keep them protected, focused on the objectives, and big old waves of minions coming on in. That's Nexus turret number 2. 3 standing for TSM as the keeper's verdict sends 1 away. There's already some early celebration.
Don't drop the confetti yet.
They're holding on to it. Dignitas now calling for the confetti in game number 3.
You are pretty happy to sit around, though. Now it's Boogie's turn to gank again.
Well, Chime double knockup. Battle dances back towards Turtle, who gets hooked. Boogie's coming from Try and should be able to collapse while Turtle flashing away. Santorin is on the way, same pathing that Boogie just took. But Tomo continuing slapped upon by Boogie. First blood drawn by Wild Turtle. Boom getting the kill for Chime to go down. But it's still action in the bot side, just junglers lurking around. Good plays and good scrap.
Because this is a game that could very easily snowball out of control.
Oh, Rich sees a lot of red health bars, manages to sidestep the ult from Boogie, who's under the turret, returns towards his fellow teammates. Rich, flash expelled, but still up here top. Rift Herald dropped down. These will be plates given over to TSM. Chime looking for the angle, enters with the quickness, manages to flash to get the lock. And TSM make a play up top. Boogie kill credit onto Rich. And punishing for sure.
Definitely punish him. He went greedy there, W'd forward to get 1 more proc of Static Shiv on the wave, and in doing so, gave Chime the angle to ult on top of him. They get that kill to punish him. Fortunately for Dignitas, reinforcements are already on the way. The bot laner Dig shows up to stop this entire turret from dropping, but another good play by TSM, up to 1,000 gold lead now. And where I was going was this comp out of Dignitas is probably not going to play that well from behind. Jace is the champion that can struggle.
Ooh. Boom, depth charge lands onto Turtle. Follow up with more from Santorin. Tomo getting the kill, and teleports will keep it going. Boogie flashes over the wall, but look how fast Rich is. Finally getting some action for the top laner that doesn't result in his own gray screen, and Dignitas managed to push one back. He's been around for quite some time since the early stages, and see if he can provide threat. Not in this time, though, as Jensen takes a lot off of the charm. But Santorin and the rest of Dignitas are answered by Haunter, who's looking to isolate one, but Chime getting the charm. And Wild Turtle, he's focused onto Tomo. Tomo being such a great expulsion of damage for Dignitas, who have already lost 2. So TSM, they create the space, and Baron is up.
That is exactly what TSM have to do if they want to keep their playoffs hopes alive. Their summer hopes alive, but Haunter's already dead.
Oh, Haunter's gone. Dignitas, they want more. Turtle killer instinct out of it, flashes. And that just leaves Boogie at the center of too many members of Dignitas. And just like that, TSM losing multiple with this Baron buff. And Dig pressuring them on the map. Insanity making sure to get that push bot, but can only do so much. Rich picking it up onto Chime, and Jensen onto Wild Turtle. And as you mentioned, Mark, Haunter does have that teleport, will remain on bot side for now. And in the center of it all, a teleport coming in is Wild Turtle, already marked so low, and Rich is looking for the final hit onto him. And with him eliminated, it's just the 1-for-2 trade, though, as Dignitas have lost the entirety of their bot lane and will lose more, as Santorin is a separated one this time around. Solo laners surviving it out for Dignitas, and 15 seconds before the Baron spawns.
So he's going to get that secondary turret, but TSM kind of opening mid.
Oh boy.
Teleport here for the sandwich. Chime is always by Boogie's side, and Santorin attempting to respond. Insanity going into the backline. Root onto Poom, who won't be lasting much longer. Jensen soon to follow him into the grave. 3 eliminated for Dignitas, and TSM follow up on Santorin's flash. Not quite able to connect with the charm, but they do still have the pursuit available to them as Boogie is wrapping around and flashing on forward to take out the enemy jungler. Blast cone over the wall, and Haunter still pushing on this top turret right outside the inhibitor. And now Dignitas, they're looking at the Elder, but so is TSM. Wild Turtle taking some poke, follows up with a killer instinct into the backline. Tomo goes into stasis, and is Wild Turtle taking down Poom? 2 eliminated for Dignitas, but is the double kill for Turtle. The damage still followed up. Boogie will come out of stasis himself, but Wild Turtle collapsed upon by Santorin. Wants to follow up onto the kill, but a separation to the Tribe Rush means that Rich and Jensen are here to collapse upon Turtle and Boogie, who weren't able to finish up Santorin until the very end, but they do eventually find him. Lots of lives lost on both sides and no Elder taken. Still some supers to eventually spawn as a result, but now Santorin looking for the sidestep, gets a root onto Haunter, and that's a good burst onto Boogie, who's now taken out of it into the backline. Haunter goes, a GA popped in favor of Dignitas, but TSM are going deep. They lose 2 for 2 so far. Rich has finally spawned back into it, but Poom and Rich are so low and have to go back into the fountain just to be able to heal up. That's one of the Nexus turrets that TSM were able to take out.
This is crazy! They're not even done! Rich here with the Ocean Soul, Poke LeBlanc harassing them!
Nice and healthy, Haunter and Chime, not so much, but Rich, see if he can get some chains onto someone.
Keep going, keep going! Get Insanity's flash
Timers are
at least!
long.
Time over the wall, oh my goodness. This game is insane, they're teleporting back topside. They want to get the inhibitor at least.
TSM continuing to commit 2 teleports up top, and Rich and Poom are still waiting at least 15 seconds for some sort of assistance.
Oh, the charm!
Charm onto Rich, but he dashes on back. Insanity gets the damage down. Poom swag walks it out the best he can with head held high as TSM tie up the series. We're going to game 5. Rich rotating towards Santorin. 2 members of Dignitas in Pixel, and Poom goes for the knockup. There's the first ult from Insanity, trying to land as much as he can, and Rich did take a lot of damage, but Santorin is the first to fall. Wild Turtle, killer instinct into the back line, manages to flash for flash, so Rich keeps his life, but loses one of his summoners.
Who wants the Herald
and
Eyeball?
the Herald Eye's just still big chillin'. Poom walking over to pick it up his way over.
Oh, they're going for the dive, though.
Back off. There's a Feather Storm from Tomo, should be able to blade call back. Turtle! Manages to sidestep it! Turtle! Double kill! Wild Turtle ain't flipping this one. He's got the play in the bot side. All right, so now Wild Turtle alone in mid, knocked up and flashes out. In the end, Chime gets rooted on the entry. The Arcane raining from above once again takes out Jensen, and TSM still standing strong with 3. They lose Wild Turtle, but this time around, they come out with more kills into their pocket, 2 at that, and push Dignitas back.
The ball is in Insanity's hands. If he lands enough poke, Dig have a hard time contesting.
Again, with the start of this, teleport coming in for Dignitas. Boogie ends up flashing away, still rooted, and escapes for the time being, but the flash follow-up, Santorum looking to knock him into the rest of the team. Rich gets the kill, and Dignitas now with no enemy jungler here to contest are on the Baron.
Huge pick for Dignitas. Boogie messing around too much in the river.
Riot of the Arcane already used to get a good chunk onto Tomo, who uses the Feather Storm to escape the rest of the damage, but boom, sandwiched between Hanser and Wild Turtle, who ends up Killer Instinct into the back line, does pick up the kill onto Tomo, but answered as Jensen ventures forward. Chime now on the retreat with the knuckle down, and Hanser will have to escape with the flash over the back of the pit wall. It is Dignitas holding the Red Bull Baron buff.
We're gonna see an engage here out of Santorin.
Santorin locks one. Insanity flashes over the wall, teleports from both sides, but Chime goes into the stasis. Boogie is targeted by Rich, but unstoppable into the back line. Chime has used a showstopper, and Rich trying to get back into the fight, but Hunter has targeted him. Xerath picking up the kill onto Rich. 3 fallen for TSM, 2 for Dignitas.
Instantly annihilated from how much damage this Gwen is dealing. It's just gonna get harder and harder as she sticks more items into her inventory. Only at 3 right now.
Wild Turtle Killer Instincts towards Tomo, also setting up for that Riot of the Arcane. Tomo not dodging the first, but dodging the last. Then the attention spent onto Jensen. Boogie knocked up in the backline by Poom, but Chime is looking for someone to target, still has a showstopper available, and that's Baron going down for Dignitas to claim. Chime locking on one with a showstopper, but will give his life as a result as soon as Tomo comes in stasis. See if he can finish off multiple members of TSM. Wild Turtle locking on to Jensen, who goes into stasis and ends up punishing him for his crimes. Dignitas coming out with the Baron, and 2 eliminated on TSM side.
Now we're back into more action here. Hanser
Teleport in for Dignitas. Hanser isolated, and TSM getting knocked down. You ain't got no damage with no Wild Turtle or Insanity, so Dignitas see the angle to open things up. They take out the inhibitor, and they are looking towards the Nexus. Still 45 seconds before Insanity spawns, and Dignitas committing to the play. Hanser putting his body in front of the rest of the team, and Poom making sure to shield up as well. Dignitas and Torin taking some damage, but still locking on Nature's Grasp. Will be able to grab some, and Tomo kills him off. Dignitas, it's the last you'll see of TSM in 2023. Dig take the win.
Hello, I am here with Santorin and Jensen after I'd say a grueling best of 5. You guys both have a lot of experience in best of 5, so how would you rank the exhaustion from this one compared to some of your historic ones?
I mean, honestly, not as stressful as some of the other ones, because
Okay.
I honestly felt like we were just making way too many mistakes. It didn't feel like TSM was the reason why we were losing, it's ourselves. So compared to like some of the stressful ones where you're kind of getting destroyed and you're kind of like, oh, what do we do? I just felt like we just had to, control ourselves. So it didn't feel as stressful to me.
Okay. Would you agree? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I felt fine. I think I felt more exhausted in the previous games than the last one. I don't know why, but I felt like more awake for the last one. Maybe I was like, I realized, okay, this is the one that really means everything. So I don't know, woke up.
We'll go back to game 4 for a minute, I think, because that was really brutal. And I did want to ask you guys, like, how did you recover from that loss? Because there were multiple breakpoints in that game where it did look like you were going to win.
I can go first. I mean, we felt like we had the game in control, and it's more so just us overextending or making big misplays than them like playing better than us. So I think, we realized we just need to work on the problems we have in the game and come into game 5 and hopefully play better.
Would you say you did? Yeah.
I'm not sure. I feel like game 4 we should have won, but I think TSM should have won game 5. So, I mean, yeah.
But at the same time, I think game 5 was a really hard draft for us to play. So given the coach gap, I think we did well.
Wow. I was going to say, you had to go up against the Xerath, which is something that I feel like a lot of people know is a really good counter to Azir, but not something we see a lot in pro play due to lack of mobility and a lot of other things that mids kind of cite as to why you wouldn't pick it in certain comps. How difficult was it going up against that counter pick?
I think it was mainly difficult because we don't really have any tanky champions. So as soon as someone gets hit by anything from Seraph, have to go back home. And I should have just spanned it. It's my bad.
So is it mid gap or is it coach gap?
Both.
Okay.
It's not entirely my fault. It's their fault too.
Well, you did receive Player of the Series for the series. So first of all, just congratulations.
Thank you.
Second of all, I know it's not a joke, but it also has become a big meme of how like you never miss Worlds. Jat was talking about how he ran into you in the hallway and being like, yeah, he's dialed in, he's like focused, he's ready to go. Just how much does winning the series mean to you guys, or is it just kind of like, okay, first hurdle over, you know, on to the next one?
I mean, to be honest, I thought today was going to be a lot easier than it was. So I was more thinking about like who we're going to face next. I mean, of course, I didn't like fully disrespect them by any means, but I just went into the series thinking like, there's no way we lose to these guys. But standing here now, I feel I'm happy that we were able to win because they put up a good fight.
And for you, Santorin?
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna win the split, there's another 4 best of 5s, I believe. So yeah, there's just a small hurdle we came over. There's so much more to go. And I mean, I think as long as we focus on ourselves, we'll do a lot better. Like I think some of the games we show how good we can be, and then some of the games we kind of like, well, this looks like a scrim, guys. Like, can we please focus up? So you know, we went into game 5. It's a night block time, so we usually win night blocks.
Yeah, that's
nice. Okay, so that's it. They just have to go to game 5, and you guys will win. You're going to Worlds.
Exactly.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you so much to both of you for joining me, and we'll throw it to the lounge to close it out.
Thank you very much. And again, Wild Turtle Insanity, I really appreciate you taking the time to talk. That was an incredible series going all 5 games. But I also wanted to kind of ask both of you how the year has gone, because there were very low expectations for TSM, and I feel like you exceeded so many of them. So Insanity, just, I know it's really hard at the moment, but can you maybe reflect a little bit on some of the successes you had this year?
I don't really remember too many of the games, but I know a lot of the Kaisa games I played and LeBlanc games even, I don't know, they felt pretty easy to play and it felt like I was doing pretty well in those. I definitely had some bad moments too, especially after our 5-game win streak, it kind of went haywire, but I don't know, I also had some good moments in this game, or this series rather, and some bad moments too. But I don't know, I'm just glad I got another opportunity to show my worth.
Yeah, absolutely. The Xerath was a menace to deal with. Jensen was just talking about it on stage in the 5th game, and Wild Turtle as well. So many years in the LCS, also being back on TSM. What was the experience like this year, getting to kind of put on the jersey again and win more games in the LCS?
It was definitely a huge roller coaster. Like, we won a lot of games, we lost a lot of games, but even in our series, it kind of showed that we weren't as consistent as we wanted to be. Overall, I think I had like a great year. I had like the Jinx games where I was just like 8-0 every game, and David kept calling me Jinx from Arcane, so that was really nice.
Wild Turtle from Arcane.
Wild Turtle from Arcane.
That's amazing, Turtle. And I've just noticed, this could be wrong, but I feel like you two actually have a pretty good relationship. Is there anything you, I don't know, want to share about your time on TSM at the end of the split?
I think it was just good times. Like, we showed up every day to practice. Granted, we had some pretty bad practice weeks, but, you know, we always try to keep the mood a little light and, you know, try to have fun while we're there.
Yeah, and Insanity, you played the Xerath, you played the Lucian earlier, playing Graves mid. And also I heard you practice just an insane amount this split. Do you want to talk a little bit about how much work like you put in individually this year for TSM?
I think it wasn't just an individual thing. We pretty much every night double blocked, so it wasn't like I'm the one practicing the most or something like that. I definitely could have played a lot more solo queue even, but I think just every day that we had a chance to scrim double blocks, we would. And I don't know, I don't know. It just sucks.
We're just disappointed from losing.
Yeah, I mean, losing is incredibly hard. Thank you so much for taking the time to answer some questions and talk to the fans. Is there anything else you'd like to share at the end of the series?
Thank you for following our journeys, and we really appreciate you guys watching and following us. Granted, we couldn't go that far, but hopefully we can get a better showing next time.
All right, Insanity Turtle, congratulations again on a very strong year. I know it's very disappointing at the moment, but thank you so much for taking the time.
Welcome to the LCS. Dignitas taking to the stage for their first best of 5 of Summer Split, while TSM are operating on their second life after falling to the lower bracket.
Oh nice, they're doing a huddle. We win.
Noobs.
Stunned up a Boom! First blood drawn by Chime. Como, lightning crash activated. Boom looking for somebody that he can lock on to. Hanser gets rooted in the center of him, and Jensen has come to the party from mid lane. Finishes off Hanser. 2 already down for TSM. Santorin rooting on forward, and a double kill for Tomo. Don't need a cleanse to be able to get into this one.
I have ult.
Oh, I'm coming. I'm looking. You want go? I can go. It's really good.
Yeah, I'm on Dragon.
It's okay, I'm coming.
Good job.
I'm looking, Jay.
Slowly.
Darius,
Just flash. Look at Darius. Help Jace. Fight together, guys.
Jason alive.
Okay. Darius,
Back.
Santorin re-entering the fight, but Hanser has already taken it down. Jensen, the GA being popped. Santorin has fallen. Double kill for Hanser in the top side. A veteran that continues to evolve throughout this game and offer much for TSM to follow up upon. Ace for TSM. And Dignitas keeping their eyes on Boogie, retreating towards the turret. Chime has to flash away, but cannot outrange what Jensen has to offer. Double kill for the mid laner, and following up for more. Hanser setting himself into the grave soon enough, seeing if he can bring someone down with him, but that is not the case. At least 15 seconds for some sort of assistance to come to the side. Charm onto Rich, but he dashes on back. Insanity gets the damage down. Boom! Swag walks it out the best he can with head held high as TSM tie up the series. We're going to game 5. His way over.
Oh, they're going for the dive, though.
Back off. There's a Feather Storm from Tomo. Should be able to blade call back. Turtle! Makes a sidestep it! Double kill! Putting his body in front of the rest of the team, and Boom making sure to shield up as well. Dignitas Santorin taking some damage, but still locking on. Nature's Grasp will be able to grab some, and Tomo kills him off. Dignitas, it's the last you'll see of TSM in 2023. Dig, take the win!
Guys, let's go! Ah! Just hit. Yeah, GG.
Holy that was too hard, man. Coach cap.
That's one. I kill Sun. Nice. Rian. Let's go. Let's go.
GG! Let's go!
Hello.
Yeah.
I like
That's
seeing each
adorable.
player's reaction to winning a series. That was really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, because obviously it kind of all happened at once, but we got to
Yeah.
see it one at a time.
Yeah, isolate them out.
Really like it.
Santorin's very muted reaction, and then Jensen being like, that was too effing hard, man.
He hated the draft. He brought it up multiple times in your interview,
Yeah.
even in his reaction.
He obviously has played a lot of hard series in his day, and so if he
Yeah.
is saying, "Wow, that is a hard series," you know, it was a tough one there.
Yeah, and Faker probably watched it too because he pulled out Xerath last night. He saw
He
Insanity
saw
versus
Insanity.
Ear and then made it work for himself.
Probably. You
Yeah,
can't prove it
obviously.
wrong until you ask
what happened.
Faker, but we're not going to do that. As you might have noticed, there are only 3 people here today. It is because Raz had an oopsie on his way to the studio. Did he say we could say what happened? I forget what our...
Can we, yeah.
let's just say on the way over here,
An
an
accident.
oopsie.
Raz, if you're watching, please clarify.
Yeah, you can go to his
I
Twitter.
don't think it's...
It's
I
not,
don't think
nothing
it's
bad.
I don't even know.
Yeah.
I hope he's okay.
Well, that's actually true too. We don't know exactly.
He was here, he left.
Yeah.
And yeah, he made it here. Was okay.
He was in the meeting.
He's not dead. He's fine.
Yeah.
He's gonna live, but we don't know the extent of it. Yeah,
Raz, we hope
it's
you're
not a big
okay.
deal.
Yeah.
We hope he's okay.
Raz, I'm
gonna miss him.
DM me on Threads. Waiting. No, don't
Stop
do that.
trying to make threads happen.
Is there even DMs on that server?
I don't think so.
Actually, I think, yeah, you just have to leave it all out there.
All right. Well, we shall continue on Razless all the same. Let's go ahead and pull up the recap of yesterday. We saw the highlights, but just what were your big takeaways from this series?
I mean, game 4, which we'll get to, is an all-time LCS, like, classic LCS
Yeah.
match, I think.
I'd say the series probably started pretty slow.
Yes.
Yeah.
The giga scaling that Dig pulled out in game 1. I think game 1 and 2 were both like relatively boring. Game 3 got a little spicy, but you're thinking, hey, maybe it's just to dig 3-1 because they
stomped them
yeah,
game 3.
Yeah, I mean, Rich's Cassante in game 3 really popped off. But then, yeah, as Emily mentions, game 4 and 5 were vintage.
Yeah.
Vintage LCS.
Classic LCS. The kind that you save for a very good day.
Yeah, there were some highlight plays, like here, Tomo flash pulled back on
I thought
Turtle.
that was going to be the series over, and then it wasn't.
Yeah, Turtle
Game
had
5.
this sick 1v2 outplay.
2 solo kills in 1 play by Turtle.
Bonk, bonk. So yeah, there was a lot of really cool moments in this, and I think it was still, you know, at the end of the day, technically an upset. Dignitas was the 7th seed. They had not been doing super well in the second round robin, but they clutched it out, looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think it was funny because in talking to Jensen and Santorin afterwards, they were both like, we were more frustrated after game 4 more than anything, so we were like, we should have won. But then they came out after game 5 and they were like, we kind of think TSM should have won. And so it was definitely a series where I know they came away with it being like, if we had played cleaner, this would have been easily a 3-1 for us. And so it's more about how we can improve, because this is one step in a series of many if they want to make it to finals, if they want to make it as a Worlds team.
Well, technically, there's only one more step, which is win one more best of 5, because you're not technically making Worlds. Your top 4 goes to international. It's not Worlds, but top 4 goes to international competition where you will be playing Europe for a chance to be the 4th team at Worlds. So,
fair.
To be fair, one more big best of 5 win does get you a lot more play throughout the year, because we haven't seen exactly where that match is going to go. And
even though we just had the bracket up there, the way I remember who's going to play who.
Well, I don't know. Just go.
So literally,
you paused again.
This is in the losers bracket. So I'm like, okay, the winner of today's game plays the loser of which game?
TL will not play NRG again. So they will play C9 versus EG.
Yep. That's the one. TL can't have the rematch against NRG and have the double BO5 elimination by the same team. So that's how it works.
Yes. Worth noting as well, it's unfortunate TSM played 2 5-game series, just couldn't eke out a game 5 win. And also, for 100 Thieves, they have gone to Worlds the last 2 years. So they need to, like Dignitas, rip off a series of wins here to potentially get back there a 3rd time in a row.
Yeah, it's been such a strange year for 100 Thieves because they were consistently good after their breakthrough in 2021 summer, except they even mentioned it in their own video at the start of the year. Like, they made back-to-back finals in 2022, and the fans were always on the side of the other team. So they're like, okay, what are we missing?
Yeah.
And they ended up kind of blowing it up, bringing in the 2 most popular LCS players of all time, double-elimination and Bjergsen, and it just hasn't worked. Right? The split one didn't work. Bjergsen retired halfway through the year. Now they're limping into playoffs in 8th place. Like, I don't know. It's hard to root for an 8th place team, but
Is it, though, if it has double lift on it?
If they make the loser bracket run, it's all worth it.
Yeah. We'll get into some of the summer shenanigans here in a second, but their opponent today is, of course, Team Liquid, and they just lost a pretty rough series, I think you could call it, against NRG, and APA in particular is someone that we're going to have our eye on.
Yeah, and obviously we know that Palafox is a strong mid. He's retroactively making a case for like, oh, you didn't vote me for All-Pro? Well, you should have. But I do think in talking about how APA has fit onto this team, one of the things that we were all kind of impressed with was his lack of nerves, right? His willingness to go in. We talked about how him and Pioshik always kind of wanted to play together. And this series was very rough. He was playing a little bit more hesitantly. Palafox really shut him down in a lot of these games. And he made a lot more mistakes than we were used to seeing from him in the regular season stage.
Yeah, so much Triss Jace. We've been seeing that matchup play out in basically every series, and Palafox just really had his number. There's also the added communication deficit that finally seemed to rear its ugly head, like just not being on the same page as the people he can't talk to in game, right? It's not that big of a stretch, but not only was he playing badly in lane, it then exacerbated the fact that the team was not in a winning position in a lot of these games, but he's back at it again, gets another chance, and I think specifically Quid outputs way less pressure than Palafox.
Yes.
So APA can hopefully make it to the stage of game where he is strongest, which is team fighting. It's why he was rank 1 in World's Champion Queue. It's why he's been rank 1 in multiple solo queue seasons. He's a very good late game team fighter, and if he can get there smoothly, he should be fine.
And very quietly, Palafox does get a lot of attention from his team as well. I don't see the same thing happening with Closer and Quid, or at least we haven't really seen a lot of that. So there is a chance that he will just get pressured less by the entire team as well, especially in the early laning phase.
Yeah, Quid, different champion pool, a lot more mage focused as well as a lot more farm focused, I think, than scrapping out.
He will play the Jace, for sure.
He'll play it. I don't know if he will try and hammer form, knock you out of your Trish jump constantly. Like,
gonna do a lot of minions.
Yeah, a lot of W in range form. Yeah, he loves farming the minions. The other important matchup from this series to hit on that has a bit of history to it, both with Summit and Someday. Before we get into that, though, Summit was, in terms of that previous series, a bright spot for them, which is why we want to highlight this, because things were not going great in the mid lane. Summit was having a pretty good series, especially in Game 3.
Yeah.
This was one of those moments where you're like, oh, he's won MVP before.
Yeah.
He can actually solo carry games, and he did that because APA was having a terrible Game 3. It was looking like it was going to be a sweep, and Summit just completely hulked out. We thought maybe he was going to be able to do it twice in a row and send it to a Game 5. It just fell a little bit short, but he really had probably his best game of the split in that Game 3.
Yeah, I remember coming out of that and we were like, this is why you get Summit for your team, right? Because I feel like whenever we talk about Summit, we're like, he's so good in laning phase. He's so good, guys. Like, his laning is insane. And then we either purposefully leave out some of the other things, or we talk about how he does die a lot in side lanes. He has a ton of ISO deaths, like all this stuff. When we talk about how games slip away from TL, a lot of that kind of snowball effect can sometimes start with Summit being out of position, especially if he's in a side lane in relation to his team.
And the team that really exploited this the hardest ever was actually 100 Thieves.
This is when Summit was MVP. So
Summit won MVP.
The Jax game is why Summit was MVP. These games is why he wasn't in the league after this series.
Yeah.
Because
he went to FPX.
They punished him so hard. They just completely shut him down. They fed off of him for an entire series, really made the blueprint for how to beat C9. C9 never really recovered from this, right? They were the best regular season team. They dropped out of playoffs before making it to top 3. And so much of it started with the Someday Closer demolition of Summit.
Yeah, I was going to say, obviously, we're going to talk about Someday and how he's kind of been sometimes a bright spot for 100 Thieves even this summer when they've been struggling. But the other important thing about this is Closer. Right? Because like obviously he's facing off against Summit in lane, but in all of these clips, you see Closer going up there with the Lee Sin. He needs to be on a jungler where he can kind of combo with his laners and have a really early impact. And that's super important for 100 Thieves to succeed.
Closer is someone who steps up all the time in playoffs. It feels like he has a lot of highlight moments, but none has stood out more than this on the Lee Sin.
I stopwatch. I stopwatch. Look front. Look front.
Bigger.
Jäger. MF.
One by Johan.
No flash.
We win this.
There's third still. Look Viego. Connect on that flash.
Yes, guys.
Look Viego. No flash. Look MF. MF. That flash.
Yes.
MF that. Look at Zir.
I have double in 2.
Nice. 1v9.
Kill. Oh, they stole it.
They put a fight.
Fight. It's good. Don't flash MF.
Yes. We win. Double in 2.
Just front.
Yep.
Go Zir. Go Zir. We can go for end.
Yes.
If we kill Zir, we can end.
Yes.
Go mid wave.
Mid.
Let's go mid.
So obviously, with those highlights we just showed, him dominating Summit, him being such a vocal piece of the 100 Thieves runs to Worlds that we were just highlighting, we have to call it the fact that this has not been the Closer we have seen in summer thus far.
No.
When you look at his stats and even just eyeball check game to game, he has been struggling.
Yes, sir.
10th and 9th in almost every stat you look at for junglers this season.
The team itself has been inactive, but that is never completely not the jungler's fault.
The jungler is the engine in the early game.
He is still part of the engine. He's had some mix-ups in mid lane. Kane, their coach, didn't come in until a couple weeks into the season. It's been a compressed split. You can layer on the excuses, but that's a lot of 10s.
Yeah.
This is a 9.
And I mean, it's also not used to like what we're used to seeing from Closer, right? Like even as we talk about him as a carry jungler, a lot of the carrying happened with good lane communication, right? Like him getting involved early, and he has not been involved early. This first blood came in the final
1
Week.
of 19.
So it was like 0 was 16 or 0 was
17.
Yeah.
It's, the reason we bring up spring, though, is because not even this year he was much better in spring. I don't think he got an all-pro in spring, but it was still like he was doing a good job. And I think this is all we're asking for him to get back to in the series. If 100 Thieves are going to upset TL, if they're going to throw a wrench in the Summit carry game plan, Closer needs to return to that clutch version of him that we have seen time and time again.
Yeah.
I completely agree. And this has been a team that is about playoffs.
Yes, they are.
Right?
True.
Double-Lift is a player that's not only about playoffs, he's even about summer instead of spring, right? Like, even when they're making back-to-back finals, there was always that, like, mid-season check-in where 100 Thieves would be sitting at, like, 4 and 5. And we'd be like, I don't know about this team, guys. And then towards the end of the regular season, they'd go on a streak, and Closer would pop off in playoffs. The starting point is just way further back.
You could say that.
There's more momentum to gain.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like previously they're doing these 100-meter sprints. They're like, once playoffs start, we're all on the same page. It just feels like they're about 10, 20 meters back right now. And they got to make up ground for some reason. For some reason, that's how it feels.
It's probably because they're coming in at 8th seed.
I mean,
playoffs.
technically, they still get to start at the same spot as Team Liquid now, right? They're both, you just need to win everything.
True.
So-
Actual factual statements there out of Jat. One thing we have to talk about beyond those facts is Jan ended up picking up the Rookie of the Year. These all came out this week. There was that. There's also the coaching staff of the split. But Jat, you actually had a chance to catch up with Jan about catching up or grabbing that Rookie of the Year trophy.
Welcome back. I'm here with Jan, and as you can see, he is holding his brand new Rookie of the Year 2023 award. Jan, congratulations on winning the award. How does it feel to win Rookie of the Year?
Thank you. Honestly, it feels nice, but it's a bit disappointing because for me, I know when I look back at it, I'll be like pretty proud of myself for working as hard as I did.
Yeah.
But for now, I feel like it doesn't mean to me as much as I thought it would because I feel like the competition was not as big as like the previous years, I think.
I mean, I could also argue that it's harder every year for rookies to make an impact in the space. I want to go back a little bit, though, to when you joined Team Liquid back in 2021. And maybe you can think back to that moment. Did you think you'd be able to advance to this place 2 years ago and win Rookie of the Year in 2023?
Back then, I probably wasn't thinking too much about it. I think I was just thinking like day by day, what can I do next kind of thing. So definitely, I wouldn't be able to imagine myself getting the Rookie of the Year for an LCS year.
Yeah. Was there any particular time that you think back had the most growth for you since you joined Team Liquid back in 2021?
I think there are like a lot of times where I learned a lot, but then there's a lot of times where I like stagnant and like I just like don't learn anything, which gets really frustrating. But I think each year I'm learning pretty much a decent amount every time. So it's hard to say.
I will say, in terms of Rookie of the Year voting, APA was tied for second. So was Busio, who you're going up against today. Any predictions for how it's going to go against 100 Thieves today and maybe even against Busio in lane?
I predict we'll just go 3-0.
Okay.
Maybe 3-1 if we throw again.
Yeah. Okay, Jan, congratulations once again on Rookie of the Year 2023. That does it from here. Yeah, I will say, it didn't seem like the happiest Rookie of the Year recipient.
No, he did not.
But after the interview, I'm like, you only get a chance to win it once and you did it. He's like, true, but I'm more pissed off I didn't get All-Pro.
Yeah.
So I'm like, all right, fair enough.
Once I heard that, I was like, oh, that's why he seems kind of.
He's salty. He's not sad. He's salty.
You all should have voted me for All-Pro.
Yeah, I mean, he was really close to punching into All-Pro, which does speak well for a rookie, as well as the fact that I just liked hearing how much he was grinding. The entire Team Liquid team in the spring split made that kind of their identity. But all of them talk about how Jan like wasn't probably sleeping enough, wasn't probably eating healthy because he was just playing solo queue.
He's apparently a gremlin.
He plays so much League. He needs to eat breakfast.
They even
or
joked
lunch.
about that in their
He needs to eat one of those things. Then he's good.
The TL congratulatory video joked about that too.
Oh, look at him.
I appreciated that.
Rocking it on stage today, brought the trophy out with him to put across.
There you go.
That way Double-Lift can
that's
look
awesome.
up and see who he's laning against.
That is awesome. I've never seen that flex before.
People should do that more often.
Yeah.
You got player of the week statue, bring them out, put them on your desk. You got 3 player of the weeks.
We need, you know how LCK used to, they actually don't do it that much anymore, but they used to have like the little signs the teams would make and they'd put them out. Yeah, I miss that. Teams should do that.
That's a cool evolution of the
your
meta.
accolades,
Hopefully people pick up on it. We did briefly talk about the man who he is sitting across from, double-lift.
Yes.
We have to talk about this.
Yes.
For people who do not know, the road to Worlds runs through double-lift.
It actually does. The road to the LCS championship actually has run through double-lift for so long.
So I want you to look at this. This is every year since he won his first championship in 2015. There is a gap when he retired for 2 years.
Yeah.
But ever since then, he's played on, what is that, 4 different teams, 3 different teams? I can't do math. 3 different teams. We went back to TSM. He's playing on 100 Thieves now. Ignore 100 Thieves for now.
Okay.
In spring, not so great. You know, 5th, 6th, 2nd, kind of on break. First, then got a 9th out of nowhere. Like, what is this? You know what? Doesn't freaking matter when you go to summer. This is why it's called Summer Lift. First, every single time, regardless of what happened in spring, regardless of what team he's on, 5th, 6th in spring, on 100 Thieves, coming in at A seed, who cares? It literally does not matter.
Yeah, double-lift has said spring split doesn't matter.
He's on record.
He said regular season doesn't matter because 8 teams get in the playoffs. We'll see if that's true. It looks true based off of this graphic we've made. I don't know if I buy in completely.
You don't buy into Summer Lift?
It's been a lot of years, man.
It's okay. So there is admittedly a 2-year gap between 2020 of 2 years of competition. It is the 3rd year, but
amazing. Like those 6 summer titles in a row, never. Like I can't believe that happened.
Yes.
Right.
All I'm
that's
hearing
so
is
incredible.
If he does it, it's going to be insane.
Yes.
He has from an 8th seed.
This will be the hardest of the summer
If
lifts.
this happens, then he really needs to start testing his limits. He needs to take spring and summer split off and just
sub in for playoffs
into the
only.
8th place team every playoffs for like $1 million because he'll guarantee you the championship.
A couple other double lift facts to run through quickly here. He is the first 30-year-old in playoffs. Unfortunately for solo, he did not make it. He is also the 5th place games leader in playoff games.
It was 4th before yesterday.
Yeah, Santorum was 1 behind him, then played 5 games. Doublelift can potentially catch up with him here. So unfortunate for Doublelift got passed up, but maybe can get it ahead from here on out.
Yeah, it's been such an incredible career. I would love to have Doublelift back in the league, but he's completely up against it. And also going up against a really, really good support in Core JJ.
His old rival.
Yeah.
But interestingly enough,
his old lane partner.
Doublelift has won titles since departing Core JJ. Core JJ has actually not won titles since departing with Doublelift.
Facts.
True.
Huh.
Also,
and the other cool thing, Doublelift, we have first 30-year-old to play in playoffs. Core JJ is a true veteran. There is actually, we looked into it, a really big age gap between bot laners. And this is true for both Doublelift and Busio and Yon and Core JJ. These are bot laners who have started playoff games together across the 4 major regions. Doublelift and Busio, by far the largest age gap ever. And then Yon and Core JJ still clock in the top 5.
Sorry, I'm just stunned to see Kid and Xiao Xiao there because it's.
Of course, you immediately start talking about LPL, Emily. You have 2 NA.
Look, people that only saw Kid at international competition, he was actually a staple of early Chinese League of Legends. I guess
These are both
so
in
was Xiao Xiao.
2023. I'm going to shout Emily down for talking about LPL here.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that also Yon and Core are on this too, for like the discrepancy between one of the bot lane pairing versus the other it's pretty nuts.
It's
and
1,000 extra days, despite the fact that it is first to 5th. Yeah, it's a huge difference. And what's cool is both of these veteran players have taken a rookie under their wing this season.
True.
And it's really cool to see how they have effectively made them their Pokemon.
Yep.
They're summoning.
Yeah.
Oh.
You can see Core JJ has summoned Water, I guess, as Team Liquid with the Felios, and then Busio Fire for 100 Thieves, right?
Yes. Yeah. These I drew. This is the curse thing I was teasing. I do.
Those need to be sent out on social. We just use them for 6 seconds.
I do think it's really cool how you see not only the age gap discrepancy we're going to show them again, but also how, again, you have Core kind of mentoring Jan, taking him under his wing. They've been a super strong laning bot lane, and then obviously Doublelift and Busio coming together. And we do think of them, based on also 100 Thieves strategy, as more of a team fighting bot lane, right? So like if you look at the differences between these bot lanes, one thing to call out is that KP is combined. We didn't do an average, so that's out of 200 and not 100. But the big thing here is forward percentage for Jan and Core, first in the league. We've talked about how dominant TL have been in the early game, and then other teams have talked about maybe a little bit of a predictability out of 100 Thieves, but when they are winning games, it's through late game team fighting, it's through Busio and Doublelift, in particular Doublelift kind of finding these angles in team fights that have made like 100 Thieves in their victories look so strong.
Yeah, and one thing I do find interesting is even though we think of 100 Thieves as a super passive team, they're still forward more than half of the bot lanes in the league. So Doublelift and Busio are still going to play pretty aggressive. I actually expect a lot of fireworks in bottom lane if we're not seeing all the fireworks in top lane this series. Like, I really do think this series will be played on the edge of the maps between the two bot lane duos and then the Summit someday matchup.
Yeah, I think that's the X factor in the top lane. Mids are mostly about scaling and team fighting. Bot lane, it just depends on how aggressively they're going to end up playing, because both, like you said, love to push. They're going to be trading really aggressively. Whoever gets that advantage. Plus, there's the personal grudge of Core
versus Doublelift.
Core versus Doublelift, yeah. I also, like, I'm really curious to see where the junglers go as well, right? Because, like, we talked about how if 100 Thieves want to kind of take down TL, especially given how strong the early game is, where's Closer going to go? We want to see him have more impact with his lanes, bot or top. Where's Pyosik going to be? I'm really curious, even though we didn't really talk about the jungle matchup going in.
Definitely. So let's go ahead and pull up the predictions to see how we think things are going to go today. I showed you Summerlift, and no one believes in me. And Doublelift, but no one believes me.
I'm sad we took Raz off.
Oh, yeah, wait.
I feel like Raz should
If you're not on the show, you're not on the graphic.
He probably didn't even send him in.
Oh, that's what the predictions just said.
Says Raz didn't.
Okay, well, he was in the hospital, so you don't need to send in predictions. Fair enough.
True.
But yeah, even the fan vote, it's unanimous, 3-1 with you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is a 4 seed versus an 8 seed.
True.
100 Thieves hasn't looked good, but in the same way that I saw Jensen in the hallway yesterday,
oh God,
he was going to beat TSM. Doublelift always wins in playoffs.
I showed you the graphic.
Oh, I thought you said you saw Doublelift in the hallway.
I didn't see him, so I didn't change my prediction.
We'll see if the majority is correct or if Doublelift can pull off the upset. Let's get into it.
The reason playoff is different than regular season is because if you play good and do well, everyone will forget about all the past. And if you do bad, your season is immediately over.
Busio, FBI takes him down, but it's going to be traded as Palafox falls. Now FBI has to be protected by the rest of his troops, but the Heartbreaker, the Playmaker, it's Closer with a double kill on Viego as FBI tries to escape. Closer's got the Spectral Maw and a triple kill for the 100 Thieves jungler.
Everyone around you is definitely, I think, way more focused. Every little mistake you make becomes way more important to fix. You feel like every game matters, and the wins feel even better.
Dorker is chasing down the enemy bot lane. Yawn falls, and Core JJ joins him. A triple kill for Renekton.
You know, it's where like legacies are created. It's where people have these crazy plays that they're remembered forever for. People don't forget those, those crazy moments that happen in really intense playoff series.
Lots of hits from Gory. The damage is good. Belligerent coming out. Stays as Stixay manages to blast one down. Triple kill. Stixay wrapping it up with a pentakill.
If you crumble in the playoffs, it means you are probably not able to perform under pressure. If you want the trophy, you have to go through it all.
Playoffs is just another challenge to show who you really are. I want a 3-0 every single team we play against. Simple as that.
Welcome back to the LCS playoffs, everybody. You're getting a look at the teams arriving today. 100 Thieves making their way into the building. Let's see what Team Liquid's got prepared. They always have some sort of an intro, some sort of an entrance. Wait a second.
Whoa. Have they been practicing? Okay, never mind.
All right, hold on. We got
entrance ideas.
All right, we finally know who's responsible.
They've been practicing so hard they couldn't figure out a 20th intro of the year.
Hey, they're ready to go, man. They're ready for them. Their lower bracket match here. Team Liquid going up against 100 Thieves. This is a head-to-head we have seen plenty of times before here in the LCS. We've seen it in finals multiple times. Remember back in 2018 in Miami, Team Liquid 3-0'd 100 Thieves, then setting the record for fastest finals in the LCS at the time. Then later on, when they'd meet again a couple years down the line, 100 Thieves returned the favor, 3-0 Team Liquid, and broke the record. So I'm wondering, are we going to get another one of these record setters here today, or are these teams going to be a little bit more evenly matched?
I mean, it's going to be interesting, right? I think that there's a lot of questions, especially around 100 Thieves. Did not have the kind of split that I think they were hoping for. And I think that 400 Thieves, to have that exciting series, they really do need to have some of their players stepping up. I think Closer has been the target of a lot of community criticism, has been someone that people have been talking about as really needing to have a great series here against Pioshik, who I think had a really solid split.
I do as well, but I also think for 100 Thieves, the 8th seed could end up being incredibly inaccurate based on the power that they have. Because you think about the way the split played out for them. It was 6 compressed weeks with 3 game days per week. And their mid laner wasn't here until week 2, and their coach wasn't actually here until week 4. Now they have had 14 straight days of just being able to scrim, right? That's basically like 4 weeks worth of scrims in the previous system. So they've had such a long amount of time comparatively to work on their issues. And I'm really curious to see what they bring out today against Team Liquid.
All right, let's check in on the draft and see how it's about to play out, because we've got Jace, Xayah, and Renekton banned out by Team Liquid. The Ziggs paying respect towards APA, first ban from 100 Thieves. Rumble and Kaisa also removed. Tristana is up. It's patch 13.14. I'm not surprised to see her getting locked in.
Yeah, Tristana has really risen very high in prio. APA, it's one of the champions that he was playing a lot when he came in as well. So not a big surprise there. Rel on the other side's at 20, both available, have been really high prio. Rakan still sitting pretty high priority as well. So 100 Thieves going to have some options here, but likely going to be locking in some engage.
Yeah, I think specifically target banning Jace is big. I do wonder what Quid will end up going for, because they're not willing to trade the Trist Jace like they were last week when APA was losing a lot of the mid lane matchups to Palafox. So that's one small draft tweak I see Team Liquid has already made.
Well,
and the Viego is just locked in.
I expect this to be locked in. They're still hovering it for now.
Still hovered.
Oh,
it's not locked in just
the
yet.
sheen on the white Viego model.
It's a little harder to tell sometimes.
Yeah, it's doubtful. It would be really dumb to lock it in there. That's why I was...
Okay, yeah, well, they're going to lock in the Azir for Quid instead. Isaac, you have the numbers, don't you? How many Azir games has Quid played compared to everything
7.
else?
His next most played is the Jace at 4, and then it's Ahri at 2, and a couple of games, one game of a couple different champions. Did not do great on it, though. 2 and 5, I believe, on the pick, so hasn't been looking that great on the Azir. But in general, I mean, Quid hasn't had a great split, and I think that we are hoping, you know, for the 100 Thieves side, that he can perform well here today, that he can really kind of step up. I think APA as well. The pressure is kind of on him in a weird way, because even though he definitely had a lot of success in the regular season, he was looking really distressed in their playoff losses last week. He was looking really, really down on himself after he was making bad plays. There was big reactions on the player cams. This would be exciting to see the Xerath-Azir matchup ran back, but it is not going to get locked in, so it is going to be just a Tristana mid into that Xerath, but would have been someone I wouldn't have been shocked to see bring out a different style of pick.
Exactly.
I completely agree. I think it might be a little early to lock Trist bot lane. I think that would leave the door open for like a double lift to Felios and he'd be able to win lane. That's why they can't do it in that situation. But I agree, like if that was something late for later on in the series, the Xerath could definitely be a big pick into the Azir.
I also really like having the Rakan for Core JJ. Always Team Liquid looks better when Core JJ is the one who can lead the charge, go for those snap engages. Cassante locked in for 100 Thieves. Now, it's not a flex pick with mid because they've already locked the Azir, but what it is an insurance policy. Summit is a top laner's top laner. All the other top laners respect him because he's mechanically proficient and he will kick your ass in a 1v1. Cassante is a champion that's not really vulnerable to that. He sort of just gets through most matchups and he can pilot through those pretty easily. So they're going to lock that in ahead of time, ban out the Gwen, which is one of those traditional picks that is used as a counter, and try to nullify that edge that Team Liquid often gets in the top half of the map.
I'm also going to be interested to see, you know, what bot laners TL is going to be banning out, because when I see the TL bot lane, you know, drafting Rakan with Ezreal, like that is a very weak 2v2. This is something that I do think there are opportunities for 100 Thieves to try to capitalize on, to try to dominate, get the push, see if they can actually play through double lift, because double lift has been their most successful win condition. It is going to be Sivir banned out, which is interesting. Sai is already off the table. Kais is already off the table. When you're looking at some of the most played for double lift, it is then things like Varus, But I do think you want him on a hyper carry. I don't think you want him playing something that is more of a supportive role. Even though Ashe is still pretty popular on this patch, I wouldn't want to see double lift on it.
Me either. President of the Ashe Hater fan club. Just not about that. If your name's not Berserker, don't play it. So let's see what Team Liquid is going to do here for the last ban. Are they going to continue trying to pinch that 80 carry pull down? Will we see a Varus ban or something similar towards double lift? Or do they have other concerns? Zeri, I like that.
Yeah, I was kind of running through the 80 carries. I'm like, well, if they're going to throw a ban at Sivir, surely they have to ban something else as well. I think they'd like to have...
Aphelios, Jinx, it's probably going to be one of those.
I think they'd like to have the Ezreal matchup into Aphelios, but yeah, with the Renata, they're just like, it's 100% going to be Aphelios or Jinx, and they get to pick once they see what TL locks in.
This also confirms Rel will be going into the jungle for closer. This is not one of those traditional champions that we think of when we think of closer's greatest performances. It's not like the Lee or the Viego, one of those carries from the jungle, can make a lot of plays early. Of course, it can make plays, but you're just not going to have that same sort of pop-off potential with your own individual mechanics.
Yeah, also got to point out, Jan did receive Rookie of the Year, and he just brought it on stage. I see no problems with this.
What a Chad.
I think that's the thing you should do. I hope we see... if the eventual MVP this split makes it to finals, I want to see it on the final stage. It's a new meta that I'm here for.
That's awesome. That's the kind of BM that you can
People
try
just
to get
start showing up with all their former trophies and stuff. Like double it just comes down, the whole table's full.
Just got a guy behind him pushing a cart full of trophies. All right, well, we've got the Poppy and the Kennen locked in for Team Liquid. So it's Poppy jungle for Pioshik. This is very effective. Rel's crashdown is so slow. There is no way for Poppy not to block it with steadfast presence. Very, very nice pickup there. I like that a lot. Kennen also a huge playmaker in some of these team fights. Summit being the type of player who can also command a powerful lead in lane with Kennen's laning strength. And the final pick of the draft is that Varus for double lift.
Yeah, and even though we kind of prepped saying it was going to be a Aphelios or Jinx, I think once the Kennen came in and you're thinking, okay, everyone who does damage is squishy, double lift just wants to be able to poke them down with Varus. I think this is going to be a poke Varus, since there's so many people he can do significant damage to in mid game. Not to mention, it is hard to kind of stand and hit with the range that Ezreal Kennen are going to threaten him.
Yeah, I mean, my concern is definitely, if you go for a poke Varus, if you're going lethality Varus, and they're just piling in on you, Rakan is charging at you, Ken is charging at you, Poppy charging in on you, it's going to be really hard to get much damage out. So we'll see what build he does elect to go for, but it is definitely a strong 2v2 regardless.
Well, would you rather have an Aphelios or Jinx against all those things that are diving you, or Varus you can stay further away?
I mean, it's tough, right? I think, honestly, I probably would rather have an Aphelios or Jinx still.
Okay.
I just think that it's the amount of safety that you have with the Renata is going to allow you to hopefully be able to survive and be able to get that first reset, be able to get some damage out. I'm really not a fan of poke Varus. It might be what he's going for. I feel like, if anything, I'd rather see him just go AP, but I feel like you can go on hit in this, or you're going to be really, really low on damage.
Rock and roll. Team Liquid versus 100 Thieves, a lower bracket match to determine who gets to continue on in playoffs for summer 2023 and a shot at Worlds, and who is going to get eliminated here and now.
APA?
Hold on now. APA! He's going to walk way too close to the terrain, right into the middle of 3 Thieves. He can escape because of the leveled rocket jump, so he'll walk back underneath the tier 1 turret. And now we got Emily standing by with an interview with 100 Thieves coach Nuke Duck.
Hello, thank you so much for taking the time to join me. We haven't seen you guys in a little bit. Obviously, you had a little bit more time to prep for this match. So how do you feel like draft went for you, and how comfortable are you with what you're facing off in against TL?
Yeah, I think our draft is like fine, and but I think they're like I'm happy with it because I feel like their picks are like not what they're gonna win with. So I'm pretty happy about that.
In terms of talking to other teams, one thing they have said about your team is kind of like, oh, we know exactly how 100 Thieves are going to draft. We feel like we know exactly how they're going to play. At what point do you think that's like a strength, and how far can you push that until it becomes a liability?
Yeah, I just don't think that was true here. I don't think they expected this draft. So like, yeah, people might have thought that, but I don't think that's. Yeah, I don't think that happened this game. Yeah, I think they got surprised.
All right, cool. Well, thank you so much for taking the time. I'll let you get to watching the game. Back to you guys.
I'm interested. I would be interested to know what he thought they were surprised by, right? Because Azir is the most picked. They're playing kind of late game scaling 2-carry comp, which I feel like is what 100 Thieves plays every single game. But it is going to be lethal tempo on the Varus, so almost guaranteed it's going to be AD on hit. We did see one game from Unforgiven where he played lethal tempo and then went AP, but generally if you're going to go AP, you'll go Hail of Blade, so this should be AD on hit.
Yeah, it possibly just also a lane ego check. He wants the Varus because he's up against CoreJJ and Yon, and CoreJJ and Yon like to try and play lane very aggressively. But this level 1 has actually been really interesting. I mean, Pyosik crossed super early, went for the Raptors invade. He knows Closer is a slower clearing jungle, and they might even be prepping some type of top lane dive if someone can get enough poke down onto Someday.
Someday currently sitting at about 2/3, though. That is a very large wave about to crash in. The minions are going to arrive at the turret before the next wave would keep it pushed out away. So Pyosik not really going to want to overcommit onto this one, and that just means he heads back into his own jungle.
And this is actually really interesting. If you look at the map, look at all the pings on the TL red buff. They were really concerned about a counter invade over there. They had no idea where Closer was. APA is actually still over there guarding the red buff. There was mass pings. Their bot lane was heading there. Their mid lane ran down there. So the assumption was very clearly that Closer was going to go red to red and try to go for a 3 buff here potentially. But Closer has just gone back to his side on the blue side and just continues clearing away.
And I feel like if Closer was on one of those champions that we find to be more recognizable for him, like the Lee or the Viego, it's much more likely that he would have gone for a path like that. But on something like the Rel that is slower, could be more of a problem. Pyosik going in mid, Quid under pressure. APA gets paid. First blood to Team Liquid.
Yeah, and Pyosik really trying to make sure his mid laner is comfortable this game, especially up against Quid, who's had a fairly shaky year. I think Closer would love to get something back here, but Pyosik is matching this gank.
Closer hanging out in that tri-brush until the ward drop down means that he is exposed. Just going to have to walk that one off now as Pyosik can use the Hex Flash over the wall, shorten that path towards the Krugs a little bit more. Let's
just
see
watch
this
the
gank
steadfast
angle.
presence. It was all about the W here. He flashes in to actually interrupt with the steadfast presence, stuns him on the shifting sands. It was just beautifully done there by Pyosik. A perfectly executed gank. As soon as you're stunned on that, you can no longer flash. The only way you're getting out of that is to respect the chance of the flash W. He would have had to flash first, then go for the shifting sands to try to create that distance, but Quid doesn't do it, ends up going down.
It's why I love seeing Poppy into champions like the Azir, like the Rel, where you can easily use the steadfast presence to interrupt the dash. It's so powerful, and Summit is making sure Someday is missing out on whatever he has to up here in the top lane, forcing him back here with the laning power of that cannon that we talked about a little in draft. APA and Quid trading back and forth, really extending the duration of this trade. Both champions duking it out down to about 300 HP.
It's actually really interesting there. So APA jumps in because he's tracking Quid. Quid had no W. He had no soldiers to actually drop down, so he couldn't actually, drop a W right behind him and immediately E away. So instead, he just kind of stands and fights. But at the end of the day, it's APA who ends up kind of taking the worst of it. There's 2 biscuits in the inventory as well for Quid, and APA has no TP, so he is going to have to base here.
Yeah, lost trade for sure for APA in that sense, but I think overall Team Liquid does really want to push the tempo in this early game, going aggressive in every lane.
Ooh, Busio, 250 HP is Yon and CoreJJ. There's some of that 2v2 aggro you were talking about earlier, the way the guys like to play the lane.
Yeah, and I could say it's like this Gigabrain thing of Team Liquid knowing they have early game chance and they have to win early, but honestly, Team Liquid plays this way no matter what they have. They just want to win in lane and try and get ahead early. That is also how this game is going to play out, though. We heard Nuke Duck in the coach interview. 100 Thieves just has a strong team fighting composition, so they want to get to that phase. Team Liquid, though, is going to push.
Ooh, double lift getting engaged on here as Yon is down to about 100 HP. He's already dead. 100 Thieves get him in the 2v2 as Busio is slammed back into the wall. He's got the bailout, but he ain't going to bail out in time. CoreJJ just might get traded back as Closer comes in with a shattering strike, and double lift hits him with a piercing arrow. It's a 2-2 game, 6 minutes in.
Beautifully played by 100 Thieves bot lane there, getting the better end of the trade. They get the early kill on Yon, and then despite the fact that Pyosik is there first, Doublelift got a lot of damage out and allowed them to turn around, get that kill on the core as soon as Closer arrived.
And such an amazing sequence there for Doublelift as well. He hadn't chopped yet, so he was going to be wanting to recall soon anyways. This time he gets a kill and an assist, gets the Noon Quiver and the recurve bow, so he gets to go back to lane with a healthy amount of gold.
Summer double lift win condition is alive in game number 1.
Man, if he pulls this off, so for those of you who are just tuning in now,
double lift in the finals.
well, literally every time double lift has been in summer playoffs since 2015, he's literally won the split.
Yeah.
This would be the most ridiculous because he took 2 years off, was 8th place in the regular season, but if they pull off more stuff like this, there's at least a chance.
Absolutely. And I mean, this is just really well played by Busio. The engage comes in onto double lift, but Busio finds the angle, flashes forward there. The handshake was cleansed by Jan, and because Busio did not layer the ignite with it, he ignites immediately after the cleanse, so that is still there to get that finish. And then double lift just maximizing damage as they were cutting back. Yeah, Busio goes down, but played this out really, really well. It's a great sequence from the 100 Thieves bot lane, which has been one of the bright spots for the team.
Yeah, a lot of patience by double lift. We showed some stats earlier as well. They haven't necessarily had many kills and assists early on in the game, but no one on 100 Thieves has. At the very least, they're still playing fairly aggressive in lane, and they win games late through double lift's team fighting. So getting him gold early is the most critical 100 Thieves win condition.
And Closer's showing up to be a part of it too. Again, I think this is the guy on 100 Thieves that, like you said at the very beginning of the day, Isaac, there's been the most public scrutiny of, and I believe rightfully so. He's had a very off split compared to a lot of his past performances. And I think if I'm looking at any individual player on 100 Thieves to step up in this series, it's got to be him. Now he's in the middle of a 1v1 in the jungle. Bringing his top laner over means Pioshik has to try to get out here. He'll secure the rest of the Krug camp, which just barely gets him level 6. Keeper's Verdict online for Poppy. We know that to be a big game changer once we start getting into some of these larger fights. Honestly, can determine the entire outcome of a game with a proper ejection.
Yeah, it really can. And it looks like TL is going to be starting up the Rift Herald here because they have tempo across the map. Talk a little bit more about Closer specifically. This was a crazy one. So in Spring Split, he had a 50% First Blood participation rate in his 20 games. 10 of 20 games he was involved in First Blood. Including this game now in Summer, it's 5%. In one game, he's been involved in First Blood for his team. So he has had a cataclysmic early game split from the jungle. He was involved in the later kill bottom lane, so he needs to actually be more like Spring Split or more classic Closer, I think, for 100 Thieves to have a chance of winning this series.
One of the things about Closer is that he's been kind of known to be able to really step up in these playoff situations.
Yep.
A lot of times when 100 Thieves has made that big run in playoffs, it's been around some of these incredible games from Closer. So I also feel like he's such a confidence-based player. If they can have a good start to this series, if he can have a good game, they win game 1, then I think the sky's the limit for Closer. But I definitely worry for them if things go bad early.
CoreJJ jumping over the wall there to see if he could interfere with this Drake take, but because it's a 3-man commit from 100 Thieves, there's nothing for a lone Rakan to do about it. Someday backing up now. He knows that his team has more men on the bottom side of the map, so if Team Liquid tries to make a play, it's going to be up there versus him, so wants to pay respect towards that. The Rift Herald also in Pioshik's inventory means they could try to burn down a lot of damage away from that turret, but they're not going to drop it up here. Someday continuing just to farm up. Honestly, a really impressive lead so far, plus 27 on CS, and he's even doing a good job keeping Someday zoned away from these minions underneath his own turret, making it even more difficult. Minions are equalized now, and it's still plus 25 for Someday. That's 4 waves.
I mean, Summit is so good in these lanes. You know, playing in that 1v1, he's really dominating against Someday thus far. You know, is going airy, he's playing heavily for lane, but he's not building anything crazy. It looks like he's going to be building towards Proto Belt, so he's building for the 5v5, which I'm way more of a fan of.
More than the static Shiv.
I hate the Shiv Cannon builds. I think that they're just such a bait. You get a slight advantage in lane, but really is weak in those 5v5. So I think somebody's going to be set up well to actually fight when they need to around these dragons.
And I've said this before, even on LCS, it's just when you think about Kennen, when you think about the champion and the greatest moments that it's had in LoL esports history, none of it is ever on-hit Kennen attacking a turret. Never. It's always slicing Maelstrom, flash surprise play from the fog to win the team fight and change the game. So I always prefer seeing those AP builds as well. I think it's just such a game changer, especially on a player like Summit, who we all know to have those incredibly high highs. Team Liquid still up about 1,000 gold here. Kills still tied 2-2. 11 minutes into the game, Quid has just teleported back into mid lane as AP and Pioshik want to apply some pressure, but because Closer is there, and again, I gotta say, good. I want to see Closer properly tracking where Pioshik is and shutting down any plays he might try to make.
Yeah, Pioshik has been in 100 Thieves jungle a lot. Yeah. It's actually somewhat surprising he hasn't been able to pull off more. Like, it was basically the gank mid that hasn't set Quid back. Quid's up 10 CS. I think APA losing that trade after getting the first blood really neutralized whatever advantage Pioshik would have had. But like this top lane, yes, Summit's up 30 CS. Someday hasn't died yet. They're really looking for a kill here though, because a kill would also allow them to drop Herald and likely get first turret. Here he comes.
Someday trying to get all the way out. Stun comes through. Pioshik wanted to go for it, but Someday fast enough on the flash to get out.
Yep. Flashes disjoints the charge there from the Poppy, and then not going to be able to actually follow up with the knock-up from the R. So well played by Someday. Had the early flash in that situation. Had the Merc Treads to be able to actually get out of that stun from the Kennen, and is able to stay safe. Obviously, it's not a fun lane to be playing in, but if he can stabilize here, he's going to be in a deep spot.
Pioshik coming around, slams Quid right back through his own wall. Quid flashing away, staying safe on this one. APA ends up losing a good chunk of HP as well, but now that 100 Thieves does not have a flash on their mid laner, you know Pioshik's going to be looking back to make this happen again as the Rift Herald is summoned up. The timer was running out, so they needed to just find somewhere to drop this. And charge completes.
Yeah.
Nice.
Good drop right there. I gotta say, Quid played that gank way better. He won the mind game that time against Pioshik. Notice how he didn't even try an E, because Pioshik might try and do the flash W again, so able to escape that one. Yes, it cost him everything, but at least he keeps his life.
Right, he's not dead. That's the most important thing here. As I do want to also point out, if we're talking about being not dead on Azir, Quid did go for the Crown of the Shattered Queen build this game. I've talked about it in the past as one that comes under a lot of criticism in the community. It's one of those things, especially versus a champion like Ezreal, I'm more skeptical of it because it's so easy for Ezreal to poke it off with Mystic Shot spam. So.
Yes, also Quid does this every time.
That's what I was going to say. I actually want to look at
it's just what he builds on.
I feel like it's 100% of the time that he's played Azir, he's built it.
I feel like it's one of those mythics, though, that is not a good cookie-cutter mythic. It seems much more situational than so many others, so I have to be a little bit frustrated with this choice in a game versus a champion like Ezreal.
I mean, I think the clear reasoning is that it's Rakan, and it's going to be, such a hard engage, right? So he's seeing that they're going to be diving in onto him, they're going to be trying to one-shot him. I think if it's just the Mystic shots that you have to worry about, then you're going to be able to avoid that somewhat. So we'll see. We'll see how it does play out. This is one of those items that can be incredible and can actually be completely game-changing, or it can be worthless, right? It all just depends on if they can poke it off first.
I also, Raz, hope you're feeling better. If you want to check on Twitter, he's in an arm sling. I always have this really troll conversation with Raz, because every time Quid would build this, he'd rage in him. And I'd be like, but listen, he's going to check the tooltip at the end of the game, and it's going to show that he reduced a lot of damage. Because yes, it gets poked off by the Ezreal Q, but that's using the passive, right? He's reducing the damage every single time. And those JCQs hit it for 1,000. He reduces 700 damage every time. That's pretty good.
Yeah, until your Nexus blows up. Then at that point, your tooltip's not worth as much. So
I would say the Ezreal Q, knocking it off, not that worth it. But like buying it against a Jace EQ is really not that bad. Like that
Late
chunks
game,
people.
It does some damage for sure. I mean, I was really not a fan of crown builds when Shiv was in every single game, because it could just really get shivved off.
Yeah,
which was,
that's bad.
Was such
but
a problem.
it does also reduce the Shiv damage.
Wow, incredible.
Hooray.
Yeah.
120 damage.
Reduced.
Reduced by 90 or whatever. Busio, handshake there onto Pioshik. 100 Thieves now getting engaged. Nice engage from Core. JJ finds closer and Quid, but now it's Pioshik locked down in the front. Quid finds the kill. 100 Thieves strike right back, and Team Liquid are left down a man.
Great ult there from Busio. The initial engage from Core looks fantastic, but no one's there right at the same time to be able to follow up. Summit had to TP in. Imagine if Summit is there with the ulti at the same time. That's a completely different fight. But Busio creates space with his ulti there, pushes APA back, and 100 Thieves are able to turn it around.
Yeah, I gotta say, in the two biggest fights that mattered, Busio has really performed this game. It was the gank early, where he was able to get the kill back onto Yon, eventually giving double the kill onto CoreJJ as well. And right there, again, CoreJJ engages. Busio is patient enough.
Hold on now! Quid immediately with the shuffle! APA thought he was gonna stick around and take a turret, and Quid just destroyed him.
That is a big play there from Quid. They've been focusing on him, attacking mid lane here with Pioshik. And again, I saw a big reaction there from APA on the player cam. You can feel the frustration from him there. He jumped forward, was getting a little bit aggressive and gets punished massively. Quid's the richest man in the game now. Already before that kill, he was at the top of the gold charts. Now he gets another kill, and he's 1,000 gold ahead of where APA was, who got that first blood and who has been put in a pretty good spot.
I mean, struggles continue for APA. He had the dream start in this game with the first blood off the Pioshik gank, and now, especially if 100 Thieves can get this Rift Herald, they're going to be in such a powerful position in this game. Better team fighting comp, 2 dragons already, even gold, and gold on your carries as well. They're the ones that have been able to get the kill. So very good start for the 8 seed 100 Thieves.
I mean, if the two richest guys in the game are Doublelift and Quid, right? So they are looking really, really good from this spot. Of course, Ezreal always really strong on 2 items. APA is going to be strong here on 2 items as well. But we can watch this one more time.
Too, man.
Yeah, he TP'd up towards top. It's a TP to defend. I think he just, if I recall, just kind of rocket jumped a little bit aggressively, looked for a trade. Rocket jumps in, and Quid says, nope, I don't think so. There's no melees there to hold aggro, and he just shifts in, finds the angle, scoops him back into the turret, and gets a little bit of a freebie.
Yeah.
And reduced damage with his crown on that auto attack, chat.
Exactly. What was that? His crown was up. Like, he's actually never winning that all in.
Yeah, you can just see the reaction there. Yeah, that's a little goofy from Team Liquid. You're going to want that one back, man. Like, that's just silliness.
It's a massive shift in the game, too, because, I mean, Quid hasn't had to leave the top lane since that sequence. They're going to be able to give first turret of the game to Quid. Uses the crown once again to tank some turret damage. Getting a lot of use out of this item.
I hate this item so much now because of this.
He's getting a lot of use.
I hate this item so much.
You want me to check the damage?
I bet you it's high.
470. Wow, incredible.
That's 471 more damage than Leandry's would have blocked.
True, yeah. How much damage would Leandry's have done?
I don't know.
Probably
There's
more
no
than
way of knowing.
470.
There's no way of knowing.
Probably only like 2,000 by now.
Yeah, exactly. Leandry's is so busted.
All right, well, hey, it's 18 minutes into the game. Chat, you already said it. 100 Thieves have both the Drakes so far. It's been 1-1 on the Heralds. Team Liquid's Herald value initially was only the guaranteed charge. They didn't force down a turret with it. It ended up having a timer that ran most of the way down. Speaking of the timers, this one's getting a little bit short, but I don't always trust Spectator Herald timer anyway. Summit versus Someday in the bottom. This is still the part of the map where a big part of Team Liquid's gold lead is coming from. But Someday's going all in. He nearly gets the kill, but he won't quite find it. Double-lift shows up. And the snipe with Chains of Corruption. Are you kidding me? Double-lift is keeping this one going.
It's Double-lift with the fadeaway ulti there, taking down Summit, who had a nice dodge on the Q, was able to play that about as well as he could, but this is the problem with these sort of picks. I mean, somebody almost had the solo kill while down 50 CS here. You know, somebody's up a massive amount in the farm, but it's just hard to translate that to side lane pressure. You know, Kennen is something that has to succeed in the 5v5. You can't really win it out in the 1v1 for the whole game.
Or JJ coming mid. But with Closer and Busio hanging around in the brush, we know at least that there's nothing for Team Liquid to find here. As JJ getting a little close here. Closer does not hit him with the Shattering Strikes, so there's no follow-up for the Crashdown.
And I think if you're Team Liquid right now, you're sweating, because this has been the problem with Team Liquid and even with Summit kind of the whole year. Summit, by a wide margin, leads the entire league in isolated deaths. He has good hands. He dodged the Q, gets hit by the R, was up 50 CS, but he again is in a 1v2, so that 50 CS doesn't matter. Also, the fact that Team Liquid has the best early game of every team in the LCS, but still only went into the playoffs as the 4 seed is because their mid game is poor. This team composition doesn't match up that well against 100 Thieves come late game. They don't have the gold lead, so right now they are really stressing because this is not their strengths. Their early game didn't work, and now they have to do something they weren't able to do during the regular season.
I just think Tristana from behind is such a struggle. You really don't add a lot, right? If you don't have that damage to be able to actually threaten and move aggressively and be able to really, fight people in these side lanes. The way that you win trades in a 1v1, if he's going to be playing in the side lane against Seer, is you have to be rocket jumping in aggressively and winning those trades. When you're behind, you can't do that. So all that happens is you slowly get poked in, you get chipped out, shoved into these towers, and it becomes really, really problematic. You can see APA is also down 2 full levels on Quid, plus the item disadvantage. He's going to have a range disadvantage as well, so it's going to be tough, I think, for him, unless the rest of his team can do a really good job to actually create space.
Closer trying to go in there, but now we got the follow-up from 100 Thieves and ain't going to find it just yet, but they swoop him right back in. Summit's picked up thanks to the Emperor's Divide. 100 Thieves takes out the Team Liquid flank.
I mean, how out of position do you have to be for them to miss that many abilities and still kill you cleanly?
Yeah, Busio missed the flash Q, Closer missed the flash Q, but Quid is there. They do scoop him in. They get the kill at the end of the day. And now it's TL. Oh my God, they just flashed that wall. It's actually, so that should not have been spotted. I want to see the spectator from the other side to see if they actually saw them going in at all. But they flashed that wall. They shouldn't have been able to see them.
This is amazing.
But the ward over by the Baron pit should have actually tipped them off, right? Like there was a ward on the way to the Baron pit.
Let's watch
They're
this
gonna
back
get
with
it.
Vision, because there's no way 100 Thieves would just give it.
They're gonna get it.
That's an incredible call by TL.
There was a ping, a red side ping from 100 Thieves on the Baron while they were still on the Drake. So it was in their minds, could they have been here? But they decided to stay on the Drake instead. Team Liquid in a position where you said it, Jad, they were sweating, end up making a miraculous steal on the Baron up against 100 Thieves.
That one little line of vision, you can see the bush doesn't see them.
They were never spotted.
They were never spotted from the ward or from the Scuttle Crab.
I have so much respect for the fact that he flashed the wall too, because that is hard commitment to it. That is absolute confidence in the fact that you have tracked where the vision is placed correctly and playing around the false sense of security that the Scuttle Crab actually gave them there, right? Because they're saying, we don't need a ward in the pit, we have the Scuttle. So he flashes the wall, they hard commit to it, and just like that, TL are back in a position where they can maybe knock down a couple turrets. They can really create a decent lead here from what was looking like a pretty doomed game.
And they need to as well, because that was sole point for 100 Thieves as well. So this bottom turret goes to Summit. He's going to wait for his flash to be up. He still has the ability to get a massive engage, especially if they can poke off that crown from Quid with maybe an Ezreal or a Q. That would be the lineup for Summit. And you can see 100 Thieves have been very good at marking him on the outside of fights, as happened before that Baron sneak, actually. So TL really needs to play powerfully with this power spike.
And they'll have that flashback up for Summit before the Baron falls, but that overlap is not going to be for a very long time. Probably less than 60 seconds overall by the time that it gets to there. Let's see how long on the flash. Okay, 30 seconds on the flash, a minute and 30 on the Baron. So it'll be just about 1 minute of playmaking opportunity while you still have Baron to go for a flash ulti cannon engage. If TL could set that up, absolutely huge. But 100 Thieves right now trying to play defensively, minimize the losses from this Baron sneak.
And very clearly, TL are just going to be trying to set up for this fight at the next Dragon, right? They have to get as strong as they possibly can to try to deny that. You can see it's Zhonya's second for Summit. You know, they're trying to get as much gold in their pockets as they can. But that Baron sneak was a big deal. They got a turret on bot side. Previously, we saw APA finally cleared up a turret on top side. So he has gotten to his second completed item. Yes, he's still behind the carries on the 100 Thieves side, but not by so much anymore. And Yon is in a pretty decent spot. They're going to knock down the tier 1 mid guaranteed. So they got a lot from this. They went from down gold to 2,700 gold here. It's a massive swing.
And not even just gold, just like map pressure, right? Not having those outer turrets up for 100 Thieves, maybe allowing Core JJ and Summit to have a little bit more real estate to look for engages with, because that's ultimately what they need to do, is they need to find good engages onto Quid, Double, if Busio. They need to find ways to get around the front line of Someday and Closer. So just, again, that was an incredible Baron sneak with the way they snuck the vision, and is very meaningful in this game.
It was big, and I think, on the other side, we've been watching double have a great game, but Varus is always really vulnerable to dive, right? Yes, he's playing with cleanse, yes, he's gonna have the flash, but he is playing on hit, so you need to have time to actually stand and fire and stack the lethal tempo if you want to have a big impact in this fight. And that is going to require Someday and Busio especially to be able to actually peel off some of these divers, right? To keep Core away, to keep Summit away. Because if they're allowed that free engage, if they get that flash engage from Core JJ and Summit comes in over the top, you're just not really going to be able to do much in a fight where that happens. So much is on the teammates of double-elimination to create that space for him.
And when I'm looking at double-elimination's teammates and I'm looking at Someday, I feel like probably most of this gold difference can be attributed to the farm difference of the top laners, with the Kennen being plus 50 up over the Cassante. So for Someday, again, I just want to see him doing a good job keeping these guys away. He's on bodyguard duty. It's not Chad 1v9 Cassante that's going to take over the game because he's already ahead, but I want to see him try to keep Summit away, try to keep Pioshik and Core JJ away, and make sure that double-elimination can find that free firing time you're talking about.
I mean, you guessed it. It's a 1.4K lead right now for TL. It's about a 1,600 gold lead in the top lane for Summit, right? So his lead is actually greater than the team lead is right now. Their Baron power play was plus 2,700 or so. So that was really good, but they have 40 seconds now to prepare for this Dragon here. People are all going back. They're going to be buying up. They're going to be getting stopwatches, and they're going to be trying to prepare as much as they possibly can for this.
And it's going to be a really big fight. Everyone has their flash. Everyone has their ultimate. The game has been in a super lulled state since that Baron, where Team Liquid was just able to pick up a little bit of gold. Currently, Team Liquid does have the vision advantage, so 100 Thieves needs to use... They don't even have a current blue trinket up. They have to use their tanks very carefully to get position, and actually, shockingly, they're able to just waltz into river with a solo Cassante and clear the wards. That's a big win for 100 Thieves.
Someday now still off to the side. In the middle of 3 players, though. Core JJ knocks him up with a grand entrance, but they do not want to commit to the Cassante, especially not with the rest of the Thieves nearby. They have taken control over that river, like you said. Control ward for 100 Thieves in the brush entrance to the mid lane, as well as the pit itself. They've got the ward up there on the ramp, but it's also being disabled by the control ward of Team Liquid.
So he's looking for a TP angle here.
Yeah. He's going to show up in mid. Okay, he teleports right on top of that. So 100 Thieves is now aware that he will not be able to at least just TP in on top of them from a random angle. They know where he's at. Now the Dragon, they're just hitting, burned down by Team Liquid. 100 Thieves ready to make their entrance. We might just get a smite fight. He makes closer. Verdict. Did not hit closer, but it is going to go over to Team Liquid anyway. 100 Thieves now falling back. They've lost the objective. Team Liquid prevents the soul.
Whew, that was, I mean, it was good. It ended up working out, so that makes it good. So Team Liquid did just flip it. I think they lose a straight up team fight, so I don't hate the call to rush it. Charging up the Poppy ultimate to try and hit closer makes it less of a 50-50 in their head. It did end up just being a 50-50 though, and Piosik lands the smite to really keep TL in the game. I think Cloud Soul would have been huge for 100 Thieves.
I will say I'm a little bit disappointed that 100 Thieves didn't commit more to the fight, because I did feel that they were kind of winning position, but I think that they were so concerned about opening themselves up to a potential flank that they didn't want to walk into that pit area and actually start the fight.
Yeah.
But it did feel like they gave a lot of freedom to TL, you know, to try to finish that, and thought they would have been willing to take a bit more of an aggressive stance to try to get what would have been Soul.
Yeah, and I will say, like, it all happened really fast. So maybe there was a moment where 100 Thieves, looking back, could have made a split decision, but that was like Summit teleporting mid looked crazy, but it really threw 100 Thieves off and gave them the window to take the Drake. Now they're just, they could fight over this.
Yeah, we've got the Ezreal ulti over the top, just going to knock a little bit of HP off the double lift. Some poke coming back and finding Yawn, so both AD carries not too much worse for wear as the battle for the Scuttle Crab goes the way of Team Liquid. Both teams also having a ward there in the Pixel Brush. 100 Thieves knows that Liquid is happy to go after Barons. They are not willing to let a second one just be snuck away from them. As soon as this is spawned, they're ready to fight over the Vision. Considering so few resources were used in the fight over the Drake that we thought was going to be really big, I'm expecting a full-blown battle over this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also an interesting build here from Closer. He's going kind of the standard support item style, but did actually go for a Knight's Vow here for double lift, so trying to do everything he can to keep double lift alive. I'm guessing the Giant's Belt is going to be an Anathemas, probably as his third item, just kind of continuing along with this trend, but 100 Thieves in the Baron area, you have got to respect that damage, so TL needs to keep Vision on this Baron. When you have an Azir, when you have an on-hit Varus, that thing will melt, so they have got to make sure that they cannot have the same thing that they did to 100 Thieves hold on them.
There is a completed item advantage for Quid in the mid lane, now having 3 fully completed there, along with the stopwatch, which can give you the value of a fully completed item. Over there for APA, it's still just Navori Quickblades and Kraken Slayer in the inventory with the extra cape. Like you said earlier, Isaac, Tristana from behind is rough. It's much, much more difficult to have meaningful impact in the fight, and we'll see if APA can find those angles he's looking for, as a TP is going to be used from 100 Thieves to bring Quid back up into this topside river area to continue the battle for vision and positioning over this objective. So many flashes are available. So much in the tank for both sides. Closer's not going to hit the Shattering Strike on Dion there. I still have not seen the Rel play the Flash Shattering Strike crash down Magnet Storm yet this game, so that's why you pick this champion. I'm hoping that we get to see that in one of these upcoming fights.
Yes, but also like Core, Yawn, APA, they can all kind of get away from Rel pretty easily. They don't need to clump up in order to be effective, so it is hard for Closer to find his angles. I'd say, like, if this game breaks, it's going to be through one team just hard flipping an objective like we saw at the last Cloud Drake, or someone getting caught in a side lane. Right, whether that be Tristana or Kennen, because their Team Liquid is keeping control of this game because they're pushing the side lanes first. So 100 Thieves is constantly like late to the next wave. They're grouping up much more than Team Liquid is, and they're just hoping that they can kind of catch a 5v5 at some point. Team Liquid just isn't really allowing it.
This is also going to be interesting. They could actually potentially look to go over the wall there. I was thinking they might have looked for some sort of a sneaky play. A bit of an aside, but there is also a bug. I'm not sure if it's actually been fixed on this patch yet with Rel Q Flash, where the Q can go off away from where your cursor is. I saw Diamond talking about this on Twitter, and there's some examples of it in Pro across a number of different leagues. So that may potentially be making Closer a little bit more hesitant, because I know a lot of pros have been talking about this bug with Rel, where you look for a Q Flash and your Q kind of just flies off to the side. So potentially is a little bit more nervous to look for that play.
Well, we haven't seen either team really be willing to pull the trigger in quite a while here. Still only
that damage.
8 kills in 31.
I knew you were going to say something.
That would have done like 500 damage instead of like 150.
Crazy value.
Hate the crown.
And it's going to be back up before the next fight, I think.
Is it? It's such a long cooldown. It's
We'll see.
a really terrible item.
Or he'd be going into this fight with less health.
Yeah, true.
He'd be like 350 health less for this
You're not wrong.
There's no fight. There hasn't been a fight.
And another reason the item is good, because it's going to be back really soon.
There's no fight.
There's no fight because of the overwhelming power of the Crown of the Shattered Queen.
Yeah, just
Maybe Team Liquid would be more willing to fight if Quid had 500 less health.
True.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
And it's back up, look!
There you go, wow. Impressive.
I feel really bad for like the people in chat that are believing you.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad. It has its uses.
It does have its uses.
All right, 100 Thieves. Control over the top side river. Again.
I think they're just going to start the Baron. They've been up here for so long, and it feels like 100 Thieves don't know what to do at this point in the game.
the dragon.
Like they're not going to Soul, so they're just going to have to flip this. But now you're doing this against an Ezreal, and you're in the pit against a Kennen. I kind of hate this call, but they're going to go for it.
They try to use the Keeper's Verdict. Pyosik doesn't hit it. Summon with a massive engage. They stole him on the 3, but he ain't going to find the kills just yet. Pyosik has stolen the Baron, and 100 Thieves already lost Busio. They try to retreat back over the wall. It took them 10 damn minutes to do that. Team Liquid with the punish.
Team Liquid with the massive steal on the Baron, and they get the dragon on the bot side, but that was just a terrible call from 100 Thieves, and you could kind of feel it coming. They were just milling around the Baron for so long. The dragon spawned, and they realized, well, I guess we're doing Baron. So it's just a straight up flip. I mean, yeah, they avoid the knockout here from Pyosik, but it's just a 50-50 as Pyosik has vision. He's going to get into the pit. Very early smite there from Closer. He tried to go for the Q smite, but looked like he miscalculated, but I want to say it was 370.
I saw 370 before Pyosik flew in for that smite. That's now the Cloud Drake that Pyosik has won the flip on. That's the Baron he's won the flip on. Summit, even though he was 0-2-0 before that, got the Dream Ultimate, right? He pushed out every damage dealer for 100 Thieves, making it so they'd win that fight. They also were able to sneak the Cloud Soul. That's 3 objectives that Team Liquid has been able to really just take despite 100 Thieves having the lead in this game. And now they've kind of done it. Like, Team Liquid has played a really good 20 to 33 minutes and have gotten the lead back in this game.
And it just feels like 100 Thieves had no confidence in their ability to push the game forward, right? They got these early 3 dragons. They didn't commit to playing for Soul. And I don't feel like they have confidence in their engage to be able to start fights. So yes, they do have Closer here on the Rel, but it is admittedly fairly difficult to actually catch a Cleanse Ezreal, to catch a Tristana. So it feels like they don't feel that they can actually start these fights. And so they just kind of end up throwing their game on this decision to go for the Baron, which was really, really ill-advised. It's just a bizarre kind of ending to this game number 1.
Team Liquid have made better decisions in this game. The Baron sneak, their ability to focus the objectives properly, and it's those choices that have resulted in a 7,500 gold lead. They are busting the base of 100 Thieves right now. That middle lane tier 3 turret still only standing at half HP. Bottom lane inhibitor under pressure now. We've still got the cannon minion blessed up with Baron. Doublelift's going to remove that one now. But APA can just step up. As long as Pyosik guarantees that Quid doesn't go in for some sort of a scoop on him, should be pretty all right. As the mid lane tier 3 now under pressure from Summit. He'll finish that one off, and Sunday is still just no answer whatsoever to this Kennen in the 1v1. It's very difficult for him to deal with this champion, because if you look at the itemization of Sunday, it's pure armor to deal with the double 80 carry on the enemy team. So that
paralysis for 100 Thieves
does so much. As Team Liquid now trying to get away, Pyosik using the slam to tackle Sunday backwards and get himself out. Now Team Liquid's looking for their opportunity to find something else. Sunday's still here on the flank. TL pushing right back up. The mid lane inhibitor has fallen. Team Liquid with a 4-1 split. Summit off to the side in mid lane as the remaining 4 players now look to pressure onto the inhib. Take that one out, make it a 2-inhib game. Pyosik with a steadfast presence. GoreJJ grand exit right back over the wall. Sunday with a knockup. He goes all out to bring Summit into the rest of the team, but he pops the Zonias, and instead it's Quid who may just drop. The bailout keeps him alive. Beautifully done from Busio as Pyosik tries to go over the wall, and Quid still lives. Closer tried to disengage. Sunday doing the same. 100 Thieves hold the line. Don't you dare mention the crown.
I'm not gonna. This was the things that were going through my mind during the sequence, Captain Flowers. I cast or cursed them with my mind. Like, I was all ready to say Team Liquid didn't look like Team Liquid, because honestly, they had done so much in this game and were so patient coming back into this that they never need to get overly aggressive. But Summit actually does They were going to just clean 2 inhibitors and be able to back away, but he walks forward for 1 extra Q. That's when 100 Thieves find their window. Another amazing bailout from Busio, and 100 Thieves wins the fight despite being down 8,000 gold.
Yeah, I mean, I thought this game was pretty much over, right? I thought TL was going to be able to clean it up. You know, Someday goes for this angle, does get the flash, gets the all out, pulls in Summit, but TL could have just let him go with 1 death there. Then Quid flying in, you know, went way too far forward. It looked like he was going to die, but does have the stasis, you know, with that stopwatch, had the bailout, had a little bit of coverage, barely survives. And TL members kind of try to pile in to try to support Summit on this ill-advised fight. And it gives 100 Thieves another lease on life.
And this is actually a really big window. 36 seconds until potential Cloud Soul. Team Liquid is trying to get the waves moving, but they might get a fight!
There it is, Magnet Storm, but there's no follow-up for the rest of the team. Pioshik forced to flash away to escape the follow-up. 100 Thieves commit some rel resources there as Quid loses the crown. 100 Thieves trying to keep Team Liquid zoned away from this one. There is no Baron for another minute and 15 seconds, but Team Liquid's going right down mid. They've already found Closer.
Huge.
Why was he there? Team Liquid pushing with a 4-man squad down mid. They got the 1-man split up top. 2 inhibitors are already down, and inhibitor number 3 is about to have a wave crash into it. TL are 5v4 for the next 35 seconds.
Going to be a really difficult defense for 100 Thieves. You could see they wanted to stick around for the Cloud Drake, but Team Liquid just didn't give them the option to do that. 3 inhibitors down now, 5 Team Liquid members in the base.
Team Liquid, with all 3 inhibitors gone, are going to be spawning double super minions. You can see that we're only halfway through to the respawns of those first 2 inhibitors as well. So this is the game state for quite a long time here for 100 Thieves. Even more problematic, if Team Liquid doesn't end here, the next Baron spawns in 30 seconds. If they want to play it slow, they can go for that instead. Minion wave's about to start crashing in. Here's the first double super minion wave. Quid, fortunately, for 100 Thieves, can clear those out very effectively, so they don't even get to do too much damage there to both Nexus turrets. Team Liquid going to retreat now that all of the Thieves are back online. They'll head back down towards the Drake. This will make 3 Drakes in a row that Team Liquid has achieved for themselves, stopping 100 Thieves' soul attacks.
And likely the Baron. That's the biggest problem here, is that Summit still even has his TP, right? So if they left a ward in the base, we know that they didn't, but 100 Thieves doesn't know that. You know, he could just TP and look to end the game, so they actually take down that Dragon for free. AP is going to head down towards bot, and the rest of TL are just going to do the Baron here, because 100 Thieves really can't leave the base at this point. So really the only thing you're going to be able to exit for is this next Dragon. You basically have to turtle up, hope that you can survive against all of these supers with the Baron waves coming in as well. It's going to be an incredibly difficult couple minutes here for 100 Thieves, and if TL plays this out right, there should really be no way to defend.
Yeah, it's really all about 100 Thieves trying to find a pick on someone, and they need to, if Team Liquid spaces properly, they'll be okay. They just need to walk all 3 waves in at the same time and make sure they don't have a window to get engaged on. Closer's been waiting though. He's going to try and engage on these 3 in mid lane if I had to guess.
All right, the Sun Disc is summoned up. Will Closer make his entrance? The other 4 Thieves are defending at mid. Pioshik moving back to clear out the enemy control ward.
Yeah, it will. Is he gone? Where'd he go?
Where is he at? Okay, he's back in the base. 100 Thieves continuing to try to defend. Team Liquid pressuring all 3 lanes at once. Mid lane and bottom lane inhibitors going to respawn in 25 and 50 seconds respectively. Team Liquid is already ready to knock them right back over. 100 Thieves, they really got just 1 chance at this. If they fail this team fight, the game is over.
But at the same time, if TL are too passive, there's really good wave clear on the other side.
True.
So you actually have to push forward and start attacking the champions as they're trying to clear out these waves, because double-elimination and Quid can clear these waves pretty effectively.
Yeah, 4 supers at once crashing though, so here's Team Liquid stepping up. Oh, APA takes so much damage.
double-elimination is also at half HP though, so it's a little bit harder to chase than they'd like. Shattering Strike down to the Summit. He is about to get shredded. Closer here with the front line as Busio's ulti stops Team Liquid from following up. Now they're bringing in the TP to reinforce. Pioshik gets stuck up against the inhibitor wall. He's juggled around by Quid and taken down. 100 Thieves gonna do for 1, but the inhibitor mid is still gonna drop. Some days too low, the Thieves have to retreat. They've lost a Nexus turret. 100 Thieves, 4v3, holding on, but it's double marksman against a respawn inhibitor, and the thing's about to drop. Double up charges of a piercing arrow. A TP's about to arrive, but APA, Core JJ, and Yawn are all making their exit. Someday, coming around from the side, keep your eyes on Cassante. Can't close the distance in time. Busio now gonna get jumped on. APA looking for some burst, but not enough to kill the enemy support. Someday still seeing if he might be able to find an angle here on these guys. Even though it was a 2-for-1 for 100 Thieves, they still lose a Nexus turret, and both inhibs are killed again. I'd say Team Liquid comes out on top.
Yeah, I mean, ever so slightly, but this is a situation where you would think that they would have been able to close the game, right? You have Baron, you have triple inhib down, and I don't think they played it out very well from that spot. So 100 Thieves are able to hold on. And at this point, the gold lead is kind of stopping really meaning anything, right? Because you look over at some of these builds, Yana is completely full build, Summit is almost full build, Quid's full build, Double is full build, right? So sure, there's some more gold that can be in the pockets of some of these other 100 Thieves members, but really they have the gold where they need it. So the gold lead doesn't mean much. And TL, despite the fact that they have all of the momentum in this game, if they mess up one or two more times, you never know what's going to happen.
You just saw the Ezreal ulti hit double lift, and he healed back to full in 4 autos because of Immortal Shield Bow plus Bloodthirster, so the poke also becoming less and less meaningful as Closer is coming in for the flag, giving it his flash into the Crashdown Magnet Storm. Core JJ's the focus as Young gets away to the side. Someday coming in as the Keeper's Verdict ejects Someday and Closer from the fight. Someone's going to drop. They turn around. Quinn gets a reset, but only for a second as double lift and boost here. We're looking to do APA's in the back of the base. APA's in the Nexus. They got to try to stop them, but they can't do it. It's game number 1 for Team Liquid.
All right, APA bounced back from a questionable 10 to 15 minutes to making the game-winning teleport into the base. It would have been absurd if 100 Thieves could have came back in that game. So, as most people expected, actually, Team Liquid up 1-0 in the series.
Crazy, crazy game number 1, though. I think there's going to be a lot of moments that both teams wish they could have back, that both teams felt that they were in winning positions from. And I think they're absolutely right. You know, I think one of the biggest plays and one of the best plays from this game, though, was the hard commit on the Baron sneak much earlier in the game from TL, flashing over the wall, avoiding the Scuttlecraft vision. That was really, really big, and that was a great play from them. But I think 100 Thieves, you know, once they got in control, they really floundered. They seemed to have no idea of how they should play it out. And their Baron flip in the face of TL was really punishing.
And you can see APA just ignoring the team fight at the very end, going up, drawing both Someday and Closer's attention to try and kill this Nexus.
Funny enough, I think the only reason this is even close, you know why Someday and Closer are there? Because they got hit by Keeper's Verdict.
Yeah, true.
If Poppy doesn't ult them, APA wins 100% of the time. Like, Poppy kind of
just keeping it interesting.
Yeah, just having a good time with it. Hey, Viva la LCS! LCS in Espanol is the official Spanish language stream of the LCS. The new viewing experience is live on LLA's Twitch and YouTube channels right now. You can scan the QR code or go to lolesports.com to learn more. But now with game number 1 and all the craziness therein wrapped up, make sure you stick around because LS joins the lounge next. But first, Mark couldn't catch up with Double Lift, so we got someone from TL instead.
What a game.
Welcome back. This is catching up with anybody except for Double Lift. I'm here with APA.
Yep.
Very loud clap. Oh God. So your name? Oh wait, is it Appa or APA?
I guess I don't really care. APA, Appa, whichever one.
Really?
Appa, yip, yip.
Yeah, it's like a little funny meme.
I don't get it, I guess.
You ever watch Avatar: The Last Airbender?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you why. Is that your name because you're named yourself after the bad Avatar?
No, it's oh my.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
You want to see a magic trick?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so I'm gonna make the table disappear. Just write your social security number down and your home address right there, and then I'll make it. How about like
No.
Mother's maiden name?
No.
Even just like your phone number is good.
No, I'm good.
Email?
I don't know you, man.
You can just put your thumbprint.
Do you want to see the table disappear or not?
That seems like a lame magic trick.
All right, well, I'll show you anyway. I don't even need any information from you. Watch. Ready?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off!
Any minute now, right, Daniel?
It didn't work. See? If you would have wrote your social security number down, it would have
This
worked.
dude sucks.
Right?
Yeah, this dude sucks. You gotta fire him.
This interview would be 10 times better if I was in that chair instead of this one.
Yeah. No, you're right.
All right.
Do better, man.
It's hotbox this. You know what I'm saying, man? You blaze, right?
What's that?
A little good kush on the weekends, grinding some solo queue.
You play solo queue?
A little bit.
In the NA solo queue, you gotta take the edge off a little bit.
No, I don't really play solo queue.
Kind of cringe.
I want to just take a second to celebrate here.
Oh, let's
I get to take over as the permanent host of the show. I think that's pretty cool. Oh! Wow!
Yo, the table disappeared.
Please be sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the Analyst Lounge. I am happy to welcome LS, who is kind of in the computer right now. But thank you for taking the time to come off of your co-stream of the LCS and join us.
No, I'm really happy to be here. So this is a very fun experience.
Yeah, so the segment I really wanted to do with you, because you have this super cool draft tool that we have up. It's drafting.gg. It's LS's own draft tool, and it's even available in English, Korean, and Chinese. So you can do it in multiple languages, I really wanted to, obviously drafting and itemization are, I think, the two things that are like your strength as an analyst, right? And the things you talk about the most. Wanted to use your tool to kind of go over this draft that we just saw. Before I get into this one, I did want to ask you, what have you thought of TL and 100 Thieves drafts just holistically throughout the split?
I feel like, well, when APA ended up coming in, I felt like there was a noticeable change because it seems like he's a lot more malleable in draft in terms of the champions that he can play. And obviously that drives some bans his way, right? The Ziggs one is the most notable. And I think that he has a lot of other champions like up his sleeve that we might end up seeing in playoffs, which is going to be really interesting. I think 100 Thieves are really all over the place with their identity, but generally what'll end up happening is they find their niche and then they'll just stick to it, right? And we saw that in spring playoffs. So we'll see how the remainder of the series goes.
That's interesting that you said they're all over the place, because I feel like talking to a lot of LCS teams and players, they're like, oh yeah, we know exactly what 100 Thieves are going to do. I talked to Nuke Duck about it earlier today, and he actually said, he's like, I don't think they were expecting this draft. So we'll start with 100 Thieves just because they ended up losing this game. What did you think of their approach to the red side draft?
So the really odd thing about the red side draft for me is that they open with, so the enemy opens B1 Tristana. So this is a multi-flex champion, right? It can go top lane, it can go mid lane, it can go AD carry. Top almost never happens, so it's mostly just mid and AD carry. And then you have R1 and R2, which stands for red side 1 and 2, Azir Rel. And both of these two champions, sure, Azir can be a lane neutralizer against Tristana, but she's still going to have shove. They're still going to be able to push against one another. But Tristana has anti-engage against these champions. So those as a response seems really weird to me. Rakan, Ezreal come in, B2, B3, and then there's an R3 Cassante. And I feel like at this point, Summit's pool is too wide to ban out all the remaining champions that can answer Cassante in top lane. And Cassante must go top lane, right? You're not doing any funny stuff with Azir at this point inside of the draft. So you can't ban them all out. So now you have two short-range, hard-engaged champions, Azir, who's going to be stationary, and they're threatening to outrange you with Ezreal and Tristana. They have way higher ability. They have a longer range advantage. I mean, I would argue that they have more scaling at this point in the draft. It just gets really weird. And when the Renata comes in on R4, I'd say the Renata blind is kind of weird. Now, some people might not say that it's blind because they already know about the Rakan, but it is blind in the sense that the three champions that she's staring down right now, she's really bad against. So knowing what Liquid are going to do on B4, B5, I feel like the Renata is a blunder on R4. And then the Kennen and the Poppy, I actually think, are also kind of poor picks because in a way. So it gets a little weird, and I think the draft becomes somewhat even, but I still favor Team Liquid in the end.
Yeah, I do feel like whenever we talk about drafts, or like whenever I listen to you talk about drafts, it's always, you know, here or here that things start going really, really wonky. An interesting thing, 100 Thieves actually did select red side again for this game. So using this tool, I actually wanted to just talk to you about, like, if you're assuming that TL are going to continue their focus, putting APA on the Tristana, making sure that, you know, Core is on the Rakan or Jan is on the Ezreal. Like, if you're kind of assuming that they're going to have similar focus, what would you like to see differently from 100 Thieves off the bat?
So right off the bat, I would want the Kai'Sa ban completely dropped because Kai'Sa, I'm probably one of the few people that's like really vocal about this. I don't think that Kai'Sa can be blinded in the sense that one of the things about Kai'Sa that makes her really strong is she has 3 different modes. She has the Luden's mode, she has the Guinsoo's mode, and then she has the crit mode. And all of those play very differently, right? She has the Liandry's mode, but we've never seen it yet, I don't think. Maybe Unforgiven did it or something, or I don't know. I think he had a tweet where he did it, but Liandry's will probably be the only thing in the future once the nerf comes through. The thing about Kai'Sa is that she requires her 3 items to really come online, and that doesn't happen until 25, 26 minutes in game. 25, 26 minutes typically happens, you know, before Soul, right? Or like after Soul is what I mean. So Soul stacking team compositions are really, really dominant against Kai'Sa, because Soul is going to be contested around 22, 23 minutes, and that's her weakest point. So if teams early rotate Kai'Sa and then you have Soul stacking, she's at her most vulnerable periods, and she can't provide any value at that point. And also, like, champions like Ivern are really good against her. Ivern very, very strong inside of the meta right now. So I think dropping the Kai'Sa ban, and banning Tristana, who's a lot more problematic for neutralizing, just because even when you neutralize Tristana, it doesn't feel nearly as rewarding as neutralizing a lot of the other mid lane picks, because she's not as susceptible to counter picks as a lot of the other mid laners, right? If Azir comes in and stuff, there's a lot of counter picks to Azir, right? Xerath is open. Ziggs is obviously banned here. But other like artillery mages exist, right? Aurelion Sol is a champion that exists, even though people haven't been playing him. Veigar still exists. People don't play him. So these types of things.
Can you see, just because kind of knowing these two junglers, I also think Ivern is really broken right now. And I agree with what you said about Kai'Sa, especially considering you did see 100 Thieves actually getting that early Drake stacking, right? It was becoming a huge pain point for TL. And do you see either of these junglers prioritizing the Ivern at all?
No, I don't see either of them prioritizing Ivern. But I do think right, 100 Thieves could prioritize lane dominant champions and actually stack Drakes. And I think if that happens, Yun, when he has picked Kai'Sa, has not looked amazing on it. So, and I don't think that I don't think Team Liquid would flex it mid for APA. So I think that like that would be a really big weak point, because I think that Pyosik also functions very, very poorly when his laners are not either neutral in lane or when they're actually just losing lane.
Okay. Well, I actually wish we had so much more time to pick your brain, but I know you probably want to get back to your stream, and we have to get into game. Thank you so much for taking the time. It was a pleasure, as always. And we will toss it to the casters.
See you later. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you
so
very much, Lounge. And now it's time for game number 2 after a game number 1 that was just all over the place, trying to figure out where it was going to go. The Baron play was obviously the highlight of the whole thing. But again, like you guys said at the end of game number 1, both teams are going to look back at that and see a lot of things they wanted to play differently.
Absolutely. I think both teams had really good moments. Both teams had really poor moments, right? And it's one of these things where it's hard to know exactly what the takeaway should be. You know, this is a game where, you know, Ellis talked a lot about the adaptations he would like to see coming into this, but this is a game where I would not be shocked to see teams almost run back the same kind of drafts. Right. Azir's going to be banned right off the rip, though. That was obviously problematic for TL. So what adjustments will 100 Thieves make as a result is what I'm most curious about.
Well, we still have Jace and Renekton banned away. We've got the Ziggs. I feel like the Ziggs is going to stay permanently banned throughout this series. I don't think you ever let that one go through. Rumble also banned away, keeping that away from Summit. He's proved himself to be more than capable of absolutely smashing the lane on it time and time again. 100 Thieves with one more ban to go, letting themselves think about this one all the way down to the very end of the clock, and it'll be the Poppy.
So a decent number of responses in the bans. Poppy knocked away and Azir knocked away. And I will say, even though it's only been 1 week and the game was still sloppy, I did think TL did improve their mid game. Right? I think it was a better mid game than they showed against NRG.
They've got
the
you right
Baron
where they
sneak
want
was
you.
a big part of it. But just the way they were actually able to grow from a neutral game state to about 8,000 gold by pushing side lanes, not dying for most of it, does show growth. 100 Thieves needs a way to nip that in the bud. I wouldn't be surprised if they brought either a better side lane pick so they can keep control of the side lane waves a little bit better, or just way more engaged.
I think they're going to draft all hard engage. I think that's almost guaranteed what 100 Thieves is going to do in this one, just because I felt like they floundered so heavily around the Baron. You know, they didn't really know what to do once they hit Soul Point, it felt like. That I think what we're going to see is just multiple forms of hard engage. The person with the sign that says pick Nautilus, I think we might have Nautilus this game to be paired with the Kai'Sa, you know, have that as a form of hard engage. I do think, you know, Renata can have a lot of value, but I think that, you know, when you're looking at how 100 Thieves played out that game, if all they want to do is play for 5-5, if all they want to do is play for objectives, they just need a lot of forms of engage, especially if you're going to be going up against Xayah, who is very difficult to actually lock down. The other option is, of course, going very heavily towards the poke style. Xayah can really struggle against some of these long-range compositions, and you can just make Kai'Sa go AP, go for the poke variant, and try to play it out that way.
All right, well, we've got the Xayah next to that Rakan being run back from the first game. CoreJJ going to be back on that one. The Cassante is going the other way this time around. They're not going to allow Someday to lock that one in, even though Summit was slamming him in the 1v1. Someday still had presence in some of the fights. He had a couple of good plays there. We'll see what 100 Thieves wants to do here. I'm curious if they're going to put Closer back on the Rel, because I wasn't impressed. I feel like it's just not one of those champions that lines up with Closer being able to maximize his playstyle and play to his strengths. So we'll see the Tristana locked in instead.
Yeah, so this does generally mean that the Kai'Sa is going to be moving bot lane. They could obviously do something really strange, but I imagine that's what's happening.
They're also taking away pretty much all the most comfortable picks, or the picks that APA at least has been playing on stage. Trist, Ziggs, Jace, those are his top 3. He has only played one time, a few other different champions. He has the Cassio, he has the Nico, he has the Victor that he's played on the LCS stage. He does have a bit of an oddball champion pool. If you look at his solo queue, he plays Pantheon and Kled and some various things like that. I'm not expecting that sort of stuff, but Cassio even now getting targeted, that was a career long, I believe, his most played. So they really are trying to, I think, put him in an uncomfortable position here. And we'll have to see. Oh, excuse me, it was most played this year, 3rd most played in his career.
It's a bully draft. It's a bully draft from 100 Thieves. They're saying this guy is new. His nerves were looking really bad in their previous series. Let's mess him up. Let's make it hard for him to focus on the game and play the way he wants to play. Maokai banned out from TL, so they want to keep that jungler away. Let's see if 100 Thieves wants to continue pinching that mid lane pool. I mean, at this point, you've honestly, like you're talking about, Azale, you've pinched it so much, like go harder. Like if you're going to bully, be a career bully here for 100 Thieves.
Oh, actually, I like this. So I think maybe the read is he could play something like an Ahri, so they're banning one of the good pairings with it. And maybe he's trying to put him in an uncomfortable position where it's like, okay, you can play Ahri, but you're not going to play it with a good jungle pairing, so you're going to be playing this kind of this style champion that maybe doesn't fit with the rest of what your comp is going to be going for. So I think it's a pretty intelligent draft thus far from 100 Thieves.
The Vi ban is technically a jungle ban, but it still contributes to the overall plan of let's just make APA have a terrible time.
Yeah, I'm down with it. All right, 100 Thieves, we still need to see a top laner and either a jungler or support out of these guys. I'm still going on record saying I would rather see the Rel in the support position, put Closer on something that seems a little bit more Closer style to allow him to get more involved in the game. But no, it looks like we're going to get Nautilus in the support role most likely. Technically, those two could still flex. It could be Nautilus jungle, it could be Rel support, but we are expecting Nautilus support and Rel jungle. Back over on TL's side, what is the response there now with that information?
I mean, they haven't been super troll with their hovers so far. I was actually expecting I wasn't expecting the Viego. This is out of left field. The Nico, not as much. That is one of the things he's had the one-off pick with. They actually played it, I believe, Nico Lee Sin the last time they paired this up, but it's still going to be something that fits the team composition. It was something that was really overpowered earlier on in the split, but has fallen off of late.
I mean, if you turned off the nameplates, you say, oh yeah, Closer's grabbing his Viego that he's really well known for, right? Pyosik has 0 plays on it the whole year. He did not play a single Viego game, so he's bringing out Viego in playoffs against Closer here, which is pretty interesting. All time, he has played a lot in the past, so it's not as though it's going to be a first-timer or anything like that. But Nico has really kind of fallen out of favor with some of the nerfs. Was massively, massively popular in the early weeks of the split, where it was kind of super OP, has really kind of tailed off. So APA going towards something that he is comfortable on. I believe I was told that when he was coming up, he was initially a Nico one-trick. I want to say some of the Academy guys were telling me that about APA.
I thought it was Aurelion Sol.
That was his solo queue one-trick.
Oh, that was his solo. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, I'm excited to see him play on it. We've already known that he's got kind of a reputation for being willing to play the stuff that not everybody else always wants to go after. Pyosik on the Viego, if you get resets versus this composition, you have so much gap close. You take the Rel body or the Tristana body, you hop, then you use your Viego ulti to hop again. You're playing Super Mario at this point, just jumping on guys.
Absolutely. And 100 Thieves end up with a draft that is kind of what I was expecting after this game one. It's 3 forms of engage. They're saying, okay, Rel didn't really work out. We added Nautilus, we added Ornn, we put Doublelift on more of a playmaking carry here, someone that he can be proactive on the Kai'Sa. You have these 2 fairly mobile ADs. It's going to be AP for Kai'Sa, pretty much guaranteed. You're going to have the AD build, of course, from Quint, so you have that split damage, you have 3 forms of engage, you have scaling, you have 5v5, and it's going to be about if they can really make that work in the 5v5, if they can execute, because on the other side, there's some powerful engage as well. Between Core and APA, if you can find that perfect engage, it's going to be really explosive.
Somebody that I thought had a really good game in game number 1 was Busio. We can look at the different mistakes that 100 Thieves made throughout the game that caused them to ultimately lose, but I think he was one of the standouts that really kept them in it. But as we're waiting for the minions to spawn and collide, we're going to toss things down to Mark, who's standing by for an interview with Coach Rainover.
Thank you very much, guys. Sitting here with Rainover, taking a look at the screen here. Very interesting draft, very big departure from game 1, I think, given that it was a run back of the sides. What made you change up some of the bans and picks? You obviously prioritized Xayah higher than Tristana this time.
I mean, despite us winning the game, you know, I felt like the game wasn't like too much of a given for us. Like it was more of like them playing like the game super bad and not super bad. So I think just looking at the way they played the game, you know, they just like kind of ignored the silence so much. So we wanted to play like more faster game, more like wing type of game.
I respect the commitment to focus there as the level 1 was going down. Not too great for you guys. Tell me just a little bit about the team environment before we hand it back. Obviously, very crazy game 1. How is the team holding up?
Everything's fine. Yeah, we're just like hyped, you know, but a bit worried because if you lose this series, you know, we're out. But we're just like trying to focus as much as possible.
All right, cool. I'll let you go to rewatch that level 1. We'll head back to the casters. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Everything's fine. He's like, he looks up, Mark's like, after that level 1, he just goes, oh.
Just that moment as Rainover actually wasn't looking at the screen and realizes that the early game is completely blown up with kills going to Tristana and Kai'Sa. What a disaster. I mean, Busio and Quid also skilling W to be able to reset over the wall and also pick up the second kill onto APA. Hugely clutched by 100 Thieves, because the thing I was going to say about this draft is Quid and Doublelift really have to carry. Rel, Ornn, I think, yeah, it's good in 5v5 team fights. That's a terrible topside. Like if someone ever gets ahead, nothing can threaten K'Sante the whole game except for just the Tristana and the Kai'Sa. It's so uniformly two threat. Like the previous times that Closer someday shut down Summit, let's say like back in 2022 playoffs, it's just Closer was playing like a Lee Sin or Viego and he could gank top. Like if Rel or Ornn gets fed, it doesn't matter. Summit's still going to be able to win the 1v1.
And if we think about K'Sante and the way the champion likes to play, when you think about all the matchups that people like to pick into him, like the Kennen from the last game, the Gwen that got banned out in the previous game, he loves to itemize armor, Iceborne Gauntlet, Sunfire Cape. These things are his preferred items. And so when your only threats on the enemy team are 2 marksmen, it's just a dream game for Summit on this K'Sante. Meanwhile, bottom, Closer's coming down here, looking to get that Shattering Strike. CoreJJ gets away with 100 HP. Closer going into the crash down as Closer ends up eating a whole lot of pain and not really contributing a lot to the play being made by the bot lane duo.
Did get the flash and the ghost off Yon though, so that is big, so well worth it. And we also have to remember, even though it is 280 carries, it's going to be Doublelift going AP, and they're going to look for the dive on Yon.
Yon now stunned up, down to 100 HP. He's bursted out. CoreJJ falls 2. They'll make it a 2-for-1 as Summit TP's down, but he's too little, too late. 100 Thieves up 4-1.
Doublelift 3 kills at 3 minutes, and that is good news if you're a 100 Thieves fan. And Summit as well, who is winning that top lane 1v1, has to spend his TP to try to cover the bot lane dive, which relieves the pressure on top side. So this is the re-dive here. They wanted to try to stay around, but Core is so low, he can't help to defend Yon. And it's a great initial start here from Busio. Gets a passive auto, then uses the hook to lock down the Rakan as well, setting up Doublelift for that double kill perfectly.
Yeah, what an absolute dream start for 100 Thieves. They not only get 3 kills onto their carry Doublelift, but also Someday gets the pressure relieved. Like, there's no organic way to make Ornn okay in that lane versus the K'Sante Viego, except for that. Like, I actually think Summit would really want that TP back, right? He needs to actually 5-plate this Ornn so he can become a giant tank to not get one-shot by the Kai'Sa Tristana. If that goes awry with how the other 2 lanes are going, it could end up being a quick 100 Thieves win.
Man, 2,000 gold, 4.5 minutes in. Doublelift with 100% kill participation and owning 3 of them himself. This is perfect for the side of 100 Thieves. Team Liquid have a lot of work to do getting back into this one. And I think after game number 1, where Team Liquid got back into the game with that Baron sneak, 100 Thieves is going to be more aware than ever of plays like that and should be constantly and consistently checking to make sure Team Liquid's not up to anything as the clock goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be trying to watch out for those kind of shenanigans, but I also think that TL's comp is much worse at those kind of shenanigans because Nico doesn't have that same level of consistent damage, right? You know, basically need Yon involved in any sort of a Baron play for there to have any realistic chance of it happening. And now I just want to see, can 100 Thieves utilize this lead and expand upon it, right? Because you look at these buys, they both have a D-Blade and a Longsword. It's a Noon Quiver to that second Longsword for Yon, so massively favored buys. 400 Thieves, and what can they turn this into? Can they turn it into objectives? Can they turn it into more kills?
It's a big wave. Pyosik wants to fight.
Yeah, Pyosik just ready to immediately intercept Closer, who has to use the crash down back of the wall to escape. Double-Lift trading with Yawn, but now has to back off as his jungler hard lost the fight there in the river. Pyosik up a level, had the advantage that he was already ready and waiting for him, had the backup from his support, so 100 Thieves have to back away.
Someday almost solo killed Summit on the top side there. It was actually forcing his flash on that Ornn ulti as he went in really aggressive, tried to actually burst him down. Now he has to be careful though, because he's out of resources, and this is where Cassandra can go all out.
Summit wanted to find that Q3, the knockback, but Someday doing a good job sidestepping away from that one. He's played both sides of Cassandra versus everything so much at this point. He's got to be aware of what the Cassandra game plan is when you drop the ulti there, so nice little bit of footwork from him. Gets out of the way.
Yeah, I think this overall sequence, though, is really good to stop the bleeding for Team Liquid because they were at a massive item disadvantage, 80 carry to 80 carry, but Pyosik had an experience advantage on Closer, and he showed up to bot lane first. So not only did he prevent Yawn and CoreJJ from getting ganked again, he also bought them enough time to get that first Drake. Mountain Drake, I think one of the strongest early game Drakes, and just more specifically, it can buy them more time in this game, right? Because if 100 Thieves has this strong 5v5 team fighting composition, the way they win is they generally have to stack up the neutral objectives until the game is over, and TL now has a longer amount of time before 100 Thieves gets a soul.
And 100 Thieves has just shown that they're not really comfortable ending games through side lanes, not really comfortable looking for alternative wing additions. You know, they generally do have to play towards objectives, draw their opponents to them, as you're saying, you know, and find their wins there. So, you know, just delaying that soul is going to be really nice, but it is still a nearly 2K lead here. 400 Thieves, 7 minutes in, which is obviously massive. The Shiv is going to be done on next base here for Double-Lift. He only needs a couple hundred gold, so that is going to be incredibly fast for him. Quid will likely have a very early Kraken, as he knows he's going to have to be dealing with this Cassandra, so 100 Thieves off to a great start, and I want to see them looking to play towards Herald. They have this big gold advantage. They need to be continuing to expand that. They didn't get the early dragon with their bot Bryo, so I think they should definitely be playing for Herald.
Someday just want nothing to do with these extended trades against Cassandra. The wave's pushing into his turret anyway, so he's going to fall back. Much closer in the farm department in the 1v1 this game compared to the previous game in the 1v1 top side. Still plus 1.8 thousand gold for 100 Thieves overall. Nobody with a fully completed item yet. Still working towards those first completions, but the components looking pretty solid for everybody. They got their favorite items with the Sheen on the Cassandra for the first buy, Bombies on both of the frontliners for 100 Thieves. Pyosik will go ahead and start up this Herald. In the jungle, it's going to be hard for Closer to ever contest Pyosik 1v1 just because Viego outduels Rel every single day of the week. Yeah. So if they want to try to contest this, they're going to need some help. APA and Quid both looking to potentially get involved here. The Herald down to 2,300 HP. The eyeball is active. Someday's going to come down and try to interfere with it now as APA and Quid 1v1 off to the side, but Summit joins up. He goes all out. He brings Quid back underneath the turret, and Team Liquid ends up taking out the enemy mid laner, but 100 Thieves finish off the Herald at the same time.
Yeah, they still get the Herald, and because, you know, TL didn't have their AD actually moving, you know, Yawn only committed halfway, so it would have been a 4v4 even after that kill if they had committed to the fight, so they're not really able to do it. 100 Thieves do give up the one kill, but still pretty well worth it, I would say, for that Herald. And Yon's not going to be able to have time to actually push this in, so Double-Lift will be back down towards bot lane to be able to catch it, and Someday get to play top. So overall, I would say it's a pretty positive play for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, as long as they can use this Herald aggressively for either mid or bot lane, I think accelerating Double-Lift is the #1 thing they want to do in this game. Kai'Sa on this patch, as even Aless was talking about between segments here, if he gets to 3 items, he really, really turns on, and I think that's how 100 Thieves is ultimately going to win this game, is once he hits that breakpoint. So I would definitely want to have Closer basically camp bottom lane as much as possible and try and organize some 3v3 fights. But the problem is Pyosik thinks the same thing, right? He's been camping in the spot river as well and is stronger 1v1 than the Rel currently.
And there he is again, just setting up, and you can see Closer wanting to get involved. He takes the blast cone over here, trying to clear out the ward that was placed down by TL, as Pyosik now disengaging, recognizing the strength of 100 Thieves in the 3v3, does not want to get jumped on here at the very start. The only way they would win a 3v3 like this is if he's able to get a reset, but if the fight starts off focusing him, very difficult to do so. Busio with a nice engage there, going all in with a depth charge, forcing CoreJJ back, flash into the crash down, but Closer doesn't get anybody. Yawn needs the Void Seeker at the very end. Team Liquid spinning a flash and a ghost to get away from 100 Thieves. The Thieves not really hurt at all, continuing this push, wanting to get the wave crashed in.
Summit tried to force that extra plate back down on the top side at the same time, but won't quite have enough to get it. Team Liquid clearing away the minions now. 100 Thieves not going to find a dive.
And Closer's going to hold on to the Herald 4 now, but he may elect to stay around and drop it. You know, as Viego actually leaves the area, he's just kind of walking back in. Core spots him, so you'll see Piosik moving back down, but Closer's trying to threaten the dive, and the TVs are coming in.
Busio going for the flash engage, but he ain't going to find it. CoreJJ with a knock up 1-2. Jan and Piosik diving even further. Massive top blossom from APA finds 3. Quid and Busio got to try to get back as Closer is too far behind enemy lines. Piosik picks up the kill. Quid staying around a little bit too long, and now he's got to get away. The blooming blows are going to force him back, and Team Liquid holds the line.
And Closer just kind of went on a solo mission, diving in onto Jan, didn't elect to use the crashdown to try to retreat, you know, goes in onto Jan by himself, but no one can follow up. Ends up being a disaster there, 400 Thieves. And I'm not sure how much time is actually left on that Herald either, but we can watch this one more time. I think the initial play was good. I think threatening the dive is good.
Yeah.
But kind of just commits way too far. You know, they go for the initial play. After this, out. Yeah, get out. Why does he go back in with the W? I don't really understand it. Maybe he's thinking that Doublelift can come in with the ulti, but Core did a good job actually CCing Doublelift up with his own ulti.
Yeah.
And I think that was maybe the thought process there, is that Doublelift's supposed to follow up, so you have to give credit to Core for denying that play with his CC.
Yeah, I also feel like 100 Thieves was using both teleports on that play anyway, so they were thinking like, let's win this fight, let's pick up a couple kills, break the turret, and we're really going to blow the game wide open. But it ends up doing the opposite because they were unable to link up and be on the same page. So they use both TPs, they don't get the turret, and the second Dragon actually goes over to Team Liquid as well. So despite Doublelift being 3-0 at 12 minutes, they didn't secure any Drakes for their own team.
In the past, we've seen Closer make similar plays on champions like, and I'm going to sound like a broken record here, Lee Sin or Viego, champs that can dive into the back on their own. Rel is not that. Rel does 3 damage. She goes in, she sets it up for everybody else. The lack of follow-up, like you said, credit to CoreJJ for being able to shut that down, means that Closer's not ever going to find those plays on his own, and it seems like he's just disjointed with the rest of the team.
I mean, you're just there to facilitate, right? And it is hard to know, you know, did Doublelift call, hey, put Plasma on him, I'll come in, you know, who's making that call in that situation? But at the end of the day, they do get a really good swap up towards top. They get the first turret. It's actually local gold as well going to Doublelift. So Doublelift was already ahead. Now he's 2,500 gold up on Jan. That is ridiculous. As far as a lead at 12 minutes in an individual matchup, that is a huge lead for a team. He is the entire lead right now. So Doublelift must have a good game. Already has his Shiv here early on. Is going to be getting a very quick 2 items for this Nashers. But 100 Thieves is going to have to start fighting dragons here. It is Hextech, which is incredibly powerful, you know, for both sides, but especially I think, you know, 100 Thieves, if you can get that as double marksman, that would be amazing. So they got to be setting up for those and trying to utilize this power from Doublelift.
Yeah, I mean, I really like that they were able to get the solo turret for him. As we've been talking about a lot, so apologies if this is a broken record, but every playoffs, summer playoffs Doublelift has been in since 2015, this is crazy, he's won. 2015 through 2020, he won every single summer playoffs. He takes 2 years off. He's in summer playoffs again, but starting from the lowest point he ever has. 8th place, lower bracket, already down a game to Team Liquid, but does have 2-item Kaisa at 13 minutes, 45 seconds.
Massive.
Team competition completely requiring him and Quid to do basically all the damage. They do have a 2,500 gold lead, but even now, like, I'm not sure if 100 Thieves will have what it takes because there's so much utility and only the 2 carries.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I do think Doublelift had a really good game number one.
Gold.
He was very solid on the Varus and didn't really make a lot of mistakes. Never was really getting caught out. But it's more about the team calls, and you can criticize Doublelift for that too because he's part of the team. Someone needs to make some better shot calls, decisions for this team in the mid game. But at the end of the day, I think individually he played well, and we'll see if he can make good on this lead that he has been gifted through the early game action and really slam home an advantage. They're setting up around the second Herald. Clearly they want to fight for that. Doublelift is up in this area still. He's going to push out top 1 wave and then move back towards the Herald. You can see Someday's down through bot. Summit is moving up through mid, but Someday does have his TP to respond. I would expect 100 Thieves would want to contest here with a teleport.
Well, Doublelift has a full item up. So it would be a good fight as long as he can get the right entrance. Got to watch out for the APA Wombo combo on Nico, though. Here we go.
TP coming in. Ornn is not afraid to join up in the very middle of everything. Eyeball open on the Rift Herald, down to about 3k HP. Quid off to the side. Got to be careful about the feathers. CoreJJ gets caught before he's able to find his entrance, but he still gets some of the CC anyway. APA with a 4-man ult.
ulti. Team Liquid striking back, but double-elimination is still alive. He finds a double kill, but Summit takes it over the wall and shuts him down. Pioshik's ready to reset. It's a 3v3. Crash down comes in. Pioshik's about to show closer who's the better Rel, and it's the one playing Viego. Summit and Pioshik continuing the chase with Yon behind him. Quid and Busio got to escape as Pioshik continues moving on forward, and that's going to end the fight.
That's a huge fight for TL there. Pioshik secures the Herald, gets multiple kills. He's now 3-0 on the Viego, already had the Triforce, and he gets the Herald to drop here. 100 Thieves really wanted to win that fight. double-elimination didn't have his flash, and they were able to pile in on him thanks to a great engage from APA. The start was so bad as Core gets locked down, almost dies immediately, but then APA is able to find this massive ulti on 3-4 members.
Yeah, APA has been able to find very good angles, and I think 100 Thieves obviously wants to get the pick on a Core today, but that's a lot of cooldowns burned on a support. So APA flashes forward, boom, 1, 2, 3, 4 stunned, and that's enough to get double-elimination low so Summit can just blast him over the wall. And that's I think, the win condition for Team Liquid. It's not about the Yon versus double-elimination matchup. It's can K'Sante just kill Kai'Sa? And until Kai'Sa gets enough items, that will be true. double-elimination trying to close in on that third huge power spike item for Kai'Sa.
I mean, it's kind of just everyone versus double-elimination, honestly, is going to be the story of this game. You know, it wasn't even just APA. It wasn't even just Summit. Yon Ghost Flash ultied onto double-elimination. They're all piling in to try to get that big shutdown off of him. They're going to drop the Herald mid, but 100 Thieves is on Dragon here, so they're going to try to force it. But this means they're going to lose 2 turrets mid for this. Potentially even more than that, which, again, is a pretty questionable call.
Yeah, 100 Thieves really hard committing to keeping Team Liquid away from Soul Point. Not even Soul, just Soul Point. The Herald about to get its charge off onto the 3rd turret in mid lane. Massive amounts of damage done to the 100 Thieves infrastructure here.
And they can probably sweep top lane and get this turret pretty quickly as well. So huge gold influx from the disastrous early game that Team Liquid had. double-elimination starting 3-0, 2 kills at level 1, 1 going to Quid and 1 to double-elimination. To be 6 kills to 6, 500 gold down, up 1 Drake, has got to feel pretty good for Team Liquid.
Absolutely, and Pioshik is going to be closing in on his second item, right? And Viego, from that point, could potentially snowball, but they're looking for a dive on Yon.
Busio with the engage, forces out the Featherstorm immediately. Someday summoning up the Ornhorn, and Core JJ is taken out by double-elimination. Nice counter punch from 100 Thieves.
double-elimination is still incredibly strong. You have to respect the power he has in this game. They try to go in for him. double-elimination is able to backstep on that engage and just melt through Core. APA, though, playing out towards those side lanes, and 100 Thieves are just going to commit to going through mid. It's just Pioshik here defending. I don't think he's safe to do so.
Yeah, 1v3, that Viego is not feeling too confident. Yes, only double-elimination is the real damage threat, but the other two have so much CC that Viego can just never move if he gets caught by anything, so he will at least be able to clear the wave out long enough to defend that tier 1 turret at a very small amount of HP.
And I think this game's in a really interesting point.
Okay.
Especially for Team Liquid, because throughout the regular season, they were so bad in the mid game. They constantly have these early game gold leads, and then Summit would die in side lanes, or they'd make bad team fight decisions and they'd lose. They did manage to come back in game 1. I think in this last week, their mid game has improved, and they need to win this game through the side lanes. They cannot just walk up to this 6-kill Kai'Sa with Ornn, Rel, Nautilus engage and expect good things to happen. They have to prep their side lanes, they have to flank, and they have to play creatively. So it is going to be really tough for Team Liquid to win this game, but if they do, it will actually, I think, show a lot of growth from the last time we saw them.
Yeah, and I want to see them coordinate on these engages, right? You talk about those flanks that they're going to need. It has to be APA going at the same time as Core JJ, going at the same time as Summit, having these multi-prong attacks all coming in at once. And we'll see if they're going to be able to pull that off. And second item already done now for Pioshik. He's going towards Sterek, so he is really powerful. They're playing through bot, as the answer is for 100 Thieves, just go back through top. Quid's pushing up there, double-elimination closer and Busio around mid. So they should be able to eventually secure this mid lane tier 1, and they're pushing on that top lane tier 2, but Pioshik is here to threaten.
APA wants to clear out the wave, but he's not going to clear it all out in time. They're dropping the depth charge on the real Nico, but the Pop Blossom forces them to give up on going all the way in for the kill as he makes his way back underneath the tier 2. 100 Thieves disengaging after that one as the rest of TL shows up.
That was well played by APA. Uses the clone to block the initial play, then is able to just get back to the turret, uses that ulti defensively. At the end of the day, it's a flash and an ulti out of Busio for just the ulti there from APA. 100 Thieves do bully down the tower, maintain a very small gold lead here, and double-elimination really has all of it, so the other guys on the team are pretty behind at this point.
Yeah, and I do wonder, I think about some of the ways the Team Liquid came back in the last game. They just started flipping objectives. That could definitely be in the cards. I don't think they're going to do it at 20 minutes with Baron, but look for some really explosive fights at the Drakes. Like, yes, 100 Thieves has a lot of engage, but unless they find the right trigger pull, the biggest fights are going to be around the next Drake in a minute 30.
And it's going to be a Luden's build here for Doublelift. He is about, actually has enough gold now, I think, in pocket. So next time he goes back to base, he's going to be on that massive 3-item power spike here. You know, at 20 minutes, having enough gold for that is ridiculous. And then they can play really heavily around him. You have that Luden's poke. You're looking to chunk down all these members. Yes, Summit will be tanky. You don't want to be hitting the Xante. He even went for a Spirit Visage build.
Yeah.
But besides that, everyone else is actually a pretty high value target. No one is going to be that durable.
It's so difficult too, especially if things go the way that Jet's saying, where it's going to be these big explosive fights around objectives, to deal with that Void Seeker spam. Even if you are just hitting Summit, you're at least getting the cooldown back. Okay, 3 seconds till the next one, no big deal, right? Those things are so obnoxious around these objectives, and especially for targets like everybody else on the team not named Summit, those things are going to hurt if they stack up. And you know that 100 Thieves will be happy to sit back and play Protect the double lift as he tries to land that poke.
I mean, that's 3 items to 1.5. Double lift versus Yawn. Normally, Kai'Sa is going to get to these 3 items at about 25, 26 minutes. That's how accelerated double lift is right now. He's completed them before the 4th dragon even spawns.
I mean, he has a monster lead, but it also means with the gold almost even, that Pyosik has a huge lead and Summit has a huge lead, right? So there is gold on the other side. There is power on that other side. And it's going to be about this dragon setup here. Summit did go back to base, but he's using the Hextech gates to get out on the map. And Quid finishes his buy. He's TPing out as well, so it's going to be a fight.
Someday, getting caught out here a little bit. Takes a small chunk of damage, but Summit eating half his health bar there to Quid's explosive charge, plus the Void Seeker from Double Lift. 100 Thieves chunking out the enemy front line, now turning their attention back over to the Drake. APA using the clone recall trick to try to get a little bit of scouting down, but no, the Drake is secured by 100 Thieves.
Nicely done. Just that initial chunk onto Summit, I think, was enough to dissuade TL from trying to bully their way in. Summit would have had to lead the way if they wanted to move into River. And now 100 Thieves moving up towards the top side. They want to clear out vision around that Baron and potentially force the TP off APA because he's showing bot right now.
They kill this so fast, and they have the power spikes on the carries. That's the big thing. Like, they could be going for the juggler right now, but they do decide to play it slow.
I think it would be an okay call to start it, get the TP. You know what I'm going to say? This is a result of last game. How bad their Baron start went.
Yeah.
Might be making them a little bit nervous.
This is such a big power spike for them with 2 items on Quid and 3 items on Doublelift, as well as all these engage tools. Like, that's actually a moment to me where if they end up losing this game, they're going to look back of, like, they could have just started that Baron. They're not going to take damage because of the Ornn. They have amazing turn, and they have way more damage on their carries. That would have been a way to jump start this game.
And I think, Jet, you've been talking a lot about Team Liquid's faults throughout the split and sort of how they've had good early games, but unlucky mid-games, we can call them. On the side of 100 Thieves, the biggest fault that I think everybody is constantly going to go back to is the indecisiveness, the lack of making a play, the fact that they seem to be content with sort of just do nothing and scale, but you can't just always do that. You've got to make a decision at some point.
Yeah.
And so I'm curious, is this going to come back and bite them? Because otherwise, I don't know.
Look at Someday. He's moving up towards mid lane, so they're looking for an engage around mid or a Baron start, because APA is staying bot. This time I think 100 Thieves absolutely will start the Baron if there's not a response here. They're moving up, and they move somebody all the way from bot, so yeah, they're going to start it right now.
Okay. Critically, though, both APA and Yawn did complete their second item, so they're much stronger than the last time 100 Thieves could have done this.
Summit going to the Hex Gate to the back of the Baron pit. TP coming in now to make sure they can bring APA in, but APA immediately thrown up into the air. Pop Blossom finds Closer, but he's the only one. APA tries to get away, but Double got the killer instinct. Yawn goes up into the air, but he'll die as soon as he lands. Someday taking the kill credit on that one as Quid jumps forward, going after Core JJ. Double versus Summit, 1v1 off to the side as Buzio gets jumped on by Pyosik, but the Viego will not find a kill just yet. He finally gets one. He's going to try to take the body. Over the wall goes Closer. Magnet Storm on 2. They're looking to get the tanks. They got to focus Pyosik. Summit tries to disengage. Double hot on the chase, continuing after him. Finds the kill with the Void Seeker as Quid takes a rocket jump forward. Pyosik lives, but there's 3 dead on Team Liquid for only the support on 100 Thieves, and they're right back into the Baron pit.
That final kill was so critical there because Summit had TP. He would have been able to base TP back, potentially look to find something, but instead 100 Thieves win the fight. They'll get the Baron. The turn on the TP was excellent. That timing on the knock-up from Someday was picture perfect on APA. And even though APA did survive for a while, double-elimination was able to get in the back line, finish him off. And this is the kind of play the 100 Thieves needed to make. This is why they drafted so much Engage. And we can watch it one more time on the TP coming in.
Yeah, and double-elimination is just so fed. So amazing knockup by Someday onto APA, but then double-elimination just being on Kai'Sa, knowing when he can fly in. Really good timing because there's no counter engage that can follow him here. He also dumps a bunch of damage down onto Yon, and once that's done, those are carries taken care of. The rest of the fight should be easy.
I mean, it was a beautiful fight from double-elimination. He found the angle from the pit to hit the Void Seeker on APA right as he arrives, right as he gets knocked up, and then waited, as you said, waited until he was kind of creating space from the rest of the team. Max range ulti over the wall there. Gets that final kill. I believe his Void Seeker, right as he was going in with his ultimate onto APA, also hit Yon. So he got so much damage down there. And this is now an 8-kill Kai'Sa here. Nearly has the death cap completed. We're into a pause, unfortunately. Yeah, I know. But hopefully it'll be a quick one.
Man, Team Liquid coming to what they thought was going to be a good fight, but right into the waiting arms of the Ornn knockup on APA. Yeah. That was beautiful. You said it, Isaac. The timing was perfect. That's one of those things where if you get it right, you look amazing. But if you get it wrong, you're going on a funny fail compilation. Like, it would just be a disaster. APA getting popped at the very start of that fight. Yeah. Pop Blossom only hit the tanks, right? It only hit Someday. It only hit Closer. Practically no value at all.
double-elimination now, 13,600 gold. The richest person on the enemy team is now Pioshik at not even 10K, and Yon has just over 9,000. So more than 4,000 gold, about 4,500 gold ahead of where Yon is at this point. It's a ridiculous lead. He's closing in on that death cap at 25.5 minutes here. And double-elimination has everything he does need to try to take over this game. But it must be pointed out, he has no flash. And Core has his flash, Summit has his flash, APA has his flash, so he will be a massive target. And I think we're going to see TL potentially try to force before that Summoner is back up, because double-elimination has to die, and has to die quickly in a fight.
Yeah, I'd expect them to try and kind of go for an all-in fight around the next Drake spawn. We'll get information on the pause as soon as possible as well, but it is looking like the series is going to move to 1-1. As some of the players look like they've been given permission to leave the stage briefly. So the fans have been very vocal today. It's great to see. This is such an important series, right? For both teams. Like double-elimination, his legacy in the LCS of winning every summer split from 2015 through 2020, taking multiple years off, coming back with Bjergsen retiring midway through the split, it not going well at all in summer to now being here. We're long away from a turnaround. He's yet to win a playoff game, but if he could pull it off, it would be incredible.
While we wait for this pause to resolve, let's go ahead and listen to Yon's thoughts on going up against double-elimination in his very first playoff series.
For our upcoming match against 100 Thieves, I think they were very shaky in the regular season, but I'm pretty sure they're a good playoff team, so I'm excited to play against them as well. My matchup against double-elimination is pretty much the same as I always do. I would just think of them as another Berserker, FPI, Unforgiven, 6A. It's all the same.
It's all the same. I mean, if you turn the nameplates off, they're just Kai'Sa.
Yeah, you're just playing a single-player game with some very advanced AI. And that's one of the ways that you can try to keep your cool, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of players do try to look at it in that way, right? And I think people will maybe meme on them for that answer a little bit, but I do think it speaks to kind of the mentality you have to have. You can't be intimidated by the opponents, right? You can't be intimidated by the people that you're going up against. And that's something that I think a lot of players will talk about when they're first coming up into the pro leagues. You know, you come from academy, all these guys that you've watched for years and years and years, that you've maybe idolized, that you've maybe watched to kind of model your game after. And all of a sudden you're sitting across from them, you're playing up against them. If you give them that respect in your mind, it's like you're almost defeating yourself before you even start.
Yeah. You've got to be like the Gold 4 brand that solo killed Faker in solo queue. Just be like, I don't know who this guy is. He's just playing Vlad. I'm going to burn him with brand. As long as you believe in yourself, you're good to go, man. Well, hopefully we'll be able to get back into the game here pretty soon. Still not sure exactly what the state of the pause or the state of the game is.
I don't see any refs, so I'm assuming it's not a tech issue. You know, everyone is kind of just milling about, so maybe
it might have been a bio break. I'm not sure.
Might have been. That was kind of my guess too.
That's my assumption.
Yeah, with no refs there.
Yep. What is bio break? Is that like a quarantine?
She's
like
going to the washroom.
Oh. I thought he was talking about
A biological break.
Yeah, like a reactor broke down in some sort of experiment escape.
There's a chemical hazard on the stage.
I was like, dude, I didn't even know we had that here. That's kind of badass, but on the other hand, I don't want to die.
Yeah, one of the players brought a barrel of nuclear waste onto the stage.
See, that's what came to my mind. It's like that biohazard symbol. I was like, okay, man, I'm not
We're
really
getting unpaused. Let's go.
Yeah, I've been told that we are about to unpause, so we're back into the game now. It's 25.5 minutes in. It's a 3,000 gold lead for 100 Thieves. It's 2 Drakes to 2 Drakes. Someday charges forward, but he's all alone. Someday may have overcommitted here. I'm not really sure what this one's all about. He has to flash away back to the safety of Busio, and now Sunday's got to reset.
This is interesting. So there's been multiple Orin upgrades. He hasn't actually upgraded double-lift, though. He did upgrade both Quid and Closer. A little bit surprised they didn't actually do double-lift. Probably just wasn't close to him on the map is what my assumption is.
Either not close to him or because Kaisa finishes the Mythic 3rd, maybe when he hit his level, it had
No, he just hit the levels.
He just hit
double-lift
the level.
almost has death cap, so I think he's had it.
I was trying to play devil's advocate.
I mean, my guess is he just wasn't buying, right?
Okay.
And he's just like, stats are stats. But it is surprising because usually when someone's having a monster game, they get the first upgrade every time.
Right, yeah. They're the Ornament King. All right, APA staying disguised as Core JJ pretty frequently throughout this game. So still does not want to get hit by any of those Void Seekers. 100 Thieves looking to put some pain under the tier 2 turret here in the bottom lane. Closer off to the side. APA only going to lose the clone. Ornhorn summoned up. Someday right to the uprights worth 3 points, but nothing here in League of Legends. Closer. Shattering strike. Yawn having to escape. APA. Blossom coming up from APA to find the engage on everybody. Double-lift goes on a rampage and Busio drops. Double-lift's got to try to keep himself alive, and he's doing it. Yoshik's about to melt, but he found the reset of the double-lift. Will he be able to do anything else? It doesn't quite look like it. Summit goes all out. The rest of 100 Thieves are still in the answer. 100 Thieves just pulled it off. A triple kill over Quid. Double-lift died so the team could thrive. They're going to come back, finish game number 2, and tie this series up.
Just like that, 100 Thieves gonna close this one out in under 30 minutes. Massive game here from Double-lift. It started out perfect at level 1, and they made that lead count.
From level 1 to a 27.5-minute win, 9-2 Kaisa, 4-1 Trist. You boys said the carries had to carry, and they get it done. 100 Thieves ties up the series.
Did they ever? That was a massive gap in this game for Double-lift, showing you what Summer Lift really means. I will say, though, we are in for quite a series because that was a disastrous level 1 for Team Liquid in this game. They're going to try and wipe that one out of their brains. Piosik was having a pop-off game on Viego, but they were just too far behind the curve of the game. I'm really curious to track Piosik in this series because from this shot, after game 1, he looked pretty mad. And in this game, when you're the 4-0 Viego and everyone else is dead, that makes you pretty mad. So what's he going to come back with in game 3 to try and take this series back?
I mean, I think it's such an interesting series, right? Because game 1 was very back and forth, mistakes from both teams, good plays from both teams. You kind of wonder what the takeaways are. From game 2, if you're TL, you kind of want to just say, well, it was just a level 1, who cares? Nothing else really mattered. But at the same time, you have to evaluate separately from that, is this style of a draft going to be problematic? Because it gives 100 Thieves very clear win conditions, lots of forms of engage, double carries here for Quid and Double-lift. This sets them up, I think, for the game that they want to play.
Yeah, and weirdly enough, thinking about this last fight, this could have been the window back for Team Liquid. Like, they actually got Double-lift. Double-lift flew in for the kill on Dion, and that's where they're able to land this massive stun from APA, actually. He sees the window here, Core and Nico at the same time, but he's just so fed, right? Yon isn't really in range to do damage, and you can't quite reset early enough for Piosik.
And one of the biggest things is that Double-lift still had his ulti shield from the Killer Instinct when that came through. And that looked like, you know, just kind of eyeballing it, like 700 shield, 600 shield, something really big, because he had his death cap and everything depleted. So that allowed him to live such a long time that, sure, yeah, they did kill him, but Double-lift makes the aggressive play when he has this big advantage, and they have to put so many resources into killing him. You have no option but to go for Double-lift as TL, and that created so much time, so much space for the rest of the team to secure the 5v5.
And hey, as it looks like we've got another playoff series wanting to go the distance, a reminder, the tickets are officially on sale for the LCS Championship in Newark, New Jersey on August 19th and 20th. You can head on over to Ticketmaster.com right now to claim your spot, and we'll hope to see you there. But for now, we're heading back over to the LCS Lounge to break down Game 2.
What's up, Captain Flowers? We're hanging out, just Emily and I. Normally there's 4 people on this couch. There's just 2 today. Raz is subbing in, though, as best he can, because we got to talk about Game 2 and how
Yep.
100 Thieves answered this series back 1-1. So it all started with this play. This level 1 was absolutely insane.
I felt so bad for Rainover as you were
felt bad
interviewing
too.
him during that. So this is kind of the classic, like, we have Nautilus, we're gonna go see if we can't find anything. It's not exactly, yeah, everything is on fire now. And the worst part about it, right, is like, this is what sets double-lift and Quid ahead. Like, and double-lift just successively takes over this game.
He absolutely monsters this game. They did a good job making dives happen in the bot lane. That was so well played by Busio to initially land the hook. Oops, I'm going the wrong way. The initial route into the hook was just a really heads-up play of baiting Core JJ in, and then actually going onto him. This is good stuff. I have a thumbs up emoji.
Look who's here, Mark. It's Closer.
Closer making stuff happen, baby.
We got a circle. Like, so like, I know it sounds sarcastic, but I actually have really enjoyed seeing Closer get a lot more involved. Not just in this game, in the game previously, it didn't work out, they still lost, but in here, he has still been able to do a lot with his lanes, a lot more than what we saw from him in the regular season. This is just...
So I was going to say, TL did make it a little close. They had this Rift Herald fight, and then this play right here should have actually fully brought Team Liquid back in the game. This is a 5-man commit on a bot dive that Team Liquid turns with just 4 people and comes out 1-for-0. Huge ult out of APA this entire game. Gets a nice stop there from the follow-up getting to Closer because everyone was trying to get to this side of the screen, but him and Core JJ blocked that from happening. But the biggest thing is actually what happened on the backside of that fight.
Yeah, here.
Summit, if you missed it, he's actually down.
Let's rewind to the... Can we rewind to the previous play?
Yeah, I guess we can go back a little bit first. So if you go back, Summit has actually reset. If you look at the minimap, he is right here because he was recalling to try and cover that bot dive, but he could have just stayed top. This turret has 4 plates on it at this point, and it was like 1 hit from getting it down to 3. If he doesn't reset, because he was behind this play anyways, he had no chance of making it here in time. If he just stays top and keeps perma pushing this, he gets monstrously ahead. They turn this around, and then there's no good reset point for 100 Thieves. But because he goes bot, and he doesn't just go bot, he actually stays bot forever, and he's like going to blue buff with Core JJ to like set up for a potential like bot play. Like,
yeah, they
cross mapping right now for no reason. And during this time, 100 Thieves are going to take this whole top turret because off that failed play, they get a reset into an empty lane topside, and double-lift gets catapulted ahead after a failed play.
Yeah, here, pause here, just because, or go back a little bit, I guess. I did want to point out the vision coverage in the, because like what they do is they kind of waffle around bot side, and then they do set up these 3 wards in the enemy bot side jungle. But like you said, there's the play where Summit could have just stayed cross map, stayed in lane, gotten those plates for himself, and then this, where double-lift just ends up getting all of that gold.
Yeah, I mean, it was, I think, around the 2,500 gold swing between Summit getting his own plates and 100 Thieves getting a free entire turret topside funneled into double-lift. And Team Liquid played some of the mid-game fights out okay, but double-lift was just so strong. And even in this play, which is, again, a decent fight out of Team Liquid, I think double-lift ended up picking up 2 more kills, and they have to, like, commit everything to get him, you know, and he just keeps getting further and further ahead in this game. And then despite some nice plays by Pioshik, who had a good Viego game, and Summit having a decent Cassante game, it just wasn't enough to actually get all the way ahead. And you can see it's just a disaster for the side of Team Liquid after that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other big thing was that that big Baron fight that ended up happening. There's we see the little reprieve where TL, it's like, okay, maybe they're clawing their way back in. They even peek a little bit up in there.
But that jump right there is that play that I was highlighting with the bad reset timing. If you just stay top, that gold graph just continues going up in your direction. So unlucky there. Team Liquid almost fought their way back in, but 100 Thieves looking very good. double-lift having an absolute monstrous performance. 23k damage. Closer getting involved. He did a good job playing around him. TL selects a red side. So this is the first time that we're going to swap things up. Very interesting there. Despite being 1-1 on blue side, they are jump and ship.
Yeah, it's been really interesting seeing teams value red so highly.
It's been hotly contested this playoffs. That's going to do it for us here. We're going to go to break and see you on the other side for game 3.
I'm holding here.
If they're stacked here, they won't even kill anyone. Okay, let's go. Come on.
Boost to you are.
I'll ward. Rail come.
Yeah, I'm hovering.
Fighting here. Recon. I cannot flash.
Very good.
They're fighting. Okay, everyone's coming.
What they have?
I'm reacting.
Very good.
Nice, I'm basing. Backhand of flash.
Nothing here with League of Legends. Closer. Shattering strike. Yawn. Having to escape. ABA. Blossom coming up from ABA to find the engage on everybody. Double goes on the rampage and Butio drops. Double got to try to keep himself alive and he's doing it. Yoshi's about to melt, but he found the reset of the Double. Will he be able to do anything else? It doesn't quite look like it. Summit goes all up. The rest of 100 Thieves are still in the answer. 100 Thieves just pulled it off. A triple kill over Quid.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Typical beginner's mistake.
Yes, they all start from the outside.
So, will we help him?
What else? Here, try it with Red Bull.
Red Bull gives you wings.
With Verizon's new My Plan, I get exactly what I want and only pay for what I need.
Now I'm in charge of my plan. Introducing My Plan from Verizon. You get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. And it all starts at just $30. It's your Verizon.
Myself and my team didn't have the best starts. So if we win the trophy from here, it would mean a lot to me. Like, we are able to come back from this struggle and make it in the end. That means I should never give up. Once you are mine, and I'll get you again.
But instead it's Closer swooping in to pick up Yawn. They're trying to fight it, smite fight.
Oh, Closer's attempting. Closer gets it!
Now FBI has to be protected by the rest of his troops, but the Heartbreaker, the Playmaker, it's Closer with a double kill on Viego as FBI tries to escape. Closer's got the Spectral Maw and a triple kill.
Make sure to use LCS Summer for $10 off your order of $15 or more for new diners until the end of the split. Terms apply.
Welcome back, everybody. Before we get into Champion Select, congratulations to all you at home who topped your leagues in Fantasy LCS on Sleeper. For those of you who didn't make it to the winner's circle, come back next split for a shot at redemption. Speaking of redemption, I think Team Liquid are going to want to redeem their performance in the previous game, especially the level 1, which kind of just set everything off on the wrong foot.
Absolutely. And I mean, honestly, it's been back-to-back level 1 plans from 100 Thieves. The game 1 didn't actually get a kill, but it did force AP to level rocket jump level 1 on the Tristana and jump away to safety, right? So now it's like, okay, you tricked him once, you tricked him twice.
Yeah.
You got to be watching your level 1s here now as TL.
But what we will say is we thought maybe Team Liquid could look at that game 2 and think, level 1, unlucky, let's go next. They clearly still want to change something because as the loser, they get to select sides. They chose red side, switching up from what they did in game 2.
All right, as predicted, the Ziggs stays banned. That's going to be a black and white portrait for the entire series. Yeah, exactly. Rumble, also a very similar story here as those two remain banned. Poppy getting banned out by 100 Thieves. Team Liquid going to ban out the Jace, the Renekton, the Azir. Kai'Sa is up. Tristana is up. Fun fact, the two champions that we've seen traded back and forth in the 2 previous games are K'Sante and Tristana. K'Sante has lost both games. Tristana has won both games.
Well, they're going to go Kai'Sa, so it's likely going to be an APA Tristana grabbed up here as the answer.
I'd love like a Trist Rel here could be good.
Yeah, I think Trist Rel is strong. I think you can also, go like Rakan a Trist or Xayah Trist, if you wanted. If you do go Xayah Trist, though, part of the problem with these double AD carry styles, if you don't have the Kai'Sa, is that you do become very heavily AD. But honestly, not a lot of teams are playing super tanks anymore, so like, it hasn't really been that relevant when it comes out.
The Rel being the big flex pick, giving up Kai'Sa Rel gives the other team so many engage and teamfight options is what 100 Thieves somehow managed to get last game on red side. I mean, I would say, thinking back, it's kind of shocking that they got both. They might get both again if they end up locking this Nautilus.
That would be really interesting if their read is that the Nautilus is actually the more important component for how 100 Thieves played. I will say, Closer did not have the greatest game 1 on the Rel, so they're saying, hey, if we make Closer only engage again, maybe he's not going to be able to make it happen. But I do think 100 Thieves are likely going to do a similar draft to what they did last game, where they draft multiple forms of engage. I don't think they're going to be relying on only the Rel. The question is, can you slot something else in for the Tristana that fits a similar role? This is very different.
Okay.
It also makes me wonder, are they going to draft more physical damage and go for more of like a physical damage carry top, or is it going to be AD Kai'Sa?
I think it's going to be Rel support. I think because the Ahri is mid, it's too much. I don't think they can do Ahri AP Kai'Sa. I think
if you go like
AP Kai'Sa,
if you go Ahri and Rel jungle and then you go Ornn top or something, you just build Merc Treads and you kind of laugh, right? Like,
yeah.
So I think
that's locked, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
APA. It's left up. This is actually really exciting. He did get to play one Cassio game in the split. It was a pretty strong performance, but in a loss, if I'm recalling correctly. But this is one of the picks that he is really well known for. It is his most played this year, and all time it is his 3rd most played, but he has an almost 77% win rate on it, 13 games played. So it is, you could say it's his most successful champion. TF has 100% win rate on, but it's only a couple games, so we're not really going to count that.
Yeah.
But this is one of the picks that he's really well known for, and I'm excited to see what he can make happen. I will say that Miasma against a lot of Dash champions here is going to be very annoying.
Yeah, very powerful against Ahri. I like the Viego ban from TL. They're having the same read that you guys are, saying I don't think it's jungle Rel this time around just because of what that would mean for the composition and how easy it is to build the Merc Treads. Yeah, that's what I would do. Ban the Lee Sin. Make Closer uncomfortable. Make it so he's like, well, maybe I should play the Rel. I like the fact that they also just locked in the Cassio nice and early after seeing the enemy mid lane pick because they know that APA will get targeted.
And in game 1, they actually double banned Closer's jungle after they first rotationed the Rel as well. But in that game, they were banning out tank and engage junglers. In this game, I think you just ban the physical damage junglers because, again, we're talking about they're too AP heavy, right? So you just ban Viego, you ban Lee Sin. If it was going to be a flex down towards bot side and you were going to bring in a physical damage jungle, this is limiting the options. You can still go to like Wukong and stuff that have fallen more out of favor, but
you can go to Vi. It's Vi Ahri. That's the classic combo. It's one of those things.
I feel like they're daring you to do it, though, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they pretty much are daring you to do it, but at least you do have an enemy mid laner who is non-mobile in Cassiopeia. You could go for the Vi Ahri combo, just try to make that happen, but I'm honestly pretty much just expecting that for 100 Thieves at this point. Kennen, last ban for them.
I'm also really interested to see, is this going to be Pyosik playing the Nautilus? That's kind of my feeling, is that it's going to be a Nautilus for Pyosik, and we might see something flexed around. He was one of the guys who had played it, so you know, it hasn't really been played jungle a lot, but I do think, you know, when you want to play aggressive, when you want to play early game, it can really fit that style. So it is going to be...
Okay. Yes. Sure.
Okay, Tarek's support. Tarek is getting actually, I think, really strong in solo queue. This is, I think, a really underrated pick. Now I just wonder, are they doing something super crazy and like sending Tristana to top? Are they going to get really wild with it? I'm still expecting it to be 5th pick, top lane counter pick here for Summit. But, you know, there can be a lot of power when you're playing with aggressive picks here and the Tarek ult. When it's used aggressively, I think it's way better. So Cassio's fairly mid-range, but you put Cassio and you strap the ultimate to her, you get her aggressive, you're going things like Stoneplate and Rylai's pseudo-tanky builds, and you kind of just throw that Cassio in there. Tristana can also jump forward with the stun and with that as well. It also pairs really well with the Nautilus. Nautilus gets Bastion. You do the Dazzle, I believe it is the stun off of those hooks. So there's lots of little kind of cool ways that you can play this out.
And I will also say the Tarek will block the Vi as well. So maybe 100 Thieves was thinking that they'd go harder engaged with the Vi. Now I think double probably just builds AD. Not the worst thing in the world if they want to diversify their damage a little bit more. But 2 picks here from Team Liquid that are well outside the standard meta.
Yeah, and it's going to be Fiora for Summit. So, I mean, if I'm Someday, I'm actually pretty scared this game because you got 5th pick counterpicked by the Fiora. You know, he had it blind. He's on the Cassante, but it's also paired with a really strong ganking jungler in the Nautilus. So I would not be surprised to see a lot of attention up towards topside. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know how this 2v2 matchup should go in bot lane. It's just not something we've seen a lot at the pro level. But I do think, you know, in my experience playing a lot of Tarek and seeing it in solo queue, if you can get through the early stages, it is a monster in the team fights. You have so much value compared to a lot of traditional supports if you get a good value ultimate.
And also, the Baron takes with Tarek are absolutely unreal. You take no damage because you Q, auto, Q, auto, infinity. Cassio, Trist, Tarek can 3-man that Baron at 20 minutes without taking any damage.
Tarek, man, it has been a little while since I got to enjoy this champion in team fights and 5v5s. It's all about the ultimate, the Cosmic Radiance. It is one of those Karthus tier ultis that has an incredibly long cooldown, but so much impact if used correctly. It's gonna be up to 100 Thieves to try to bait it out and then avoid it. Because if you fight into it, it's almost guaranteed loss.
Yeah, and that's why, you know, it can be really difficult. And that's why I also really do rate using it aggressively. It's similar to like Shen ult, where I think that if you use it defensively, sometimes they can bait it out and then they can back off. If you're the ones hard engaging and you're just jumping in with this, it can become really difficult to actually problem solve and deal with.
I also think it's so cool that Team Liquid is bringing this out now in Core JJ versus double-elimination, because in my memory, the last time Tarek was popular was Sona Tarek. And you know who the best Sona Tarek team was? It was Team Liquid with Core JJ and double-elimination. So it's actually a little bit less surprising to double-elimination, because if he remembers how Core JJ wants to play Tarek, it'll be a level of familiarity that other AD carries wouldn't have.
Also, this is not just the first Tarek pick in the LCS this split. If you look at major regions, it's the first Tarek pick, period, anywhere. In those top 4 major regions. Has not been picked or banned a single time across LPL, LCK, LEC, or LCS. So it is very niche, and I'm going to be excited to see how it actually works out.
See, I was thinking the same thing, but I didn't want to say without checking, because otherwise I would have like some like G2 or T1 profile pictures yelling at me on Twitter, so I had to be careful about that one. But Team Liquid with the Tarek and the Cassiopeia in mid lane for APA. I want to see if 100 Thieves have the solution, have the solve versus this. Again, there's the issue of, do they have enough physical damage if double-elimination goes for the AP Kai'Sa build again?
So he is going to be going Glacial Augment as well on the Tarek. It is not going to be Guardian. You know, those are the 2 options that I generally see. Guardian kind of more defensive. Obviously, if you hit the stun with the Dazzle, then Glacial Augment does have a lot of value there. They're playing very defensive summoners kind of as expected. It's heal cleanse for their bot lane. I expect them to not really be looking to fight as much. It's more just about surviving, getting value from your scaling. With double-elimination going Hail of Blades, that generally does lend itself towards those more AP styles, but he's not actually starting Longsword. He's going to go D-Blade, so I'll be interested to see where he goes. And there are a lot of different options. You can go like Navori AD, you can go Shiv into Navori, you can go Shiv into, obviously, the more standard builds that we see into AP, so interested to see where he takes it.
Still going to be tracking Pyosik on this Nautilus as well. Going back to what you mentioned during the draft, I think it's a really big point of concern for 100 Thieves and for Someday is if Pyosik decides to commit to this, does Summit become 1v9 split push raid boss and find a win condition through that? Again, Cassante is the champion that has lost both games so far in this series, played by either side.
It's also worth pointing out there was one Fiora game from Summit. It was actually against Energy, and I remember this game where they hard camped top lane. It was Pyosik playing. Oh, as we're gonna see a flash, not gonna find it. It was hard camped top lane, got Summit into a massive advantage. Someone even built Hullbreaker, and then decided to 5v5, and they actually lost that game. So TL has to show us that they can close out games for split push as well.
And that game was also Harry's last game on TL main.
Oh, good point.
So after that, APA was subbed in. So it was Fiora, Akali. Their team fighting was atrocious. I'd say their team fighting overall is a little better here. It's like a 4 strong core team fighters with the Fiora rather than this whole flanking team. But I completely agree. We know Summit can play the Fiora in lane, but can Team Liquid play with Summit in team fights?
Exactly. I mean, even a lot of these circumstances, we saw the Monster Jax game from Summit last week where he had that huge carry performance. He even goes Hullbreaker in that and then ends up team fighting, right? So there's a lot of these situations where it feels like he's building Hullbreaker saying, okay, I want to only split push, but then I don't know if it's him making the decision or TL is saying, okay, we can't close this way, you need to group. So it seems to be kind of split ideas on how to actually play that out. I do think Taric adds a pretty interesting wrinkle to how you can 5v5 though as a Fiora. Because again, you can use this aggressively. You can start it out if you get that dazzle stun on someone from the Fiora, get an ult on the Fiora. Yeah, you're squishy, but not with a Taric ultimate, and you give him a little bit of time. You can even use that ultimate to focus down someone like a frontliner, utilize the true damage, and get that first kill and reset and fight.
Yeah, I would say though, like my theory crafting brain is that you just don't team fight with Fiora. The Cassio Taric will be
could always team fights.
But literally, no, you just team fight with 4. Like, you're going to be so strong with Cassio Taric, like, starting an objective. If they fly in on you, you might even win a 4v5, and someone can just Hullbreaker split push all day long.
I agree with you. I just don't think they're going to do it. I think he's going to group, because he always groups.
Yep.
Like, I agree with you. I think in a lot of those cases, like the Energy game that I was referencing, really nice buffer on the hook there from Pyosik. The Energy game that I was referencing, I think they would have won for sure if he just hard committed the split push. He was taking towers in the face of his opponent. He was in such a great spot, but they elected a 5v5 over by Baron. So it has just been the TL kind of recipe is that they create leads in the side lane and then they use it to try to 5v5. So we'll see how TL wants to play this out. If someone can get ahead, that's step 1. And step 2 is what do they want to do with that? How do they use that to kind of carry that lead forward into a victory?
Well, the lane state's not too happy for Someday right now, as Summit is keeping the wave kind of right where he wants it, continuing to just farm up effectively here. Someday trying to trade back with the Intofo strikes. You can see Closer is hanging around nearby, but again, Rel is one of those champions. Her CC is so telegraphed, it's still on dial-up internet. If Fiora fails to repost Crashdown, like, I don't know what's going on. So it's very difficult to find success here against the Fiora with the gank.
Yeah, it can be really tough. You have to get clever. You have to look for Q flashes and things like that they maybe can't react to, but it is really unlikely that they're going to be able to find a play there. Likely Closer was kind of just sitting around to see A, if someone would overcommit, or B, if he can actually cover Pyosik, making some sort of a play up there. We know that Pyosik is down on bottom side though. And it's actually pinging on towards the Dragon because they do have push here. So looking to start this up, you talked about it, Jat, the power that Taric has around Baron. Same is true here around these neutral objectives on the bot side. You get 2 passive autos there. It actually does a significant amount of damage, and it resets the cooldown on your heal. So as long as you're able to get that off, you just can continue going. And he's also going for the build that I really like, which is the tier build. It is very, very greedy. But, if you're not punished in lane and you go this style, then you could actually get a tremendous use out of that passive and those autos for spamming out heals in the 5v5s. Because if you don't go for that build, you actually can't really maintain enough mana to spam out those Qs in fights for very long. Because his mana costs are actually really, really high.
Well, they've secured the Dragon very early for themselves. 6.5 minutes in, Mountain Drake for TL. Jat, you mentioned how it's one of those really good early ones. APA now going to be forced to flash away as Closer makes an entrance here into mid. Didn't have to commit his own flash, just the Shattering Strike was enough to scare APA back.
Yeah, and having Ahri level 6, that's a very dangerous mid lane for APA at the moment. I really do like the way this Team Liquid composition seems to be coming together. That's why Azael and I have probably spent the last 6 minutes talking about it.
It's fun to talk about new stuff too, right?
It's unique, and they have 3 really hard carries and 2 really supportive members in the Nautilus and the Taric, so they can split up the map farm very well. But with that being said, like, there's still weaknesses to attack. And if 100 Thieves can get something here, it will be huge.
It's coming in. Yawn already using that rocket jump to get away means that 100 Thieves will not lock anybody down. Team Liquid can disengage that without committing any summoner spells, but 100 didn't spend any of theirs either, so unfortunately for them, just doesn't result in a whole lot from Closer unless they go for the dive now to follow it up.
There's no rocket jump, remember, on Yawn likely. It's a long cooldown early on, so I think they're going to try to force this, but he does have cleanse and flash, and there's heal on core, so this is really hard to make happen, I think.
All right, let's see if they can do it. They want to go in. Busio going in for the engages. CoreJJ is now going to be charmed up. They're going to turn the focus back onto him, but the dive does not work. Team Liquid using the cleanse and the heal. They don't even have to spend a flash. 100 Thieves dive fails.
I don't even know how Busio got 6 before everyone else there, so must have caught a little bit more XP. He goes 6. He just got 6 off the last minion, so I think that's why they made that call. That's why they went aggressive. At the end of the day, does force out the cleanse and the heal, so not bad.
But then the fact that Yawn was able to buffer his rocket jump and escape, now Core and Yawn are both level 6. They won't be able to dive that for a long while. And Team Liquid, knowing that the bunch of stuff just got burned bottom, turn for Rift Herald. I think a really good series of events for Team Liquid.
Yeah, TL's loving this one. They're up a very small amount of gold, but that is about to spike once they acquire this Herald. Again, nobody from the side of 100 Thieves nearby to be able to contest this one as Yawn and CoreJJ are walking their way up. Good with the charm onto Yawn, but it ain't going to do a whole lot. That Spirit Rush being used means he's just going to spend the last couple of charges however he can as the eye is secured by Pioshi.
And that was actually really huge for Yawn and CoreJJ. It doesn't look like much, but getting the Ahri ult to be expended there when APA is flashless as the Cassio in mid lane is huge. It bails him out of that lane. So not only did Yawn and Core absorb that dive bottom lane to relieve some pressure, they also were able to relieve pressure in the mid lane. Massive play.
Back up top side, let's check in on how Someday is surviving the Fiora situation. 63 farm compared to the 83, and he's even got more minions alive too, so that's only going to get worse as Summit farms up some of these. But again, it's kind of expected. It's Fiora versus a tank. That's the way these matchups go.
It's also interesting to know, APA, the build that he went for, you grabbed an early Giant spell here, so obviously that can be used for Demonic Embrace or Rylai's, most likely later on. It's going to delay his Mythic, but I actually like making that kind of a pit stop when you're already going tier start and you're down your flash, as you called out, right? Because that can help to keep him safe. TL, we're looking for an angle on that dive, but 100 Thieves are here to match.
It's a slap fight, man.
Yeah, it's a meatball battle. It's Pioshik and CoreJJ. Between the two of them, they do about 30 damage.
But they got the flash from Closer. Closer got scared there as APA came over, so I think he was nervous that he might get locked down and then ulted by APA and burst down. So at the end of the day, TL, look for that little excursion. Try to look for a potential wraparound gank on Quid, who was missing his ulti, and they get the flash from Closer for it. So well done.
Lucio and double lift. Does Lucio want to go in for something here? Yes, he does. Grand Entrance going to find a quick knock-up onto Yawn. Double lift not going to get the full plasma proc there, but easy trade for them. CoreJJ, of course, can heal this back up pretty easily. There you go. Another one of those comes out.
It's looking like so far the Taric Surprise is really working out for Team Liquid. 100 Thieves tried really hard for that dive early. It was repelled. I feel like they've burned a lot of really good spells just by like rocket jumping forward with the Taric-y. They got the double of cleanse bottom. They got the Quid ult in mid. They even got the Closer flash in jungle. So yeah, really effective early game, even though it's 0-0 for Team Liquid, because I feel like the team fighting when this team actually comes together later game is going to be very strong.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And they just let the Herald crash in mid, so APA gets some more gold. It's already 25 CS lead up in top lane for Summit, so he is doing very well in the isolated 1v1, as we always expect from this guy. He is just ridiculous in those 1v1s. It's almost kind of a meme at this point where it's just like everyone just expects it so he doesn't get the credit for it. You know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah, standard 30 CS lead there for Summit up in the top lane, right?
Yeah, that's just what Summit does. Yeah, he just up, 300 gold that can kill every lane.
Oh, got a lot of guys from both sides here jockeying for position around this bottom side river, looking at mid. Both mid laners did take a chunk of damage there. Quid hit the charm, and APA got him stuck in the miasma. And that miasma is a serious problem for the Ahri, because if you ever dash in and you don't hit the charm, and she immediately miasmas on top of you, following it up with more spirit rushes is impossible.
The other thing I would say is I really love guaranteed CC as combos with Cassio. So when you're playing something like Nautilus, you throw down the Nautilus ultimate. As soon as the depth charge lands, throw miasma on it.
Flash hook coming in from
Pioshik, double lift is the target. He tries to Killer Instinct back over to the other side of the Team Liquid jungler so he can flash over the wall and complete the escape. But it's both Sums and the ulti from 100 Thieves Marksman, and that means Team Liquid feels confident starting up their second Drake of the game.
Yeah, they're going to take an easy dragon, and he almost had that combo happen to him as he had to actually Killer Instinct. He was at the fattest part of the wall, so he couldn't flash there. So he had to Killer Instinct to a skinnier part of the wall, then flash over. But if that Miasma catches you, it's nothing you can really do to react. So we'll see if they can pull off that combo later. But guaranteed CC into the Miasma, you're locked in there, you can't flash, you can't dash, there's no escape. It is one of the most frustrating things to actually deal with when you are playing these mobile champions and really used to being able to jump forward and jump back.
And grounded itself as a mechanic is so rare in League of Legends. Singed Goo has it, Cassiopeia Poison has it. There's not a lot of champions that can apply it, and it's one of those things similar to like Suppression.
And Silence.
Yeah, that when you play against them, they're so impactful, but they're also so rare, they can easily fall into the back of your mind, and it's much easier to be caught off guard.
Yep.
Yeah, and I gotta say, like, even though this is a very low action early game, it does feel like 100 Thieves need to make something happen. They're already down 2 Drakes to 0. Doublelift is not accelerated like he was in the last game on Kai'Sa, so he's been playing a very good series, did a good job to escape from that gank, but there's just nowhere that it seems like they're able to play through. They tried to stack away bottom, didn't work. They got APA's flash early, but then that was easily countered when Quid burned his ultimate. They're definitely not doing something to the Divine Sunder or Fiora top lane. You go up there, probably 1v2s.
Yeah.
So Team Liquid, I think, is really just going to play an objective game. It doesn't need to be flashy to be effective, which is very different than how Team Liquid has played for so much of this split. But they're already at 2 Drakes. They have the Taric. I can see them just grouping up in 3.5 minutes for the next Cloud, grouping up around Baron at 20 minutes and just like playing the game out very safely.
Absolutely. I mean, I do think that's one of the big differences of having the Tristana versus having the Ahri, right? Is they can't just afford to sit back. They don't have kind of guaranteed scaling. You have the Cassante instead of the Ornn, so it is going to be more difficult, I think, for them to just kind of play it passively, play it slowly, and we'll see if they can find anything, because I feel like at this next Dragon fight, they're going to have to look to fight, and Quid's going to have a really good fight on the Ahri.
And the game being 0-0 tells you it's slow, but even more evidence for just how slowed down the pace of this is. Plates just faded. It's 4 plates to 1. TL lost a single plate. They managed to only take 4 from their opponents. That is a very low overall plate amount for 14 minutes of gameplay.
Also worth noting, APA now has that Rylai's, so he's actually just sitting on the Lost Chapter plus the Tier for his mana problems, has that early Rylai's. It's really powerful in the Cassio. You connect with any spell, you're going to get the slowdown. You can even use Twin Fangs to set up for your Q. To be able to kind of get that guaranteed hit as you get the slow from your E now with Rylai's. So it's really effective with kiting and with chasing people down. But 100 Thieves on top side, they're starting up this Herald. Summon is basing and has no TP, so it is going to be a free Herald, but they're going to trade it for the solo tower gold on the bot side for Yon. So again, I do favor what TL have gotten. They get guaranteed gold here. They're going to take away what looked like the Raptors, and they're even going to be able to set up potentially more vision on this bot side.
So coming into the series, we showed how Closer's been very ineffective in the early game. He's been a participant in 1 First Blood the entire summer split.
Yes.
The good news is, still no First Blood this game. So he could double it up. He can still double that number up in a way to come back in this game. You never know. You never know,
This is
Flowers.
like Jet's used car salesman arc.
Yeah, really.
It's 16 minutes in the game. It's 0-0.
You're selling, but I'm not buying.
Yeah, that seems like a lemon to me, man.
Yeah.
There's like a hole in the gas tank or something.
Exactly.
I don't really know exactly
The
what
seats are rotted through.
But it still turns on.
Well,
but it is a car.
It takes at least 16 minutes to do
And
so.
you can drive it home today.
And you'll probably get most of the way there. All right, Closer and the rest of 100 Thieves and the rest of Team Liquid. This is a PvP video game, but nobody's embracing that here today. Quid getting jumped on there by Summit. Nice job using the riposte to guarantee that it doesn't get locked down by the Everfrost. But yeah, man, both teams are just so content. Letting the clock tick forward.
I like how someone was playing aggressive there. I think what he's trying to do is force out the ult from the Ahri prior to this Dragon fight here. That is up in 45. And it's something that is really underrated, but if you can force fights that are advantageous prior to objectives, you can take important cooldowns from your opponents and you can prevent them from being able to actually fight you properly at that objective.
Completely agree, and they're kind of keeping Quid in the top lane. If if they can keep him from having a good setup, it's just very difficult for anyone to realistically get in for 100 Thieves. Like, you could say, hey, closer, fly in, but I just don't think right now 100 Thieves has the burst damage to kill anyone before the Taric ult comes down, which is part of the reason I think this game is in such a stalled state. 100 Thieves thinks if they go in, they're just going to int, and Team Liquid says, well, we already got 2 Drakes. We don't need to go in. Why int? Let's just get the Dragon Soul.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a pure tank support jungler. You've got Cassante with 1 item, Everfrost Ahri. The damage on 100 Thieves is very, very, very low. Like, bursting through Cosmic Radiance feels just entirely impossible.
And it is worth noting, double-elimination is going towards the AP Kai'Sa build, so he is going to be going AP. So I do think TL are going to start stacking Merc Tread, stacking that up. Summon is already TP'd here. They are going to get the charge, but not more than that.
Dredgeline comes in, Summit with a nice riposte, making sure that he doesn't get caught out here as Team Liquid, the rest of them at least, were dealing with the Herald. So that's taken care of. The Drake has spawned. It's Team Liquid with control over the bottom side river and the entrance to it. Pioshik going fishing there with the Dredgeline, but he doesn't find double lift. 100 Thieves just trying to shove these waves out. Team Liquid doing the same. I'm just waiting for the explosive engage from one side or the other.
I don't think 100 Thieves, I think they're just going to end up giving this up potentially, because I don't think they can actually get in. They're just getting harassed so heavily. Unless they are willing to make like a full commit flash play, AP is just harassing them on the side.
Summit's gone in. He's all out looking for the enemy mid laner as APA's been caught, but the Cosmic Radiance keeps him alive now. Closer off to the side, just dies. First blood over to the side of Team Liquid of the AD carry. Double Lift going into the back. He won't be able to find APA. Instead, he's going to get burst down next. Dredgeline finds him, and TL buries him. 100 Thieves tried to go, and 100 Thieves got.
And that's the best look they're going to get. You can see exactly why they'd been so hesitant. Closer goes in, they try and 100 to 0 APA. They do not before the Taric ult lands, and then guess what? You're now Fiora ulted and the fight is over. So Closer tries to go in, gets completely shut down, and Team Liquid take even stronger control of the game.
That's a difficulty, and that's why I thought they were going to just back off, because they, everyone approaching from one side is going to be so difficult to make it work. APA was harassing them as they come in, and they make the call, you know, we're going to flash for this play. But where's the damage from Quid? It has to be already landing. It is not there just yet until just now. The charm does connect, but then the ulti is landed, and watch as double-elimination goes for the killer instinct in the backline. But the Bastion is there from Core JJ. He's in the Fiora ult, and double-elimination is not able to burst him down. So there's the Bastion. The heal had already come out. Not enough damage to finish him off.
Yeah, APA ults in the wrong direction. Doesn't matter. Fight is won. I couldn't believe Piosa kept throwing out those hooks as well. Like, I'm thinking for 100 Thieves, just wait for one to land, but they're going for more.
100 Thieves want the dive now. The tier 1 turret's still standing, but just barely. But it stands long enough to make sure that 100 Thieves aren't going to get what they came for. They'll at least force down the turret, but no kills to follow.
It's feeling pretty doomed.
That's looking tough.
I actually like that play, trying to make a quick play before Team Liquid is set up, but double-elimination, the time for him to get to 3-item Kai'Sa is it's not there.
Yeah, it's very pushed back, and now they're just going to start up the Baron because
and this
they have
is the Taric.
Yeah, you just continue autoing, you continue using that passive heal back up. They're onto it, and they're going to be probably finishing it.
They don't take damage.
Yeah, 100 Thieves jungler has 1/3 HP. Team Liquid is not afraid of this. Quid jumps in, finds a charm into Core JJ, but he won't be able to kill him. The Cosmic Radiance is not ready. Void Seeker flies out. Quid dropping the Everfrost, but now he has to get back away from Yawn. The depth charge follows him, but Busio's ready to peel. Summit off to the side now, going to be tanking up 3 as Someday, Closer, and double-elimination all chase him down. Summit just continuing to use the lunge to get himself out here, as Closer will not be able to close the distance. Summit saves the Summoner spell.
It's also worth noting, double-elimination is actually going Luden second, so he's going towards you know, an early poke mythic here, and I think his read is, we can't win all in, so I've just got to try to find some way to contribute. And his read is that it's going to be through poke.
Well, the thing is, remember, if we're going back and comparing this to the previous game, at this point in the previous game, double-elimination was hitting that 3-item power spike now, whereas in this one, you said it, Isaac, he's still working towards the second item, so very, very different game state compared to what we saw work for 100 Thieves to find the win in the previous one. Team Liquid up about 2,500 overall. They're on soul point. Not a single Drake has been claimed by 100 Thieves, and here in 3 minutes, the Thieves are going to have to either fight again for that Drake, which is so damn hard to do, or they just give it away.
It is really tough, and this build for double-elimination is a lot lower DPS. You know, people always go, you know, 4 attack speed seconds so they can get the supercharge upgrade. You know, he's not going to have the evolved D, he's not going to have that evolved Q. It will be that early W, and it will be all about poke, so it's going to be way lower on attack speed as a result without going towards Nashor's second, which is pretty much what everyone does, so we'll see how much poke he can land. It is going to be fairly effective, but Core has healing. You know, Yawn is going to build towards lifesteal. Pioshik's not really going to care. So the targets are kind of few and far between that you can hit that really matter.
Yeah, I still like the play though. Just hoping that you land enough onto Yon that maybe you can have them back off before Cloud Drake. I think Team Liquid's going to keep trying to pressure around this Baron. Weirdly enough, 100 Thieves' like best chance is if they can get Team Liquid to start Baron again. Because it feels like if they just wait a little longer, get to Cloud Soul, and then go around Baron and just peel with all the extra move speed, that Team Liquid's going to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think you either hoping that they're going to throw up Baron, or you're hoping that you can start to kill Summit off in the side lane. But they just don't really have the chance to do it in this game. So that is the big problem, is that you have tank top, you have the tank jungler, you have this kind of AP build on Quid, where he doesn't have enough burst to even threaten him. So it's like, how does Summit ever die in a side lane when Doublelift's not there? And I just don't think it ever really happens. No. And if you have to commit 3 people, then you're going to take a free Baron on the top side, even if you do kill him.
Exactly.
So this is one of those situations where 100 Thieves draft is just not really suited to punish one of the weaknesses of TL, which is those isolated deaths that Summit often has.
100 Thieves is trapped. They're trapped in this game. They don't have any good options. They just have to pray.
We've talked about the Kai'Sa build being lower on overall DPS. Ari's second item is a Banshee's Veil. Rel's second item is a Knight's Vow. None of these items are going to burst through a Cosmic Radiance. I just feel like 100 Thieves is tasked with something that can only be done if TL just go complete goofy approach to the fight.
You're playing a 2-threat comp, and your mid laner has Everfrost, Banshees, CDR boots, and an Oblivion Orb, right? It's not a lot of damage for the gold. Doublelift is not ahead like he was last time. You're almost a 1-threat comp, which is going to be really, really tough.
Listen, I will say, Team Liquid has not been good at closing games.
True.
So 100 Thieves, they're trying something spicy here. Instead of just waiting around for the Cloud Soul, they're just going to try a fast Baron. Let's see how Team Liquid responds.
They get the TP at least, but now they got to leave, I think. Busio's setting up on the flank, though. Are they going to commit? I think they are.
Yeah, Team Liquid coming up for this. They use the Scryer's Trinket to find it. This Baron dies so slowly. 100 Thieves damage is not there. Team Liquid making their way up. Busio's been spotted, so they don't have the element of surprise anymore. 100 Thieves still on the Baron. Got it down to about 4,500. Pioshik still thinking about stepping up. APA has found Busio, has to pop the quickness just to try to get himself away as Quid takes a chunk. Massive engage coming out from Closer, but nobody's there to follow up. They immediately pop the Cosmic Radiance. Doublelift jumps back into his own death, and Yon takes the kill. Summit's going after Someday. Team Liquid had no troubles with this one.
Checkmate. TL have answered everything 100 Thieves could do. I don't even mind 100 Thieves flipping this Baron, because I think this game was so doomed. I don't think their draft has anything to deal with what TL has brought out. I think TL were really intelligent about how they drafted, about how they have played out this game. There's no answer to the side lane. There's no answer to the 5v5. There's really nothing happening here for 100 Thieves, so they go for a Baron flip. It does not work out, and now TL should be able to grab Soul, should be able to take everything.
And I just like how slow they play this. They know the Baron doesn't die quickly. APA finds Busio, completely eliminates the flank threat that would be on to Yon. And then Summit was also going to solo kill Doublelift, so Doublelift, of course, has to fly in, but there's just more people there ready to kill him. So perfectly played fight by Team Liquid. Soul secured. I mean, I'm looking across the map. There's a turret dead, so it's not a perfect game, but it's pretty damn close.
It is pretty damn close. This is an incredible game here from TL. I would say this is like the cleanest game I've seen from them all split. I don't want to jinx it. We'll see if they can actually close it out cleanly, but great draft, great play. This is really solid stuff here from TL. Don't like what 100 Thieves brought to the table as far as their answers in draft.
Well,
it's just Someday with an ice.
Come on.
Trying to engage. Everybody else is up here. Someday's up in top side. Summit gets caught. Flashes back over the wall, but Doublelift's ready for the flash follow to shut him down. So finally, 100 Thieves are on the board, but at what cost?
I mean, that's fine. That always happens. That's Summit.
Everybody gets one.
Yeah, 2 things are true of every Summit game. He's going to win lane by 20 CS, and that's going to happen as well.
He's going to die inside.
So we got that out of the way. The Team Liquid's still in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a really good spot. Honestly, it's not that big of a deal. He does die mid lane, but they get multiple towers, and there was a lot committed. If he just died for absolute free, but you had to use Doublelift ult, you had to use Quid ult, you had to use Quid flash, and it is a kill, but a lot gained. They're now up 7K, plus the soul value there is thousands of additional gold. They are in a great spot.
So you guys have been praising Team Liquid for having a really good game compared to some of the issues that we've seen them have so far in the split. But I've got to be extra critical of 100 Thieves here. I'm going to be the guy going negative on this one because, again, their biggest criticism is they want to do nothing and scale. And I can't remember a single time they tried to do something proactive this game. And you can say it's because of the draft. So then I have to go back and ask, well, then what the hell was the plan with the draft? It just seems like this was so doomed from the start and 100 Thieves were never making a decision.
I mean, I kind of agree with you, right? It feels like, you know, 400 Thieves to play that style where they want to go late game, you know, they're dependent upon Azir and they're dependent upon Tristana, right? One got banned, the other got taken away. And I think it really did limit their options. You know, even if double-lift having Kai'Sa is a fantastic pick for him, it does give him proactivity. It's one of those things that he can kind of take over a game on. And really, he's been the only consistent win condition for them. The problem is, I feel like the Tristana is maybe more important for their draft at the end of the day because it feels like there's more things that can slot in for double-lift than there are for Quid. Because if you're going 2-threat with an Ahri who's playing Everfrost, you have got to absolutely trash this team in the early game, and Teal is so good in early game.
And your question of what the plan was, I actually don't even think this was the plan. I think they got countered in 4-5. Like, I think back to the draft, and Team Liquid banned both Viego and Lee Sin even when Rel was already locked in because they knew, I think, that they wanted to run an aggressive AD jungler. Then they locked Taric, which blocked the Vi. So I think 100 Thieves just kind of ended up with this. And then the aggressive play they had, like their literally only win condition was accelerate double lift. So they hit level 6 with Busio, they dove bottom and it just didn't work. So the draft was bad, but the margins of play were so slim that they just didn't execute and they lost.
Pioshik going for the dive, leaves the charge with Dreadline as the tier 3 turret dies. Quid, half HP. Someday telling the same story here off to the side. Pioshik took a chunk, but that doesn't matter. Team Liquid going to claim their second inhibitor of the game here in mid. They've got the wave crashing into the tier 2 up in the top side now. Double lands a little bit of poke, but it's too little. It's too late. Team Liquid going to disengage this one. Another Void Seeker finds APA, but TL can just continue walking on out. They'll move off to the side. Elder Drake in 2.5 minutes. Baron in 2 with both of those super buffs spawning that quickly. I'm expecting Team Liquid to just clear out whatever they can here in the jungle, reset, get some wards ready, and get ready to close this one out.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see people buying up stopwatches on their side. APA grabbed one, Yon grabbed one. Core already has the lock completed, which I absolutely think is the play. Only possible way you could ever lose in this game is one of your carries gets 100-0. Locket helps buy time for your ulti to come down. So really kind of checking off all the boxes, making sure there's no way their opponents can come back. double-lift is just hard committed to this kind of poke style build. He's not even going Nashor's third, so it is Void Staff here. I don't honestly think that his build would have mattered this game that much. You know, I'm sure people probably are not the biggest fan of this build, but I don't honestly think that there's anything he could have built that would have changed how this game has looked.
Man, what if Team Liquid doesn't end though?
There's no way. This game is actually unlosable.
100 Thieves cannot play the game.
It's actually unlosable.
They cannot play the game. Fiora just completed Spear of Shojin. I think if you send 4 dudes who aren't named double-lift at Summit, he kills all 4 of them.
It would have to be so catastrophic for them to not be able to close out this game.
It would. I'm just like, I'm trying to add some tension. Like, it's taking longer than we expected. That leaves the door a little bit open, no?
No.
That door is bolted shut with titanium bolts. Team Liquid looking to chase after Closer and Someday here. They got the wave crashing into the final remaining tier 3 turret for the side 100 Thieves.
What if they just kill Summit right now, and then they get Elder?
Even if they kill Summit, they're going to lose that fight 4v5 after. All the resources they would have to put into killing Summit, they will hard lose the fight after.
I'll give you this. If there's one thing that can turn a game like this, it is Elder. I'll give you that.
Okay.
So.
And it's up soon. You never know.
Yeah, you never know.
I do.
As does the audience at home. but you never know.
We still got some believers in there.
They got some believers.
I think 100 Thieves themselves probably stopped believing about 15 minutes ago.
I think that's probably true.
I think they're like, so guys, what are we drafting in game 3? Game 4?
Game 4 play. All right, Team Liquid, they're starting up the Baron, and they're starting it up with only 3 dudes. APA's got the damage to burn it down pretty rapidly. Summit's back in the enemy base, working on the Nexus turrets. Busio trying to go in. Cosmic Radiance coming down as 100 Thieves try to make their last stand.
Nobody's gonna die just yet. Team Liquid falling back. APA and Yon both took a chunk, but Team Liquid took a Nexus turret. Summit's just putting the work in on this one, and Someday can't do a damn thing about it. The Cassante, no match for the 3-item Fiora, and Team Liquid is right back into the Baron pit. We're gonna repeat what you just saw. Let's do it again. Nexus under pressure as they send Quid back into the base now too, but it's gonna be a TP coming in from the side of Team Liquid to bring APA back into the fight now as Closer's ready to try to fight and challenge here for the Baron, but it ain't gonna work as Busio's taken down. Everybody's dropping. Summit's going in. He's gonna kill him 1v2. Quid flashing away from the repose. Summit finally dies to the damn turret. It don't matter. 100 Thieves is done for. Team Liquid's gonna end this one in 32 minutes.
Incredible game here from TL. Absolute domination in draft, in game. TL are gonna move it to match point here. They're up 2-1.
Tristana remains 100% win rate in this series. Cassante remains 0% win rate in this series. Team Liquid, LS tweeted it, you saw it at the bottom of the screen, the Draft Kingdom just ending up with an unplayable position for their opponents because of the way they block the jungles, because of the way the Taric then stops the Vi. There was just no play for the Thieves to make, and it felt like once mid-game rolled around, and you guys said it, they weren't up 8,000 gold, well, checkmate.
And I also love the fact that they used APA's Cassiopeia, his best champion in his competitive history. They make it make sense with the entire team composition. They should be very happy with the way that game played out, especially because of how patient they were able to be. Even though it was a Draft Kingdom, it still required patience, which they showed very well in this game.
Absolutely, and TL do close this out really cleanly. Yes, you can say what you want about, someone died once in the side lane, who cares? He played it out very, very well. TL never really left the door open here, you know, for anything to happen from 100 Thieves. They played it out so cleanly. And I love the fact that, you know, not only are they bringing in things like comfort picks, I thought the Nautilus flex to jungle, I expected it. It made a lot of sense. I did not expect the Taric, but when I saw the Taric in the context of the game, I thought that also made a tremendous amount of sense. They played it out really well. They didn't skirmish heavy for 2v2. They just played only for the push through bot, you know, denied interaction and just played for late game. And they were set up so well to succeed.
Team Liquid absolutely suffocated them out of the game in this one. And now it's time to head on over to the LCS lounge to break it all down.
Welcome back. It's me and Mark again. You're stuck with us all day. I do want to talk about that draft a little bit via a Taric play because obviously, I don't know, I thought this draft was super fun. This is when Core JJ is going to come through for the first time, but not the last time, with a key life-saving ult that keeps his entire team alive.
Two big plays. One, getting the ult off on top of APA in time to make sure he doesn't get bursted down. And then here, when double-elimination goes for the assassination on the low-health APA, getting these last-second Taric shields and heals make sure the fact that double-elimination can't die is also the Summit ultimate on the ground, keeping them topped up. Really great stuff there out of the Taric.
Yep, and Core JJ delivering that win. There's nothing better than enjoying a meal and watching the LCS. Download the Grubhub app today and use offer code LCS Summer for $10 off orders of $15 or more. New diners only and terms apply. So in talking about that, obviously we highlighted Core, more so the Taric and this overall draft approach as one of the key instrumental reasons behind this TL win. And I think we need to return to the bot lane, right? See how our bot lanes are doing. We talked about how Core and double-elimination were both summoning their rookies to go up against each other. And it was a cool kind of clash of veterans with their rookie talent both meeting in the bot lane. I am curious to see what their stats are from this match.
Yeah, it does feel like both bot lanes are stepping up in different games. I think the second game, obviously out of double-elimination, where he's this monstrous Kai'Sa that the whole game revolves around. I think Busio has been playing very well as well, to be fair. And then this game was the first time we've really seen, I feel like Team Liquid's bot lane really step up there. And it's something that they're going to have to keep doing. This was a really interesting draft. And you can see Core JJ, all the times, if you think back, they were the ones running a lot of the Senna Taric comps. And it was him and double-elimination actually comboing together on this champion. So it was really cool to see him bust it out now against his old teammate.
Yeah, and I think we've talked a lot about creativity from someone like APA, right? Where we're like, okay, we might see some weird stuff. We know that he's a grinder. We know that his champ pool might be a lot different to a lot of other mids. We saw him bring out the Casio, which we've seen him bring out before. But it is cool to note that Core also has a ton of things that he's incredibly familiar with that he can bring out in this bot lane. And I really, really love the Terra pick here.
Yeah, the other thing that's worth talking about is the fact that in the upcoming game, Game 4, which 100 Thieves must win to keep their world hopes alive for double-if, it will also actually tie him in the fourth most games played with Santorin, who leapfrogged him just yesterday. In the upcoming game, they will tie again at 129 in the fourth position. Santorin will be playing next week. I think it would be really cool if double-if was able to join his former teammate next weekend as well, but that does come down to the fact that they do need to win the next game to keep that dream alive.
Yeah, and obviously, we also have a whole bunch of current players still in there, and Santorin and Jensen, and then Huhi and Sven, who both play coming up this weekend. I think, again, I know they've been talking about it on cast. In particular, Jat has been talking a lot about it, but it cannot be understated just how successful double-if has been in summer seasons, and also the fact that, like we illustrated at the beginning of the day, this is the toughest challenge, right? Because this roster that they have currently, I definitely don't think was necessarily the roster that they thought they might have after their spring approach. And it's starting from 8th is a little bit further than he's had to climb before going into summer playoffs.
It's looking maybe a little rough. I don't know if they got 2 chances to do it. Is there, special guest?
We have a bot.
Oh, no.
What's looking worse right now, me or 100 Thieves?
Oh, no.
I don't know.
You can break it to me now.
I think 100 Thieves might be looking worse because if they lose the next game, they're done for months.
Oh.
True.
You can come back faster.
Really? I don't know yet.
That's true.
No idea.
Oh, no.
So I'm about to find out.
If people missed the top of the day, Raz had an accident, I guess, with the bike and a car a little bit.
Well, it was more like, I got squeezed out of the basically off the road and on the sidewalks, and I had a choice to slow down. So maybe a lesson for 100 Thieves is maybe to slow down.
Oh, there you go. Go back to scaling.
Yeah, back to scaling. Look, I'm dropping the mic.
Oh, my God.
All right. It looks like 100 Thieves is selecting blue side. I am wondering about their draft approach, right? Because we talked about how TL are kind of now letting the Kai'Sa through. They let it through even in this game after double-if had that huge game 2 and came out with this draft that ended up working really well. So
yeah, the Arya, I think I don't hate the champion, but I think in this game I really prefer Quid with some scaling because AP is not going to dominate him in lane. You can farm up really well, and then in the mid to late game where Team Liquid's weakest, you can hopefully win some team fights. So I really like the Azir. Team Liquid hated it clearly, so they started banning it. They need to find their backup, like really strong scaling control mage because it's not going to be Azir the rest of the series.
Yeah. All right, well, we will see what they come up with in the drafts on the other side of the break.
I've got the Samsung 990 Pro series. Shall we get started then? The speed exceeds all expectations. Reading speeds are 40% quicker than before, and writing speeds are 55% faster. Through the in-house controller, the per-watt performance has improved up to 50%. The 990 Pro's nickel coating controller for its smart thermal solution technology controls heat. Playing computer games? Obviously the best.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Should I go with my main?
Why not try something new? Something cheesy?
No, something spicy.
Just hurry up and pick your Grubhub order.
Done.
Champ's like starting.
Here we go.
Let's go! Guys, we are in this.
On time, lowest price, or we'll make it right. That's the Grubhub guarantee.
Welcome back, everybody, to LCS Summer 2023 playoffs. It's 100 Thieves versus Team Liquid. TL coming off a win in game number 3 to set themselves up with a 2-1 lead. They're at match point, and we need to see big changes from 100 Thieves, starting with the draft.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what they're going to be looking at in this game here. 100 Thieves are going to be on blue side, so same side as they were last game. I think the Kai'Sa priority is going to change. I think Tristana actually needs to be the higher prio pick, and I think that is going to be the adjustment that I'm expecting, and we'll see where they go from there.
Yeah, I also think this is a really big moment for Double-Lift and for 100 Thieves, right? Yep. It's been a very bad year for 100 Thieves based on the fact that they made back-to-back finals in 2022 and won the summer split of 2021. And I know no one's really talked about it, but I don't know if this is Double-Lift's last series or not. He came back to competitive play to play on this 100 Thieves team with Bjergsen. Bjergsen isn't playing. He reignited the fire in Spring Split, but this is an elimination game from the year, right? And it's August 4th. There's a lot of year left before 2024. So in the past, when Doublelift has been in elimination games, he's clutched up. And I also have a hard time believing with Kane, a coach who Doublelift has won 4 championships with, that they do not try and do something that is heavily centered around Doublelift. Like, you can only switch it up so much when Doublelift is your win condition. And he's been the win condition so many times, and he just needs to do it. It just needs to be done. They're the 8th seed. They've done nothing in the early games so far, but he needs to win these next 2 games or his year's over.
Yeah, it's just so tough, right? You know, as the AD, it's like you can take over games, but your team has to enable you. Your team really has to set you up, right?
Yeah.
I think that is one of the things that has been sometimes missing from 100 Thieves is they're not always on the same page. They're not always kind of, you know, working towards what each other need to succeed in these games. And I also think 100 Thieves probably saw it as, oh, we're first picking Kai'Sa for Doublelift last game. We're setting him up to carry, right?
Yep.
We're setting him up to succeed. But the rest of the draft didn't really make sense around it. But we're into the game here, into the draft, rather, I should say, for game number 4. I want to see what the changes are going to be.
I'm just going to say it again. If you want Rel, give it to Busio. Put Closer on something he can try to take over the early game with. When 100 Thieves have looked their best in the past, it's because Closer's making plays and taking over the early game. The Rel jungle has just not been it.
I think, weirdly enough, the best way to allow Doublelift to succeed is to feed off of Summit. So I really just think, even though it was a year and a half ago, the old Closer someday blueprint of let Closer play a Viego or Lee Sin, have some gank set up top lane, and just try and punish him as much as possible will then allow other areas of the map to have action so that Doublelift can make things happen.
It's got to be Triss first. Okay, Triss locked in for 100 Thieves. That's the priority you were talking about, Isaac. It's still Ziggs and Rumble banned away as per usual. Poppy ban also repeated. Jace, Renekton, Azir banned out by TL.
This just makes a bit more sense, right? Because this gives Quid a pick where he doesn't necessarily have to be as proactive. He can kind of play it more slowly. He can scale up. He can have that success in the later stages of the game. It also allows, if Kai'Sa is left up, Double is for sure going to take Kai'Sa, and I think they'll run back what they did in the previous game, but that would be a bit shocking to me if they do actually leave it up. They're going to go Rakan, but you can go Kai'Sa Rakan. You could go Rakan Rel, which is also a really powerful hard engaged duo. But I think that leaving Kai'Sa up here would be a big mistake because 100 Thieves really only wins game through 5v5, and giving someone Kai'Sa plus Triss just allows you to throw 3 meatballs around them and play purely 5v5.
Well, they're going to take their time thinking about it. They were hovering the Xayah originally, and now they are going to lock the Xayah. So they're valuing the Lovers duo over the block on Kai'Sa.
Then you just go Kai'Sa Rel here.
I think there's no way
you
don't
literally
go
run back
Rel.
game 2. You just go Kai'Sa Rel, and then you draft, you know, like Nautilus, Orin, etc. around it. I would be really surprised if they think that Nautilus might be a takeaway if Pioshik would play it in jungle, and if they think that's more important, potentially you do that. But I think it's Kai'Sa Rel. I think that Closer's just playing the Rel again. I know you guys don't love it, but game 2 did work really well for them. Of course, it was off a level 1 lead, so it's really hard to kind of, you know, judge that much from it. But I do think that that kind of a draft is 100 Thieves' best chance because they just haven't shown the ability to close out any games in a way besides 5v5.
Yeah, they could go Kai'Sa Nautilus. Like they could just bail from the Rel. I know it's a meta pick. Like, I know it feels bad to let it through.
The team is all booing. The crowd is booing.
Just switch it up to Kai'Sa Nautilus.
Okay.
I like this. This is the pivot you can make because it's like, okay, it's just going to be a jungler. We already have Rakan, so giving it over is no longer giving over this multi-role flex. It's literally just giving over row jungle, and they listen to the people.
It's just so funny to me. It's like that meme. You must be truly desperate to come to me, you know, for Nautilus. It's like everyone's excited for the Nautilus pick. So we'll see. Cassio is going to be the answer again. Cassio is something that I have seen as an answer in solo queue to Tristana. It can be actually pretty difficult for Tristana. If you jump in, you just drop down the miasma on him. You know, you really can punish in that way. And you also can fish pretty aggressively with your Qs. If you can connect on that, you're going to win pretty much every trade. The only thing Cassio really has to watch out for is when the explosive shot is up and available. So I think APA on a comfortable champion in a comfortable matchup. We'll see what TL can get done because TL is pivoting pretty heavily from the draft that they lost with in game number 2. I wonder, do they leave Rel up? And if you do, that is like almost insulting. You know what I mean? It's to the point of like, this is one of the highest prio picks. And if they ban everything else, leave it up in phase 2 and still say you can't play it.
Yes, you leave Rel up.
Yeah,
I think you leave Rel up.
If I was TL, I would leave it up. Based on this series, I would leave it up.
That's cold.
I'm not even trying to be.
Cold.
I'm not even trying to talk trash.
I know you're not, but that's cold.
Observing, I would leave it up. I would dare him to play it again.
Yeah, and I think as Under Thieves, you just ban Gwen here now. You ban Fiora, you ban Gwen, you deny split push, you go Ornn, you go probably towards the Rel, and I know you guys aren't going to want that, but you could go for, you know, physical damage jungler as well, but I don't think it necessarily fits the style that they're drafting for as much. I do think Lee Sin or whatever could fit in. It could be fine, but I do think that like Ornn Rel probably makes the most sense from this position. Just draft multiple forms of hard engage and really look to pile in on and punish this Cassio, because the Xayah is going to be tough to dive.
You want to punish the Cassio, she has no movement abilities, and Lee Sin can kick the snake.
Yeah.
This is a great play. I like this a lot. I would love to
if you pick Trundle here for Pyosik, it's actually so funny. It's basically pre-counter picking, right? It's saying that we know all you guys can do is play 5v5, play for, you know, those kind of tank engaged comps. It's not going to be it though. So Sejuani, so it's going to be a melee pairing for Summit.
Okay.
You just have to think about what the melee pairing is going to be, and what he would want to look towards. I'm thinking of Jax, because I think that, you know, he wants to play something where he can carry on. He wants to play something that is going to pair well with a Sejuani. So to me, thinking about his champion pool, I almost don't even care what Someday picks. I feel like it's going to be a Jax 5th pick. And it's probably Ornn Rel for 100 Thieves.
Ornn Viego.
Ornn Lee Sin.
Ornn Lee Sin.
I mean, they might move away from it because they keep losing to it.
It's an elimination game.
Ornn Lee. Ornn Lee. Come on. Come on. You know you want to do it.
I mean, I'm sure he wants to do it. The question is, does his coach want him to do it?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't think anyone wants to play the tank
They have
junglers.
enough frontline. Like, they literally have enough frontline. They need another damage threat. And they want to be able to play aggressive jungling early against Sejuani. They have to do it.
Okay.
Let's go.
The crowd
100
pops
Thieves. Deny the Rel. They don't care about it. They forsake the Rel pick, and they're locking in Closer's Viego in the elimination game 4.
And Closer's best game by far this split was his Viego game just a week or two ago against Energy. He had that 6-0-5 Viego game. That is what you're hoping for here. I still think it's going to be Jax, so we'll see if there's going to be some sort of a different angle. I would be surprised if it's not a melee pairing alongside that Sejuani. Yeah. Jax just feels so obvious to me. You know, if you think about, you banned Gwen, you banned Fiora, those were obvious bans. What is the next champion that kind of slots in that way? It had to be Jax. So I like TL's draft here, but I think that 100 Thieves, what they've drafted as well, gives them the best possible chance to actually win this game. So it's two teams that I think have really gotten kind of what they want. Yeah. And it's now who can actually execute best on that, which is really the most fun style of game to watch.
Yes. And I think with 100 Thieves being in an elimination game here in the lower bracket of the Summer Split playoffs, if you're going to go out, you got to go out with Closer on Viego and Doublift on Kai'Sa. Yeah. Right? Like they were able to orchestrate a team composition that makes sense while still getting their comfort picks. I really like this for 100 Thieves.
And that's why I was so critical of the Rel. You played it 3 games, 2 losses, 1 win where you got the insane level 1 advantage, so I can't even give it the credit that I would give to a win normally. You gotta go back to the bread and butter. You gotta go back to what works. You already said it, Isaac. His best game by a mile. No, the distance from here to the moon. This split, that's a lot of miles. His best game by that much was on this pick, and now he gets a chance to run it back.
And I think he's going to have that kind of game. He's going to have that kind of involvement where he can snowball. You know, Viego needs to play that style of game to really have a huge level of effectiveness. There's a lot of additional wrinkles that I do think make things tougher for TL. You know, rather 400 Thieves against TL. I don't think that this is just like a straight up wait till late game outscale. Xayah is tough to dive. APA, if he gets towards the later stages of the game, is likely going to go Gargoyle Stoneplate 4th. These kind of items that are going to make him really tanky. And Jax, Counter-Strike is pretty damn good against double AD carry, right? You're actually deflecting so many of those autos. So a lot of these targets that you would say, okay, you're just going to hard engage, you're going to blow them up. It's not that easy against what TL has drafted.
So cool!
I don't know if you guys heard that, but someone just yelled, Busio, you're so cool, and then everyone cheered.
Can't disagree.
The crowd's loving it. The crowd's loving it. 100 Thieves, backs against the wall. An elimination match here in their first showdown in the lower bracket, up against Team Liquid, who are trying to bounce back from their own first loss in the upper bracket. APA, a player that I've got my eyes on. He's had a couple of misplays throughout this series. We remember his frustration at the loss earlier in their week 1 playoff match, excuse me. Yeah. So I really want to see him be able to step up here. If Team Liquid can lock 100 Thieves away in this one, finish the series off with a 3-1 victory, I think that'll be a good confidence booster for him in particular.
Yeah, definitely need to move forward with APA being strong in the mid lane, and Summit immediately trying to make his presence known on the top side. He's unable to like steal this, but he's definitely going to make it a little bit difficult.
And he's trying to make it so that somebody has to walk the long way around and potentially miss XP. So that's actually what I want the observers to show us, is the top lane wave if they can. It would be cool to see if he actually does miss any XP. Looked like he got there for all the melees, but that was kind of what you're trying to accomplish in that situation, is if you can make somebody stay too long for the leash, make them walk a long way around. You can sometimes miss out on some of those minions, which it's worth the attempt because it's not like level 1 Viego can jump on you. You're not really under any threat.
Yeah, but also it does give complete knowledge for Team Liquid that Viego is starting over at blue buff, so that means that APA can cheat to a specific side of the lane. Also, their bot lane is right now getting pushed in, so it's really hard for Closer to get involved early based off that early play.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's a trade.
Both teams honestly should know exactly where they're starting though, because there was a leash on bot side from TL as well, so they should know that it's going to be, bot side start. Now they obviously see Pioshik walking through mid, so they know you can see the camps. It's just going to be a six camp clear here, very likely for the set 20. And we'll see if Quid can just keep pushing this matchup. I think it's really important in these kind of matchups to keep the push, because you will lose the poke battle, very likely. So you have to just keep the Cassio interacting with the minions and not interacting with you.
100 Thieves with the push here in the bottom lane, just getting this cannon shoved up close, but not all the way into the turret, as Jan's been doing a pretty good job here with the feathers. Busio getting caught up by those, but the shield from Nautilus means it's not really going to do a whole lot to him.
He actually mistimed that. So Busio tried to use the dematerializer on the melee minion and time his hook so it would go out instantly as that died, but it was slightly too earlier, so that the dematerializer didn't actually fully kill off that minion before his hook went out, so that's why it just looked like that random hook on the minion.
Yeah. Someday versus Summit is going to continue to favor Summit, as the Jax versus the Ornn will be a pretty good matchup there for the Jax. You'll always like to see Jax have these matchups in the early game where he can start scaling. Jax is one of those champions who has sort of some very old school ability design, especially when you think about his Empower. It's practically nothing but an auto attack reset at level 1, but you max it just because the level difference between 1 and 5 becomes so massive, and it's a huge DPS tool. So now Pioshik's coming up, and Someday has to flash away. So this is what I'm talking about. If early game goes good for Jax, you are feeling great about the state of the top half of the room.
Absolutely, and the wave is actually not good at all for Someday. The wave is going to push away from him. There was extra range minions there, and it's double cannon wave. So he has to actually TP back and try to fix this wave. Pioshik could theoretically go back towards top. I don't think he will because his camps are spawning on bot side, but the top lane matchup is basically all about avoiding brittle procs from the Ornn. You can lose these kind of matchups as a Jax if you actually use your Counter-Strike poorly, but basically anytime he gets brittle on you, you're going to pop your Counter-Strike and deny that brittle auto, because that's the only way that Ornn can actually take effective trades.
And it also does mean that Summit and Pioshik can continue to play around the top side. The biggest, I think, breaking point for this game will be whether or not Summit and Pioshik can break open the game for Jax, or that does buy time for Closer to try and do something bottom lane. But he's actually come top lane, maybe hoping that Summit plays a little over-aggressive as he's just trying to trade with his wave crashing and get something.
He just wants to help him push out the wave, really. The wave is
it.
so screwed, and he has no flash, and they know that Pioshik could be coming up towards top side, which he is now. We can see on the wave, so they need to get this just fully reset and get Ornn out of that difficult situation.
Pioshik back in mid, seeing if maybe Quid's too tempted to jump in on top of the snake, but because there's the ward there, it means that he's not going to get his wish. Instead, just has to walk on through. Loses the Arctic armor, but considering nobody else is around for a fight at the time, this is another nuclear waste dump.
I know who paused. Can I spoil it?
Looks like it's on TL side, because I can see them looking back. They're looking for a ref, I think. So some issue on TL side, I assume.
Yeah, it says to me Busio paused the game, but we'll have to wait and see.
Oh, I could be wrong then, yeah. Yeah, Busio paused the game. Closer said they're ready, so maybe it was like an accidental pause or some quick issue that they instantly fixed. But either way, we'll let you know as soon as we do.
Yeah, and again, a lot of tension in this game. Closer does need to have a bigger performance. 3 games of Rel, very little impact back on his signature Viego. Obviously, the start of the game with both junglers having very telegraphed opens didn't lead to much.
So Busio's client disconnected, apparently, but he was able to quickly reconnect. So that was what was the pause. So it was an issue on his side, but hopefully we're able to resume. It is getting resumed right now, so we're going to be right back into it.
Awesome. Excellent. Always, if we have to have a pause, I always prefer them to be these nice, snappy ones. All right, back into the game. Let's see what we got going on. Not really a whole lot again. Piosik just passing through the mid lane, was hoping to get the gank, but walked through a ward. And now Team Liquid, with their control over the bottom lane, are going to go for an early Drake.
Yeah, but weirdly enough, this came from Piosik and Summit getting flash top lane. That pulled Closer top to break what was going to be a bad wave state. That allowed Team Liquid to play very aggressive bottom lane while Closer was there, and Piosik's able to pick up the first Drake. So just overall, very well done by Team Liquid.
And I want to say this is all 4 games now that TL have gotten first dragon.
Yeah.
They've been really getting the dragons very early, very often. You know, that's a fast dragon, pre-6 minutes here with a Sejuani. And, you know, they keep getting pushed on bot side. And even when 100 Thieves has prio on bot side, they don't seem to actually use it to take dragons. So I do think TL has done a really good job with that. They've been able to secure souls. They've been able to really kind of push the pace of the game by taking it. And even if you're going to go for a composition which doesn't necessarily want to fight for soul, even getting 1 or 2 early dragons buys so much time for your Jax, right? Because the other team is going to go towards these objectives and try to draw in the split pusher, force you to 5v5 when you're not ready. This gives time.
Yeah, and 100 Thieves also wants time for Kai'Sa, right? When Kai'Sa can get to 3 items with the current state and all the AP ratios, static shiv, mythic item, can get very, very powerful. So it is looking pretty slow so far.
Yeah. No first blood still, 6.5 minutes into the game. Mid laners are constantly trading. Quid, nicely done, making sure he doesn't get stunned up by the ulti from APA's Cassiopeia. Both mid laners below 200 HP, popping the potions as they trade ultis back and forth.
Yeah, that was really close there. Quid wanted to try to stay in to finish him, but when that last Q lands, he would have actually lost out. So he had to early ult to disengage it. He didn't think he was going to kill him with the Buster Shot. And he just had to actually stop that trade from continuing. And now TL gonna get pushed, use Dematerializer on the cannon, but Someday in trouble. He just has to interrupt.
Someday knocks him up into the air with the Orn Horn. Gets a proc, but Summit flashing in, trying to get it. Summit, Closer, fall to Closer, who gets his second first blood of the split.
Technically Closer first blood. That was all set up by Someday, though. Summit unable to execute the solo kill. Closer is on the board.
Right place, right time there for Closer. I mean, even if Summit gets that kill, Closer should be able to trade it back. So it's a good job by Closer, quickly responding. You can see he's over by the Gromp, immediately leaves, comes up to try to help here. Someday gets in that brittle auto with the grass proc, and then flash forward there. Just the HP ticking up, just barely too much for him to go down. That is a frustrating moment for Summit. You barely miss out on that kill. Gives over first blood to Closer, and now Closer gets a great buy. Earthbound Axe plus the Sheen.
Lucio trying to lock down the Team Liquid bottom lane here with the 2v2. Closer Viego off to a good start. This is exactly the recipe that 100 Thieves needed. And Jat, you said it. One of the best ways to enable Doublelift to carry the game is to get Closer ahead by feeding off of Summit.
Yes, in theory, but there's also everything else that's been wrong with 100 Thieves this year. They did not get the first dragon. They're unable to secure this Rift Herald. They do not have pressure in multiple lanes. So the kill from Closer is a very nice start, but he'll need to get to his first item completion and then be able to push the tempo of the game in his favor.
Okay. Yeah, I want to see when they're going to try to start fighting around these objectives. You know, they have been okay to give up these early ones. As you said, you know, didn't contest at Dragon, didn't contest at Herald. They have a very slight gold lead, but we're basically dead even with Herald in pocket here for TL, so you can give a little bit of a lead for them, especially with that additional Dragon. But want to see, can Closer snowball? Can he create action? 100 Thieves moving out towards mid. Closer is here as well as Bucio, so maybe it has to be respectful.
Bucio only level 5, Core JJ level 6, so as the supports rotate up to mid lane, their presence is not equal. Closer just going to continue farming now on the Viego, trying to hit that Trinity Force power spike like you were talking about, as Summit crashes a massive wave into the tier 1 turret of Someday up here. The bonk guaranteeing that he gets the first plate. Someday tries to find a little bit of CC on him there, but Summit's just going to proxy farm this wave now. He's got Piosik hanging out in the river next to him, so he knows that if they get into a 2v2, they can actually try to fight it as long as they're not underneath the range of the turret itself.
And it's actually so problematic when you're in these top lane matchups and you start losing plates when your opponent already has Herald, right? Because you really want to defend that turret as much as you can, stop the Demolish procs from coming through, because someone is going to push aggressively. He's going to stack the wave, he's going to try to ignore you and just get that tower damage down. Because if that gets too low, Herald can just get dropped. It's a guaranteed first turret. We can see for now, Piosik is just heading out through lane towards bot, and Core is 6, so they're going to look for a hard engage very likely on Doublelift if he steps even a little bit more forward.
Yeah, Bucio is sticking around though. Closer is somewhat close. It's interesting to see if he actually goes bottom before finishing these Krugs.
You saw a blue question mark ping on the tier 1 turret coming out from 100 Thieves. So they're saying,
Nice.
hey, that's probably what they're going for. It's a lane gank. Jungler should be there. So 100 Thieves going to pull back on this one. Yes, Closer is still nearby in case Team Liquid tries to hard force anything. Ward down into the tribe rush from Core JJ, so they know Closers are here 100%. Pioshik also standing on a ward from 100 Thieves. Yeah, 100 Thieves are willing to go for this, it looks like. Pioshik wants an angle to potentially try to snipe, but as soon as they place the control ward down on the brush, they know that their opponents are aware of their presence here, so Closer throws out that mist. Not really going to get a whole lot from that, as, all right, both sides are going to walk away from it, but it's APA rotating down from mid lane first as Team Liquid are starting up the second Drake.
Basically, whoever went in first there would have lost the fight. That's why they stood it off there. And APA, with the prio, was able to start Dragon, but Quid is here. Pioshik goes if they can burst
over the wall. They instantly burst down Busio. Team Liquid with a nice trigger pull, but the top laners are ready to get involved. Ornhorn onto 3, and it forces out the ulti for the 4th. Quid with a jump over the wall, trying to get away from the helicopter as Summit enters evasion, a defensive stance, and chases after the 100 Thieves mid laner. The Thieves left scattered to the wind as Team Liquid brings everybody down for the party.
Yeah, it looks like Quid canceled some auto, so he didn't actually, I think, fully detonate the E, so he didn't get a reset on his rocket jump there, which made things a bit awkward. They do stop the Herald charge, though, as that was not a good drop. So well done there by 100 Thieves to defend that, but you can look at mid lane, both solos are pushing up there.
But the play's actually not over. Busio's back up with ultimate, didn't use it in that last fight after getting one shot, so the Dragon actually could go over to 100 Thieves despite losing the fight.
Yeah, I mean, Summit's going towards top side, so I don't think they're even looking to contest. APA is going to go back, he does have TP, so they could look for a 4v4, but
there's no ultis on Xayah or Rakan. Core JJ using the grand entrance to get away from the dredge line of Busio. Dragon secured by Closer. APA is still hanging around, and he has the petrifying gaze, so 100 Thieves, they're not going to look for anything else here. Instead, just walking it back over into mid. Quid with some pressure onto the turret, Tristana's favorite activity.
I mean, that started so badly for 100 Thieves, but overall, it worked out very well. Like, you'll gladly trade a support's life for a Dragon and a denied Rift Herald. So very good sequence overall for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a bit of a scrappy fight, right? It did look like it was going to go bad. You know, Busio gets knocked down immediately. Quid gets chunked out by the Jax as he arrives. But Someday had a really effective ult, you know, forced out the ult from Yon, which made him play more defensive, hit 3 other members with it as well, as everyone was kind of stacked up there from TL. So allowed 100 Thieves some time to get some damage down, and at the end of the day, they grab the Dragon. It is going to be another Cloud Soul. It feels like we've had a lot of them in this series.
Yep.
We had at least one.
2, a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
it's 2 out of...
I feel like there was 3, but I could be wrong. There was a Hexx Soul last game.
Yeah.
And I remember one other
Game 2 was actually Cloud Soul. This is also Cloud Soul.
Static Shiv build for Quid's Trist this game. Not something that always gets built. A lot of times we see the Kraken Slayer first, but the Static Shiv build on Tristana in particular makes it so you get the Shiv proc and then you one-shot the backline with the passive on your E. So again, going back to what you were talking about earlier, Isaac, where you don't want to end up having to deal with the Cassiopeia in the trades or the pokes, so you just shove the wave hard, lets you do that.
Yeah, exactly. I think that really is the game plan here. He's not going to go some weird build after this. It is just going to be in towards quick play. It's like almost guaranteed. It's pretty much what everyone does go. Doublelift likely will be going the more standard Nashor's build, not going to be going towards Ludens again, I don't expect in this game. I do think he needs to be able to put out quite a bit of damage to deal with the front line.
Or JJ nicely hooked from Busio there, going in after the Team Liquid support. They don't hit the follow-up Sejuani ulti, so Pioshik's not going to lock anybody down. Closer taken low, so 100 Thieves has to walk it back out. That was intense, man. Core JJ got caught there by some beautiful aim from Busio.
Really sick hook by Busio, although it will just lead to a recall. You can see the lane assignments have changed. The duo lanes are just kind of sitting in mid lane. It's a lot of shoving in the side lanes, partially because of the static shiv from Tristana. So if there's going to be action, it's probably going to be around the mid lane with the 2 supports who can engage.
And at the end of the day, it's that trade of summoners, right? You know, you got Flash off Core, Flash off Busio, but Closer had used his Flash there as well. So he's going to be a lot more vulnerable at this point, likely working towards Merc Treads, as there's quite a bit of CC, quite a bit of lockdown on that TL side. So we'll need that. 100 Thieves, inside track, onto the Herald. This should be there. As you can see, APA, no TP, he's bot lane. So going to be pushing this up. Yon will go down towards bot and potentially try to help him actually push that in, because APA is not going to have the best split pushing power by any means.
I mean, that's a lot of bot lane control given up for this Herald currently. APA might be able to finish off this turret.
Oh, Quid getting engaged on with the flash from the Sejuani. He uses the Buster Shot to knock Pioshik back underneath the turret, finds a lot of damage on the Team Liquid jungler. So TL's play is not going to work out on the top side, but they do get the turret in bottom lane. The tier 1 falls to APA, while the Rift Herald summoned up from the Thieves is going to get one back in mid.
They could have maybe walked that in for a second charge, but I think they're worried about losing too much tempo on the map. Yeah. So not going to be actually going for that. Doublelift can look for a base here potentially pretty soon if he wants. He should have quite a bit of gold, yeah. About 1,500 gold in pocket. So, you know, doing pretty well at this point, but it is very even across the board. You know, APA as well as Quid, basically about the same amount of gold. Doublelift a couple hundred gold ahead in bot lane. Summit obviously with an advantage up in top lane, but a very, very even game here.
Yeah, the top jungle gold is just inverted a little bit. Like Viego as the carry has more gold than his support Ornn. And then the support Sejuani versus the carry Jax also have the same distribution. I do not like that play that Team Liquid pulled off in the top lane though, trying to kill Quid and burning your Sejuani flash while the Rift Herald is being dropped mid lane. It's just a matter of where the gold is going to be able to go. Like, you want to, I think, deny Doublelift as much gold as possible, and him being able to get that Herald charge into the first 100 Thieves turret kill of the game is what 100 Thieves wants.
First, second item of the game completed for a single champion with the Leandries, now purchased by APA. Huge power spike for the Cassiopeia. This champion is incredibly deadly once those two are online. You can see the tier is already fully stacked too, considering how spammable the spells are on this champion. So once that evolves into an Archangel staff, he's going to be so powerful in these team fights. I feel like if you're 100 Thieves, you're probably looking for something before he hits that point.
I mean, the most common 4 items I see on Cassio is you go these 3, and then you go into Gargoyle Stoneplate 4 because you are relatively low range. And that makes you incredibly tanky. You know, Cassio does so much DPS in these fights as long as you're hitting your spells. Pioshik, though, looking for a gauge.
Pioshik on the front line. 100 Thieves can't fire back right into the center. They're going to go after APA instead. But Yon's already killed Boostio. XCC coming up from Someday as Doublelift is firing from the Drake pit. Pioshik now under pressure, but it's a double kill back from Yon. It's traded 2 for 2 as Doublelift is still alive, trying to find a little bit more damage onto the Team Liquid bot lane duo. Quid up at the top side, 1v1 against Summit, and they're both low. Back in the Dragon pit, things continue with a static shift.
Show me the Dragon.
Drake and hitting Doublelift. He had to flash back over the wall to get away, and it looks like they're just going to walk this one off.
What a fight in the Drake pit right there. It was Team Liquid who decided to pull the trigger, but unable to take Doublelift down. I mean, Closer's definitely getting a lot of gold this game. Unfortunately, 400 Thieves, Doublelift unable to pick up any kills and loses his flash in that fight.
Yeah, it does lose his flash, but honestly played it out pretty darn well because he ulted over APA as APA was looking for the Petrifying Gaze. He's able to get behind him and help to finish him off. You know, had really good positioning in the pit. As we can see it again, Pioshik looks for the initial engage. The ulti comes up on APA, but look at Doublelift. Ult behind him right as the ulti's going to be coming out from APA. Played that out well. Viego gets in. They do get that finish off. And then up on the top side, this is what happened as that TP got canceled by Summit.
Yeah, Closer unable to escape at the back end of that as well. Makes it a fairly even trade. And I think beyond this fight, this is going to be another testing game for Summit. Because I see this Jax, and I do not see a champion that can match him in side lanes. So he should be able to win any side lane he goes to, and then it's all about how well can he play with pressure? How well can he play around his own vision to not die isolated? And how well can he arrive at team fights with the numbers advantage? The power is in his hands because he is the Jax against a Trista and Ornn in the side lane. It's just a matter of succeeding where he hasn't been able to succeed much this split.
And I'm going to be interested to see how Someday actually wants to play this out. Is Boostio flashing in?
APA getting dove by 3. Alley-oop slam dunk for Quid. Team Liquid loses their mid laner, and 100 Thieves is going to take the money from that one. They're going to take down the tier 1 turret. They're going to take the gold lead back.
Nicely done. Getting an aggressive play on the top side here. Going to be able to get that kill, but you know, Ornn does have good wave clear, and if Someday feels that Summit's going to commit hard to actually split push, you can go in early Warmogs and just spend your HP to clear out the wave away from the turret so we can't walk up to it, and then go back to the turret and you regen to full every single wave. This is something that not a lot of tank players do, but if you're playing against someone who's got a hard commit to split push, it is actually so effective. So will be interesting to see how Someday does itemize, if he wants to go towards it.
Team Liquid just trying to clear out some of their own jungle here, make sure nothing's going down as the Void Seeker flies off towards the red, but Doublelift's going to find out that one's already been taken. Summit down here in the bottom lane. This is pretty much what it's going to look like for a very long time here on this side of the rift as Summit just keeps pushing it up. This is Someday's favorite vacation spot, the little brush next to the turret where he can hide and hang out and wait for the wave to crash in. A couple of bonks back and forth.
His job really, though, is to not actually let it fully crash. He needs to trim the wave before it gets all the way to the turret. Otherwise, someone will walk forward and proc demolish and get hits onto the turret. So you really do have to trade health in these tank versus split pusher matchups. to be able to keep it off the tower. Because if he gets full access, he's just going to be in your base in no time.
And I think the other side lane matchup, if they're able to get it, is whenever APA goes to a side wave, like that's a point where 100 Thieves is going to look to continue to attack. You saw them already get the 1 kill. I think Closer being on a carry makes those plays much more likely, since he can just do so much more damage than when he's on a rel in the side lane. So even if Summit is able to play well, APA still has to really stay connected to the rest of the team.
100 Thieves need to be aware of the Baron potential of Team Liquid. Whenever Cassiopeia is on the Rift, the Baron take becomes incredibly quick.
Yeah.
The Void Seekers continue flying out there from double-lift, trying to land as much of that poke as he can. There's a Sejuani ulti. Busio in danger here, but CoreJJ damage too. The explosive shot might claim him. CoreJJ explodes, and 100 Thieves get a 1 for nothing.
Nicely done there. 100 Thieves getting a kill onto Core, and now can move up to the top side of River, reclaim some of this vision here. They do have to be wary of where Summit is right now, but at the very least, they're going to get some of this vision back.
Dude, nice play by Closer there. Comfort Champs. He uses his ult to dodge the Piosk engage, and TL has already, in their minds, committed to that fight. So Core's thinking, I'm following up no matter what. He flies in, they didn't actually pick Closer, and they just burst him down.
It's the same thing that I was talking about back in the Riot Games. I was like, we're never seeing these flash, shattering strike, magnet storm, crash down combos. But then when you remember back to the carry game that Closer had on the Viego that we were talking about at the beginning of the draft, he was dodging everything. And if he didn't dodge it, he disjointed it with Heartbreaker. He just knows the champion so much better. And that's why I wanted to see it again in this elimination.
And that's what Comfort does for you, right? People do talk a lot about how tanks are so easy to play, and you know, there's no mechanics to it. It's really brain dead. But it's one of these situations where if you don't understand the champion incredibly well, if you don't have absolute comfort on it, you don't know when to go, when you win the all-ins, when you should actually look for these fights in the same way that you will on a champion that you have hundreds of games on. So you really can see that level of comfort that Closer does have, and we'll see if he can take that forward through the rest of this game.
Yeah, the best way I like to describe it is when Closer is playing Rel, he's playing Rel. When he's playing Viego, he's just playing League of Legends. He doesn't need to think about the champion's abilities whatsoever, and he's able to be in a much better state.
Team Liquid still down about 1,500 gold here. They are still in a spot where you have plenty of scaling, right? You're talking about the Jax never really having a champion that can answer him in the side lane. APA still working towards that third fully completed item and the massive power spike that goes with it. The next Drake spawns in about 10 seconds, and TL does have the lead in terms of that objective count here too. Quid using his teleport to get back out into the top side river, clear out some of the vision there in the Baron pit. Rocket jumps over the wall to join up with the rest of his team through a safe path. Closer throws down the harrowing path, but not going to find an opportunity to unleash the Spectral Maw just yet. Nice poke, Void Seeker from Double Lift. Somedays in the back.
He's going to look to upgrade an item. He has the level available, but Jax is behind him. They know.
They make the collapse. They've immediately found a ton of damage on Busio, and they're going to kill him before the fight even starts. Team Liquid, beautifully done there. As Summit's got to be careful about chasing too hard. Team Liquid finding the enemy support for free means now they're going to start up the Drake, move on to Soul Point.
Yeah, great teleport there by Team Liquid. You'd think that ward was a little bit too far away, but 100 Thieves was just too spread out to be able to make a difference to that flank. They had to bail. Busio is the one that ends up falling, and as you say, Soul Point for Team Liquid.
And there was no ability for them to actually turn on him because Busio was dead instantly, so Double lost both his sums as well, and now they're going for a fight.
APA gonna get jumped on now. Closer goes in, but he gets bursted down. Yawns in a rampage, and 100 Thieves may have just lost the game. They were waiting on a pixel rush, but it was warded. APA got jumped on, but he avoids the death, and now with the enemy jungler down, with the enemy top laner down, with the enemy team completely routed, it's a free Baron for Team Liquid.
Closer thought he saw the angle, but APA was ready for it. Petrifying gaze right away, locks him up, and it allows Team Liquid to jump ahead in the game.
They get the Baron, but it's such a risky play to go for. You're down a man on the map, and they're looking for this play in a 4v5. Sure, you know that not everyone is there just yet, but you have got to insta-kill this guy for this to work out whatsoever. But the immediate flash, great backstep from Double, and a nice buffer from Closer on the ulti.
Fair.
Actually played it out really well, but
they just had no damage.
You have
Quid
no
couldn't
damage.
follow up.
Quid couldn't follow up, and you're in a 4v5. So to me, it's not the execution. It's like, why are you even going for the fight in the first place? And now that could be the nail in the coffin here. It is match point for TL. You just gave them a Baron. Now you have a Baron empowered split push here that Someday cannot hold. Someday was doing a great job earlier, but you can't clear out those waves as Norn.
Team Liquid
just retreating from the 100 Thieves aggro here again. 100 Thieves desperate to try to find some sort of a play to stop these guys.
The last time Doublelift lost a summer split playoff series was 2014. It is so long ago. He has to pull off some type of miracle. He needs his third item before anything else can happen. They have to stop this Team Liquid Baron push somehow. Quid got chunked out though. Team Liquid is just rolling through them.
There's just no way to really slow it down for now. I mean, maybe you can come back later, but the wave clear just becomes too poor, right? Tanks cannot deal with Baroned up minions. It's just the way it is. So Jax is going to be enabled. They're going to struggle on both sides. Doublelift has some wave clear, but it's not safe on the Kaisa. You're going to be so reliant now on Quid, right? And this is going to be an incredibly difficult position for 100 Thieves.
And the comms have to be chaotic right now. The bottom part of the rift looks like a Guitar Hero track from how many pings of both sides are going off as both teams are trying to figure out where they want to attack, how they want to coordinate. Team Liquid keeping Summit back in the mid lane. He takes the tier 1 turret, applying pressure on the tier 2, double Baroned up cannon minions. Even if Summit's not standing there hitting the turret, those are doing plenty of damage, wearing it down. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the tier 3 is under pressure, having already lost about half the HP on that Summit. Closer going mid, looking for Summit, who just disengages. Sejuani, if he hits Quid, he buffers through it, but it's enough to force him back from the tier 3. That falls, and Team Liquid claims the inhibitor in the bottom lane. Now they retreat before Closer and Someday can even rotate over, and TL get what the cane.
TL are just pulling them apart here with this split push. There's no answer to Summit. You send 2 members up to him, so the TL4 on bot side will push forward, claim that inhibitor, getting closer and closer to a playoff victory here, trying to finish up this series against 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves are going to have to try to find their moment to fight. It may be at this next dragon in 130, but it's going to be tough to make it happen.
Yeah, and if they want to make it happen, they're going to have to shut down Yawn somehow. Yawn, Rookie of the Year. He is trying to fill some very big shoes at Team Liquid. It was Doublelift and Core JJ, then it was Tactical Core JJ. Now it's been Yawn and Core JJ. He told me he wasn't even that happy about Rookie of the Split because he still felt like he had a lot more to prove. Not happy that he didn't win All-Pro, but if he's able to knock Doublelift out of the playoffs, that could mean so much to him. 5-0-1, 3 full completed items. One more one-team fight could be enough to move them on to the next round.
I'm kind of surprised, honestly. Quid third item, GA here. There's going to be quite a big damage reliance.
Ooh, Piosik missing the Sejuani ulti there, so they're not going to force the cleanse out of Doublelift. They never would have been able to kill him because the cleanse would have been used as the response, but they at least wanted to get the summoner spell. Lots of very important items online for Team Liquid. You've got a stopwatch for the Jax, you've got a stopwatch for the Xayah, you've got the Seraphs fully completed now for the Cassiopeia. 100 Thieves' ability to kill them is going to be absolutely throttled by these items.
I mean, Quid needs damage, right? Like, I just don't understand the GA third here. It's you're trying to say a lot, but it's a 2-threat team. You need to be maximizing damage.
He already has Quick Blade, so he can't build the crown. So he just decided to pull the GA out in this game. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. He needs more damage. I completely agree. There's way too much pressure on Doublelift in this moment. They're going to have to pull off a miracle, I feel like.
All right, well, the Drake is about to spawn, and it's soul point for TL. They're first into the river. If 100 Thieves want a challenge for this, the execution's got to be perfect. There is no more room for error. It is an elimination match.
This is the most 100 Thieves way
to
give up soul.
They're backing it away.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough, right? How do you walk in? Because Summit's behind you. Yeah. And if they give the flank to Summit, I think the fight is absolutely doomed. So they just couldn't really find a way in, and supers are coming through bot, so TL could actually even just delay. Now, as 100 Thieves, your hope is Elder. You're praying for an Elder fight, and I think that's pretty much all you're going to be leaving the base for is, Elder, maybe Baron, but I feel like when you're kind of this resigned to staying back, you're likely going to be willing to give up Baron as well.
So when we look at the timers of things, Baron's going to spawn in a minute, which means Elder will be at about 4.5 till spawn when that happens. If Team Liquid takes the Baron on spawn, and then 100 Thieves doesn't contest it, all 3 minutes of the Baron buff will expire, and there'll still be somewhere between 60 to 90 seconds left on the timer before the Elder Drake spawns. So 100 Thieves will have a chance to get back out onto the Rift and contest a Team Liquid that is not juiced by the Baron. It'll all just be about how much can they make sure they don't lose between then, as Summit's in the enemy base by himself, jumps back away to the minions to escape the Ornhorn, gets out of the way of the Void Seeker.
Gets both ultis off Doublelift and Someday, as well as the cleanse, so nice aggressive move there from Summit. Knows he's in a great position to get aggressive. He has his Zhonya's third. has that Shojin online. So the cooldowns are so low at this point for him.
His ult's half back by the time we're done talking about the play. So that was one of those where you're like, Summit, what are you doing? Oh, you're like, good stuff. So carry on.
Yeah,
Well,
and this is going to be hard. Again, it's like tanks can wave clear when it's not Baron, it's not supers, but with supers there, he's going to be on the Nexus turrets here pretty quick.
Well, the Baron is up. Summit's in the enemy base. The rest of 100 Thieves do not just want to give the Baron away for free to Team Liquid. If Summit recalls and then joins up with the rest of the team, though, and 100 Thieves gets caught, that's the game, that's the series, that's the split, that's the year for 100 Thieves. Summit with the teleport ready to go. APA does not have his. Quid also without the teleport, so it's only the top laners having them available. Someday clearing the waves away back in the base as Quid rocket jumps over the wall.
That is risky business there from Quid. Playing with fire a little bit, wanted to get an auto down, just try to get a little bit of damage out onto core, but you are definitely walking a fine line. I don't think 100 Thieves want to fight without cleanse on double lift, but I mean, again, I just feel like they're going to be in this position where they don't have great answers to what TL are doing, and I think they're going to end up giving up the Baron.
And I think this is kind of the second game in a row. Team Liquid has actually played very good mid-game macro, pushing waves, being patient, but it all comes down to this. If they can play this Baron fight properly as 100 Thieves contests.
Look at Core and Summit. There's just no way you can walk in here.
They're ready for the flank. The Baron's down to about 700 HP. It's going to be secured by Pioshik on the Sejuani as double lift gets chain seized.
They got him!
God rips the feathers right through him. Bucio's going to drop next. Quid goes into the Guardian Angel. He's going to resurrect, but it's only in time to watch the season end. Team Liquid will get a clean ace. They will wipe 100 Thieves off the rift. They will win this series, and they will eliminate 100 Thieves from Professional League of Legends for the rest of 2023.
Core JJ takes down Doublelift with his new partner, Rookie of the Year, Yawn. 8-0-3 in this one. Team Liquid, 3-1.
Easy stuff for TL, man. They played it cool, they played it calm, they played it collected, and they played it to a win over 100 Thieves.
And I do think that Team Liquid had a much different look than they did against NRG. They were very frantic last week against NRG, especially in the mid game. Summit and APA were much calmer here. They played much cleaner macro. They weren't even that explosive in the early game. These weren't massive 4,000 gold at 15-minute blowouts by Team Liquid. They were slow plotting victories against 100 Thieves, 3 games out of 4.
I think TL played it out really well, though. I like their drafts and their calm, cool, collected, especially these last 2 games were very dominant from TL. Not falling prey to some of the mistakes that they have made in the past. You talk about mid-game macro. There's Summit not getting picked off. They're cleaning up on a lot of these mistakes, and they're making light work of 100 Thieves here today. 100 Thieves did get a win on the board. Big level 1 in game number 2. We're able to snowball that to a victory, but a disappointing end to the year for 100 Thieves. Definitely wanted to accomplish a lot more when they set out at the beginning of this split, but it just never really came together.
Don't want to take credit away from Team Liquid, but we will be seeing them again. It is unknown what's going to happen with this 100 Thieves team. Doublelift came back this year from a 2-year retirement. We thought maybe he'd be able to clutch it up in the playoffs. He had done it every summer split, 2015 to 2020, but could not get it done today. I hope this isn't his last game.
I sincerely hope so as well. We talked about the difficulties for 100 Thieves with the compressed schedule on top of having delays with their own arrivals in terms of coaches, in terms of even their own starting mid laner. It was a rough situation for them. Unfortunately for 100 Thieves fans, they were never able to bring it together, and Team Liquid just had such a commanding position in the game at this point that the fight was never going to go there. It was never going to go the way of
just based off the positioning, this was such a doom fight. There's no way you can walk in as 100 Thieves comp with Summit flanking on one side, Core flanking on another, and actually expect to win that fight, right? But clearly they made the call that if they get Baron, we lose the game, so we're going to go for it regardless. They try to make it happen. Core finds Doublelift on the flank. Yawn is there to help burst them down, and that was that. Yes, there is the GA, but it was never going to happen from this position. 400 Thieves. TL played it out really, really well these last 2 games. Definitely something that they can build confidence from going forward in playoffs. I think that's really important. We saw APA, he had a rough series in their first series. This is going to be a big confidence booster for him. He gets his first playoff series win under his belt. You can see how happy they were. And I think this is something that TL can try to take forward. Just a sigh of relief there from Yawn.
That's not joy, that's relief on the face of the rookie of the split, rookie of the year, I should say, winner there in Yawn.
I mean, we talk about expectations for 100 Thieves, but also expectations were really high for TL, especially when we talked about them in spring. You know, they were kind of touted as a summer split team. This is the team that's going to make it all happen in summer because we're going to have the work ethic. We're going to be grinding harder than anyone else. We are going to show what that is worth in summer, and now it is here, and they get their first playoff win. Clearly, a lot of relief there shown by Jan.
It's a 3-1 victory for Team Liquid over 100 Thieves, and now it's time to join Mark, Summit, and Pioshik for the Verizon postgame interview.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers, standing by here with Summit, Pioshik, and Dodo to help with translation. Thank you guys for doing the interview. Congratulations on the win. Pioshik, I want to come to you first. You talked about way back debuting in North America being more nervous than the World Championship. How has playoffs been for you? This was your first playoffs win in North America.
표식 선수 이제 북미 처음 오셨을 때 이제 롤드컵 결승전보다 더 떨렸다고 데뷔를 하실 때 말하셨는데 이제 플레이오프는 좀 어떠셨는지 궁금하네요.
LCS 무대는 완벽하게 적응한 것 같은데 뭔가 저희 팀 정글러 입장에서 많이 불안한 게 많았어가지고 좀 걱정이 많기는 했던 것 같아요.
Yeah, so as for stage, I think I got adjusted perfectly, so I wasn't nervous or anything. But I think as a jungler in our team, there were some worries in the game. So I think I was getting worried a little bit in game.
Good to know. Summit, for you, last year in spring, you played against 100 Thieves and Someday, and this was your MVP, and they killed you a bunch of times. Did it feel good to get revenge?
Yes. He understood.
네. 그 복수를 한 것 같아서 되게 좋고 되게 만족하고 있습니다.
Yeah, it feels really good to get revenge, and I'm really satisfied.
Well, here's something else you might be satisfied with. I just heard that you were actually the player of the series. How did it feel playing this matchup?
되게
이제 서밋 선수가 이제 플레이어 오브 더 시리즈가 되셨는데 이제 그거에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각하시는지.
감사하고 다음 경기에서 더 잘할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Yeah, thank you, and I think I could play better next series.
All right. Well, speaking of next series, you'll be playing the loser of either Cloud9 or EG. That's going to be playing this weekend. Who do you guys think is going to win that series? Either one can share their thoughts.
저희 다음 상대가 이제 클라우드9이나 이블 지니어스 둘 중에 이제 지는 팀이랑 하게 되는데 어느 팀이랑 이제 좀 상대해 보고 싶은지.
둘 다 기대되지만 C9이랑 좀 붙고 싶네요.
Yeah, Summit said I'm excited to play both of them, but I think I want to play C9 more.
What about you, Pioshik?
저는 솔직히 저희만 잘한다고 저희 할 것만 잘한다고 생각하면 누가 또 이긴다고 생각을 해가지고 둘 다 딱히 큰 상관 안 하는 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I think whoever comes, EG or C9, if we just focus on our own game, we can beat both of them. So I don't care who comes.
Cool. Thank you guys so much for the interview. Anything you want to say to the fans before we head on to the lounge?
그리고 이제 팬들이나 이제 하고 싶은 말들 있으십니까?
Cheer for us. Thank you, fans. Thank you, Honda.
Cool. Thank you guys so much for the interview. Both of you guys had a great series. Hope to see you guys next weekend as well. That's going to do it for us here. We're going to head to the lounge where Emily is standing by with Core JJ, Jan, and APA.
Welcome to the lounge where TL are currently getting coached by Ben, who just sprinted, sprinted out the door.
Advance for Ben.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's fine. Congratulations on the win.
Yeah. One thing that I think is interesting, I can hear us echoing a little bit. Jan, they told you to carry this for the mental edge. Do you think you intimidated your opponent double if today with the Rookie of the Year trophy?
I really don't think so. Ben was like, damn, he's going to feel the pressure.
I mean, like Busio, you did win the reward over Busio.
Yeah. You could have gotten into Busio's head,
Yeah, no, that's what he meant.
Oh, okay, not double. So they're like, okay, double's fine.
Ben wanted to just like get in Busio's. I'm like, sure, whatever.
All right, well, congratulations to you guys. I guess the big thing I saw from this series, as opposed to your previous series, is that overall, yes, there were some hiccups, but your team did seem a lot more stable and a lot more confident going into today. So the first thing I wanted to ask is, what did you learn from the NRG series that you could take into this matchup against 100 Thieves?
I can go. I think the NRG series for me particularly was really tough because we lost river control like every game. So I think something like the first, like this scrim week, I focus a lot on trying to maintain river control, like walking forward into the river, keeping my vision, protecting it. And then I talked a lot with Core and Pioshik about that. And I think like this series is a good example where we just had really solid river control so I could fight most times.
You were talking before we went on air about the really low damage in the games. You're just like, yeah, I did 11,000 damage in this one. And then Corey, you were mentioning it's just like no one was fighting.
Yeah.
Was that more 100 Thieves or more something you guys have changed? Because you have done nothing but team fight seemingly all year. And then this series, there was a bunch of slow games.
Well, I think it's more on the 100 Thieves. When they don't, like 100% sure they win the fight, it seems like they don't commit to the fight. And we kind of adapted. So sometimes they put over numbers on the objects. Then if they put over number already, then we can push side and then get some gold. So I think they started and then we adapted.
One thing I want to ask, like core specifically, but it is a team thing, is the comp you guys prepared for with the Tarek draft. Is that something you prepped, or was it something like, oh, we have a really good angle here, this is going to be a really good draft?
There was no Tarek angle. I mean, even Ari is like annoying for Tarek.
It looked good though.
Yeah.
Where we didn't practice Tarek just for this playoffs, but after game 1 and 2, I really wanted to have a really strong early like agency to fight early dragon.
Yeah.
So I just picked Tarek. I don't care what they pick. Tarek is really strong anyway. So I think it worked.
So just no practice, no angle.
Yeah, just pick it.
I'm sure. Jan and APA, we got to see some of your reactions after winning this game. We're going to roll them back for you. I want to ask you to tell me kind of what you're feeling in the moment. From me, APA, excitement?
Excitement and like relief for sure.
Yeah, this
really
one from Jan.
Yeah. You look like your spirit is leaving your body. Just a huge sigh of relief.
I remember thinking, I was like, fudge, oh, it's fun.
What was so stressful about this series for you?
I just had a pretty bad sleep, I'll be honest.
Okay.
I was like, the day is over, let's go.
I think for me personally, it was just I had stress on myself because it's like, oh, first LCS playoffs, and then we're in the lower bracket, so if we lose, we're out. So I was just like really stressed about that for the entire series, and then when we won, it's like, holy, the stress is gone. We're on the next round. We just have to focus on whoever loses now.
I guess, looking ahead, I feel like most teams tell me this, so maybe the answer is the same for you all, but are you looking forward to facing any particular opponent, or is it more like we need to focus on ourselves and improve our game in order to make it to finals?
I personally want to face EG. I'd want to see him in the lower bracket. I think it'd be really fun to knock down Jojo Pyun.
Is there a rivalry there, or just
no? I just think I think he's really good, and I think it'd just be really fun to face him and then knock him out.
Do you all, just as a poll, because something Jet said reminded me, do you all have him muted in chat? Because he just spams. You don't, so you get the full
spam as well.
Okay,
Yeah,
so you just go back and forth.
You spammed in game 1 when they did the level 1 on Tristan. You took W. Yeah, you just called them fans. It was amazing. Yeah.
Well, for me, I block everyone in the game and mute emotes, so I'm playing PvE the entire time. I don't see a single emote, a single chat ever. Especially Jojo was the first person I blocked. That's where it all started. I'm like, whatever, I might as well do everyone else.
Yeah, I had to ask because that's advice that everyone gives their team of like, we need to mute Jojo because he's such a spammer. For now, I've heard that we have Mark standing by with a double lift interview, so we're gonna toss it to Mark and double lift briefly.
Thank you very much, Emily. I'm standing by with double lift. Thank you so much for doing this interview. Always tough after a loss in playoffs. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, it feels really sad that this is how my year ends. I definitely, I've like come in losers bracket many times in playoffs and the team performed well and we were able to make a crazy run. Or not even just losers bracket, but like lower seeded. But yeah, I guess, the truth is Team Liquid, better team. And we didn't improve enough throughout the split or throughout the year. So yeah, just a lot of things to reflect on, I guess, at the end of the year. And, I'm not going to be like thinking so much about these specific 4 games, but more like why we weren't able to get to the level that we should be at.
Cool, makes sense. Speaking of this year as a whole, it was a really interesting year because you came out of retirement, you were this huge co-streamer, then you came back to play again to show you still got it. I think most people think that you did prove that with a lot of great performances throughout the year. How do you look back on this year and the fact that it was kind of unique in that sense?
Well, I mean, I can't say that I'm like happy or satisfied with the year because the only thing that really matters is results. And what was our results like? I don't even remember Spring Split. Spring Split is.
You guys got 3rd in the regular season.
Yeah,
Spring Split.
we had a decent regular season and then very disappointing playoffs. And we went all the way to Game 5 against Golden Guardians, who I think is a very strong team and one of the contenders always. And then this split it all kind of fell apart. Various reasons, like it's always like death by 1,000 cuts. There's not even just like one specific thing that was really holding us back or anything like that. It was just like collectively, I think we just had many issues. And so, yeah, I'm just a little bit, honestly, I'm very upset with myself because I thought when I came back, I would have a really clear way of playing the game. I would understand the game at a really high level because, on previous teams, like I was honestly one of the shot callers. Like I wasn't always making calls, but people look to me as like a leader because I'm playing the game for so long, and I typically have like a good idea about what I want the team to do and how we should accomplish that. And then like I think about this year, and it's like so. I'm just like I let my teammates down because I think there's many times where the question is like, what should we do next? And like I don't know. Which is like unacceptable, like I've been playing the game for so long and I just don't know. So I think if I was to think about like my biggest weakness this year is like my lack of clarity, I guess, lack of understanding.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that's very unique to League of Legends. Every year, huge patches, things change, meta changes, what people want to do changes. Very insightful stuff to hear from you, though. I hope we see you back next year. I know it's early days, but
I would definitely love to play again.
Okay, good,
like,
good.
I didn't come back for one disappointing year just to, crawl back into streamer mode or anything like that. I love playing League. I love playing professionally, like competing, even losing. There's some like beauty in feeling like trash after a loss because it's more motivation, like all these obstacles and overcoming hardships is kind of like it's what makes it rewarding in the end. So I think I would love to play again next year, but we'll see. I don't know.
Well, fans will definitely love to watch you again. Thank you so much for doing this interview. That's going to do it for us here. I believe we're going back to Emily on the other side.
You believe correctly. We're still here with the rest of TL.
Got to talk about player of the series.
Yeah, we got to cover player of the series. Strong words from Doublelift saying he is not going to retire. So, Jan, you did not send Doublelift to retire.
But there was something we had at the start of the day that I'm not sure you're aware of, Core. We checked the biggest bot age gaps in playoff history. This is international.
Of all major regions,
So Double Busio actually was the biggest, but you and Jan were top 5 ever in playoffs. This is LPL, LCK, LEC, LCS.
Only for the playoffs?
Yeah, for playoff. I mean, it was a little bigger because like the IG owner like played a game in regular season.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we can't count that.
So these are players that started the game in playoffs. Do you feel
the fact
that there's such a big difference in age, or are you just playing League?
I'm more surprised that the gap between Doublelift, Busio, and Jan and Core JJ is big.
How old is Busio?
Okay.
Jan is kind of old.
30.
How old is Doublelift?
30.
30.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
First 30-year-old to play in LCS.
Jan is way older than Busio.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess. Yeah. Jan, you're 21?
22.
22. Okay.
So,
yeah, well.
Yeah. Anyway, that's cool. Just wanted you guys to see that.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if you, you could not hear in the interview, but player of the series is Summit. Congrats to him.
Makes sense.
I think the big thing again. But just ignore the KDA. The Kennen game was still a little shaky. I think the big thing that I saw from this series is, again, just making the most of Summit's pressure in cross-map plays, which I feel like has sometimes been a little bit of a struggle. You know, him dying in a side lane was kind of became a meme during the regular season. But I think, again, just the way you guys were able to use that pressure a lot of the time was really impressive.
I mean, I'm curious what you guys think. I had a really hard time voting for player of the series. I think I was between Jan and Core because I had KDA eyes in the last game and I was like, oh, Jan got a lot of kills. And then Core, you had the Taric game. I'm curious, like, honestly, if you guys want to tell, like, who do you think you would have voted for if you had a vote? And you can vote for yourself.
Where there was no fight, so I'm sure it's like hard for everyone to vote.
Because the games were so slow.
Nothing.
Yeah.
I would say Summit still.
Yeah.
Like he was finding leads in side lane.
You got it right.
Nice. Yeah, sometimes players are like, you got completely wrong. And let's take a look at the bracket. As we already called out, you guys will face the loser of C9 or EG. And then we have GG, NRG tomorrow, and C9, EG on Sunday. One thing I did want, or C9, EG tomorrow, and GG, NRG on Sunday. One thing I did want to ask, since you faced NRG already, how do you think that GG NRG matchup is going to go?
Jan, who's going to take it?
I think NRG will win.
Really?
Ooh.
Why?
Well, after playing NRG, I think they're actually pretty solid. And I think, honestly, it's more of NRG being more solid, I think, than Golden Guardians. More than Golden Guardians is not that good.
That's exciting.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, we see these highs from NRG, and then we also see, some of their mistakes. So I think, like you all have said about your own team, it's a matter of correcting the mistakes for yourself so you can constantly play at a top level. Thank you so much to all three of you for joining us. And once again, congratulations on your win. That'll be it for us on the LCS Lounge, and we will be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific for C9 EG. Loser faces these guys. We'll see you then.
Show your drop into the bush, yo.
Team Liquid, though, is going to push.
Ooh, double lift getting engaged on here as Jan is down to about 100 HP. He's already dead. 100 Thieves. Get him in the 2v2 as Busio is slammed back into the wall. He's got the bailout, but he ain't going to bail out in time. Core JJ just might get traded back as Closer comes in with a shattering strike. And double lift hits him with a piercing arrow. It's a 2-2 game, 6 minutes in. Core JJ's the focus as Jan gets away to the side. Someday coming in as the keeper's verdict ejects Someday and Closer from the fight. Someone's going to drop. They turn around. Quinn gets a reset, but only for a second as double lift and Busio are looking to do it. APA's in the back of the base. APA's in the Nexus. They got to try to stop him, but they can't do it. It's game number 1 for Team Liquid.
I'm holding here.
If they're stacked here, they won't even kill anyone. Okay, let's go. Come on.
Busio, you are.
Outward, Rail come.
Yeah, I'm hovering.
Fighting here.
Recon.
City. I cannot flash.
Very good.
They're fighting. Okay, everyone's coming.
What they have?
SF, everything.
Nice, I'm basing.
I cannot flash.
Closer. Shattering strike. Jan having to escape. Blossom coming out from APA to find the engage on everybody. Double Lift goes on a rampage and Busio drops. Double Lift's got to try to keep himself alive, and he's doing it. Yoshi got him. Yoshi's about to melt, but he found the reset on the Double Lift. Will he be able to do anything else? It doesn't quite look like it. Summit goes all up. The rest of 100 Thieves are still in the answer. 100 Thieves just pulled it off. A triple kill over Quid. Double Lift died so the team could thrive. They're going to come back, finish game number 2. It's going to be a TP coming in from the side of Team Liquid to bring APA back into the fight now as Closer's ready to try to fight and challenge here for the Baron, but it ain't going to work as Busio's taken down. Everybody's dropping. Summit's going in. He's going to kill him 1v2. Quid flashing away from the repose. Summit finally dies to the damn turret. It don't matter. 100 Thieves is done for. Team Liquid's going to end this one in 32 minutes.
So Double Lift lost both his sums as well, and now they're going for a fight.
APA going to get jumped on now. Closer goes in, but he gets bursted down. Jan's in a rampage, and 100 Thieves may have just lost the game. They were waiting on a pixel rush, but it was warded. The Baron's down to about 700 HP. It's going to be secured by Pioshik on the Sejuani as Double Lift gets chain seized. They got him! Jan rips the feathers right through him. Busio's going to drop next. Quid goes into the Guardian